I'd be happy just to have $1 million and don't worry about bills. Let me tell you something. $1 million is not a lot of money, and $1 million is not enough to make you not have to worry about bills. I can tell you that right now. And the only reason why, in my situation, it's a little bit different for me. I don't need as much to be in that situation, because everything I own, I own. I've never had any credit. So I have no bills, no nothing. Like, I pay for Hulu, the internet, and the electricity, and I'm soon to not have to pay the electricity anymore. So, and I grow a lot of my own food here. I get my water out of the ground. You know, I got to pay for trash disposal, stuff like that. But my house is paid off. My cars are all paid off. All my toys are paid off. Everything I have is paid off. So, yeah, $1 million is a lot of money if that's the situation you're in. But if you're in debt and you want to have expensive toys and all these things, $1 million ain't gonna cut it for you. You need at least like 5 or 10. Yeah, Kodak says one medical bill could be $250K intensive care. Exactly. Exactly. So true, Kodak. You said it better than I could have. Let's see here. Can we get a gift goal? Is anybody gonna send the gift? Is it too much? Is it too outlandish? Me too. Don't have money till alt season, but we don't owe anyone anything. That's where I'm at, Alan. I don't own anything, but I also have no money till alt season. I'm moving all my money back into the market. I've been out basically since January, so now I really don't have any money. Mother Dragons, thank you for the perfume. Do I stink? Is that why I got perfume? Because I'm a stinky one? Mother Dragons, thank you for the hand heart. Revolution, thank you for the 10. You're awesomes. Revolution thinks or not Revolution, Mother Dragons thinks I stink. Hopefully I stink good, not bad. I'm just messing with you, Mother Dragons. When are we going to have another chat on Francesca's Live, Mother Dragons, and drink wine and laugh all night? That was so much fun. I had a great time. So much fun. Let's see here. Seamont, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. Appreciate you. Woodcutter said, "Oh, really? Why y'all did what? Where? What are you talking about, Woodcutter?" Thanks, Mother. Now he's not too smelly. Alan is my troll. I'm glad. I love having a troll. Trolls are the best. It's entertaining. All right, let me set a new goal and then I'll do XRP for user. TikTok seller, thank you for the 5 roses. Let's do a new goal. Let's do a new one. Nothing too crazy. We'll do something. Oh, this one's cool. Tiny Dino Hot Dog. Crypto Pro, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Appreciate you. Revolution with the tiny hot dog. All right, let's do a new one. That one was too easy. Too easy. All right, I like this one. A swan. Let's do a swan. Slim Bud, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Who's got me with a swan? I thought I heard some crazy stories about my friend. Oh. You've been in Fran After Dark, Woody. Yep. Francesca's After Dark show is just on another level. Kodak, thank you for the heart me, the dolphin, the chili pepper, and the tiny dino. We have a good time in Francesca's life, and that's the place. Okay, I get to be more myself, right? So when I'm on this live, I'm very professional. Yeah, we joke around or whatever, but I'm a little bit different in real life. And when I'm on Francesca's live, I get to be my actual crazy self, and I can say some pretty outlandish things. You know, this show is, I try to be professional and, you know, whatnot, but there I have a chance for people to actually get to know me, or for who I actually really am, my actual personality. I'll do the swan for under 5-star pick. What do you mean? Undervalued 5-star pick? Oh, dude, H-bar. H-bar is probably the most undervalued crypto as far as ISO goes. Let me pull it up. If you want something that's going to pump like crazy, that's super undervalued, obviously SXT. SXT is going to perform phenomenal, right? But I think as far as top 5, top 10 ISO projects undervalued, H-bar. And look, it's a textbook double bottom. It's going anywhere from 26 to 28 cents, but this one could possibly do all-time highs. And look, this one got a cup and handle, pumped, it ran down, double bottom. We'll see what else it does. H-bar just reversed, I know, right? Look at it, it's starting to pump again. And that's a good sign that other things are going to pump. But this one has a long way to go to fulfill this double bottom pattern. It's funny, I just mentioned something and it pumps like that. That's the influence I have, ladies and gentlemen. There are some big whales watching this show. Pi network to the moon, over 70 million active miners. Yeah, Pi's cool. It's about to have a big candle. That's a possibility for sure. Obviously, it's not going to be straight up, okay? But give this one time. End of July, July 30th, 26 to like 20. Let's go with, I think 26 is probably it, but it could maybe 28, but and it could just stop at the psychological 30 cents, right? But I don't see it. I think it would stop here at 29.5. Dude, everything looks good, man. Chainlink is another good one though. Chainlink is awesome. Let's look at Link. Link. It looks like everything else. Double bottom. And Chainlink is more defined. It's going to 19 to 20 cents. Okay. Danny Gibson, thank you very much. Appreciate the swan. You're awesome, man. Risky Sneak says, much respect to you, my bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, some days I'm just like, man, like, what am I doing? And it's comments like that that really just, thank you. It keeps me going. Let me see here. Let's find a new goal. I don't want to do something too crazy, but I want to get something like new, and I want to try to meet TikTok's expectations. Here, let's do the live ranking crown. There. Let's do that one. Alan says you do great, Oz. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Chainlink is falling on support in the 15-minute. Yeah, but I mean, that's if you're day trading, that even matters. Get off the lower time frame, man. I'll tell you that right now. Crypto Pro, unless you're day trading, like you're trading multiple times a day, you shouldn't even be that low of a time frame. Yeah, it could double top right here and then come back down. Like 14.9 to 14. Set the pars, push the limits, break it. Exactly. I'm at work, lying tiles and tapping. Thank you. Thank you, Butchie Boy. Appreciate it. Risky Sneaks, thank you for the crown. Appreciate it. All of you that are at work just tapping away, thank you so much. We're at 71K likes. 71K. We're going to hit 100K. I'll tell you, crypto's booming. The viewership is up. Let's do the floating octopus. I don't know why I like all of the jellyfish and octopus ones. I think jellyfish are pretty neat, right? Obviously they sting, but are they not just so beautiful? Like when I see them in like an aquarium tank and the way they just float around, it's just something so majestic. Dogecoin is a meme coin, has no utility. That's my opinion. I'll tell you this though, my other opinion is everyone's talking about it, but that's only because TikTok is pumping it. It'll fall short eventually. Crypto Pro says wrong. Is that on Dogecoin? Because I'll tell you what, I just looked it up. And by the way, there are two Dogecoins. Okay, you may be referring to a different project. And that's another problem with Dogecoin is that there's another project that's similar to it. So that will spread out the liquidity because people will click on the wrong one and buy the wrong one. What are they going to do with it, mate? What do you mean, Dogecoin? It's a meme coin. I literally fact checked this and did this earlier. Okay, I'll tell you what. If you subscribe, I'll get into all of it with you. But I already did this, man. No utility. Have you looked at Cardano yet? Let's take a look. Cardano looks good. Same thing. Double bottom here. You could even argue it's a triple bottom, but it's a double bottom. And that's going to take it up to 98 cents to $1 for this pattern. It could potentially go higher. What's going on, random guy on the internet? What's up, viewer description? How you doing? Mother Dragons, thank you for the floating octopus. You guys are amazing. I absolutely adore you. Let's do the DJ glasses. DJ glasses. Right? DJ glasses. What's going on, viewer description, my random friend on the internet? Cheers to you. Everything looks bullish. Everything looks bullish. And I think that no one cares about tariffs anymore. Desensitized. Everyone is desensitized to the tariffs. They're, yes, this is Cardano. Everyone's desensitized to the war and everything. They don't care anymore. Which is, I mean, is it good? It's good for the market. Green screen? What do you mean green screen? Should I put the green light on, you mean? I guess I should. I do think that there's a potential for things to crash on August 1st. That's why I have the white. Okay. But yeah, and there's a potential for things to pull back right now. So I'm going to turn the green light on when have confirmation that alt season is happening. That's what I'm going to do. Risky Sneak says tariffs are strategically placed to follow charts accurately. I agree with that 100%. They allow it to pump and then they allow it to happen just enough to bring it back down that it doesn't crash the market. That's why I think we're going to pump until the end of the month. Degen official listing on the 20th. Okay, Degen and Dogecoin are two different things. You just confirmed what I was saying. Two different projects. Degen and Dogecoin are two different things. Okay, just because something has an official listing does not mean that it has utility. No utility on Dej. Okay? It is a meme coin. Period. Algo's pumping. Algo. Oh yeah. Yep, things are going to keep pumping. I think we keep pumping. We'll get some pullback, but we will keep pumping. So Algo is coming to like 29, 30 cents according to this pattern. That doesn't mean that it can't go higher, but that would be where you would take some profits, expect a pullback by the dip. That could also just be the end of it. Okay, it just depends. JFM, yeah, become a subscriber, and I'll put you at the top of the list. Otherwise, you'll have to be patient and wait for me. A friend of mine told us that Dej was a meme and a rug scam. It is. Dej is a rug. That doesn't mean that it won't pump and you can't make money off of it, but someone has to lose, all right? Someone has to lose. Big Baller says, playing poker, we're going to the moon. Yeah, baby. Where are you playing poker at, man? I want to play poker. Texas Hold'em? That's my game, dude. Texas Hold'em is my game. And you know what? I finally had a loss in Vegas, so I'm sure that I'm going to do well the next time I play. Hawaiian Gardens, nice. I'm not a huge gambler. Like, I don't do slots and stuff like that, but I like to roll dice. I love to play poker. But I'm not like, I'm an investor, you know, so I play those games for the entertainment and love of it. I don't care about making money doing it, you know, that. And I think that's part of why I'm such a good poker player. I do it for the love of the game. I'm playing the people, not the cards. Where do I see XRP going? I see that depends on the time frame. What do you mean, like 20 years? 100 years? 5 years? 5 days? Hyper. Hyper looks good. Is this a meme coin? It hasn't been around really long enough for it to be chartable, dude. Unchartable. Look at this is what I mean. An ascending channel and then a pump. You can't chart these things. Short term, 5 years. So you think 5 years is short term for XRP? I think in 5 years XRP could be $10 to $25. Unless Brooke changes my mind and is like, gets me to eat the moon cheese. I think everything's about to get another pump right now. Let me tell you this. If there's gonna be a sell-off in crypto, it's gonna happen at 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All right? Yeah, exactly. Alan, and let me tell you this. I want to be schooled, okay? Because I know a lot about XRP. But I also am not going to feed into speculative nonsense. If somebody can give me factual information that is on point, I will change my stance. So far, no one has given me that. They've given me speculative information. I need facts. And it can't be Brad Garlinghouse said this. That is not a fact. The dude has everything to gain by pumping the price. Alan says after tomorrow he'll be saying 5 to 20K. I hope so. I hope so, because if that's the case, I am very rich. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being wrong. Being wrong in my case makes me rich. All right? I'm totally fine with it. 2 times I always watch crypto is 3 a.m. and 9 a.m. Exactly. Exactly. Very smart. You notice I put out a lot of my price point videos at like 3, 4 in the morning. That's because I'm up watching, waiting for confirmation, waiting for markets to open in different time zones. Revolution says, or the people who get their news from X, it's not real news, it's opinions and fake news. Exactly. AB Writer, what's going on? I'm just going to start calling you AB Writer. SXS is a tongue twister. We shall see. But I'll tell you this, tomorrow, Brooke will be on the show, and Revolution will be here fact-checking, and we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm telling you right now, if any creator that's going to come on this show can change my mind, it's going to be Brooke. So if Brooke can't change my mind, I don't think there's any hope, unless some new information comes out. AB, thank you for the heart me. Mother Dragon says, I hope she brings baby goats. That would be awesome. Baby goats. I'm getting some feedback. There we go. Can you guys hear the feedback click, 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 click in the audio? Or is it just in my headphones? Rydog says Brooke is going to blow my mind. I'll tell you what, I have been sitting in the lives. I've been watching her show. So far, nothing has been said. I haven't been there to argue the things yet. Nothing has been said to change my mind yet. But I want to believe. I tell Mega Crypto this all the time. I tell all the creators. I tell Caveman. I'm like, I want to believe, man. I want to believe. Because if it's true, I'm freaking rich. All right? And I'll hold longer. I'm just not there yet. Convince me. Use facts, convince me, and I will scream it from the rooftops. I will join. And let me tell you right now, this show will do so much better if I'm on the XRP to the moon train, okay? We get suppressed a lot because that's not the rhetoric here. So, change my mind. I want to be on that train. I want to be loved and adored by the XRP community, not where I'm at right now. All right? I want that, but at the same time, I have integrity in what I do, and I'm not going to just change where I'm at because somebody said something speculative. Look at everything pumped more than XRP did already, just in the last couple hours. It's getting dumped on. Brad Garlinghouse is dumping on XRP now. I gotta save this. Okay, saved. Look at this is a bit of an inverted head and shoulders. Kind of, not really. I think this is a cup. Cup and handle. See, this could have been a cup and handle, but it just wasn't. Big Baller says Jerome Powell is going bye-bye. No, he's not. Listen to me. Jerome Powell is not the one making these decisions. It is a board. Jerome Powell is just the Fed chair. There's a group of people that vote on these things, and the votes have been unanimous. Fartcoin is farting. Is XRP going bye-bye? What do you mean, Brian? What do you mean XRP going bye-bye? I don't think that XRP has the use case that everyone says it does. Yeah, Revolution says that's not going to happen. He gives the news. Exactly. I think that their figures that they use to get their whatever is skewed. But legitimately, I think that it's a board. It's a group of people. It's not just one guy. Why is the Federal Reserve updating wire transfer system at this moment? Because they're implementing ISO. They're going digital. That has nothing to do with XRP, though, or crypto. Can you explain ISO? Yes. What crypto is a part of ISO? Well, okay. No crypto is a part of ISO. Okay. Hear me out. Okay. ISO will cause a pump in the markets. Okay. Because people don't understand it. Okay. But the banks are changing the system in which the way their computers communicate with each other. That is what ISO 222 is. It is the way that the computers communicate for the banks. All right? And that is all happening, I think it's like the 12th or the 14th of this month in the US. And globally, it happens November 22nd. All right? Here's the thing. Just because the banks are changing the way their computers talk to each other does not mean mass implementation of crypto into the bank, okay? What will spark mass adoption would be regulation, okay? And clarity, and banks' willingness to want to use it, all right? So ISO is the way the computers are going to talk to each other. That is it. It is the language that the computer speaks. All right? That's all ISO is. Banks are going to be using that now. Okay, great. The reason why people correlate it to crypto and think that this is when the switch gets flipped and all this is happening, this and that and whatever, okay? It's false. All right. It does not, wire transfers are still going to be handled the same way. Obviously, it could change over time, but I believe banks are waiting for more clarity and stability in legislation for crypto before they even are going to attempt to do something like that, if at all. They may just do stable coins, right? So ISO is the language the computer speaks. What does that have to do with crypto? Okay. There are certain coins that are ISO compliant, which means they can operate on that system. But just because something can operate on that system doesn't mean that they will use it. Obviously, I think in the future they will, but not right now. I'm rooting for XRP. It's used by an American company. That's where you're wrong, Ryan. It's not used at all. It's speculated that it could be used, but it actually has not been used yet. There are some very small banks that have less than 100 employees that are using it, but it's not being used. Okay. But yeah, an American company, great. I love that idea, right? But Circle can do all the same things now. XRP may not even have the utility that it has anymore because of RLUSD. It'll have some utility, but it won't skyrocket the value because XRP will not be the placeholder, I guess is the best way to say it. But just because ISO is being implemented does not mean that crypto is being adopted. All right? Wake up and smell the moon cheese. Algorand's going right now? I'll tell you, this picture really causes the rage bait on XRP. People do not want to believe that XRP could potentially pretty much be useless. Obviously, it's speculative, but from what I'm seeing, I'm leaning towards it's obsolete, dead technology. There's no real use case for XRP now because we have RLUSD. It serves as a liquidity pool. That's it. The money flows through it. It doesn't sit in it. XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not from the liquidity that flows through it. It's like trying to fill a bucket that doesn't have a bottom in it. What do you mean it doesn't matter about use case? Of course it does. The market goes when it goes all one big trade. No. The money goes into XRP and the smart contract fills and instantly comes out of it. I'm not telling you to sell your XRP. Listen to me. XRP will do phenomenal things because the moon cheese is real, the rhetoric is real, the narrative is there. Okay? But when it comes to mass adoption and all of that, I don't believe it actually sees a $10,000 price point, okay? It could see $20 maybe years and years from now. SA702, if you need help, I recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you one-on-one. Okay, you can message me directly and we can come up with a strategy catered to your specific needs. Everyone bought at a different time. Everyone owns a different amount. Everyone is different. So there's not a blanket that you can throw over something and then that's what's going to happen. Okay, so if you're struggling with that and you need help, I would recommend become a deluxe subscriber and we'll find out what works best for you. XRP will not get to 10,000. I need only to get to 8 or 10 to be a millionaire. Okay. It could potentially go to 8 or 10. Potentially. I'm leaning more towards 5 to 8. But make sure you take profits, okay? Make sure you take profits. I don't have anything to start, sadly. Okay, if you don't have money to pay for a $10 subscription, you don't have money to invest into XRP. And people have messaged me, they're like, hey, can you just help me for free? I need to know. And I'm just like, if you don't have money to invest, what good is the information? And I'm wasting my time. I'll tell you what, though, SA702, maybe someone in the chat will bless you with a subscription But I don't know if they will if you don't have money to invest. It's not going to help you. Revolution says, from everything I've read and seen, XRP is a stepping stone, but will probably be dead tech by 2030. That's what I think. That's what I think. But it's speculative. We don't know. All right. But I'll tell you this. XRP is not Ripple. They're two different things. And I'll tell you what, if Ripple goes public, I will buy Ripple. All right. But XRP is not Ripple. It is different. All right, let's see if we can get this live goal met here. Who's got me with the DJ glasses? Somebody hook me up. DJ glasses me. Let me get the goggles. Where are we at? Who's got me out there? Who's got me with the DJ glasses? What coin should I go for? Portfield. Best I can say is become a deluxe subscriber. All right. Become a subscriber and you can talk with me. I'll message you after the show and we can work on something, okay? Do I just spot trade? No, I'm a smart money investor. I'm a smart money investor. And then I do day trade small amounts. But let me tell you this. Crypto is a high risk asset, okay? High risk. In order to become wealthy, you need to take high risks with a small amount of money. And then when you become wealthy, you want to take low risks with a large amount of money. That's why I'm not really super into crypto right now, because it's very high risk. And once I feel like it's not very high risk and that there's confirmation of alt season, yes, I will part a large portion in there. But most of my money is going to be in defense contracts. Dividends. All right, let's get into the news. Take a look at SXT real quick. I'm in profits. I'll tell you though, this is concerning. Looks like we got an ascending channel here. I think that this will retrace up here. Will it go all the way up? Probably not. It could hit 0.086 and come back down. I think it goes to 0.08775, but it could continue just on from there. All right, let's read the news. All right. I'm not saying I believe what this guy says, okay? Chat, hear me out. I'm not saying I agree with him. However, these are things that you need to understand and you need to consider when you're in crypto, especially if you're already very wealthy. Daniel, thank you for the heart me.
Stablecoin work that is being done in Congress, I think few understand the way that it could start to shift the winds of American finance. What worries you?
What worries me is that the Genius Act, or any other act in this space that's being pushed by the very deeply pocketed and influential crypto lobby, creates a kind of imprimatur, a kind of government stamp of approval for a set of assets that are highly risky. Of course, crypto is an extremely volatile piece of work, and stable coins, on the other hand, are allegedly tethered to the dollar, connected to the value of the dollar. But the fact is we already have a dollar, and I just don't see, and this was another point of the article you just mentioned, I just see zero use case with really very high risks. We are in my view, once again, entertaining deeply risky finance without the kind of guardrails that it requires.
Let's talk about stablecoins because that's probably the safest of the group given the association with U.S. Treasuries. If you're the administration, there's a sense here that the stablecoin industry could fill in where others might be stepping back. For example, if you're worried about foreign buyers of Treasuries, then stablecoins can be bigger and bigger holders in the future instead. Is that a safer or less safe financial system?
Much less safe, a much less safe financial system. And here's why I think that. First of all, let's recognize that a few times in pretty recent history, stablecoins have traded well below $1. In May 2022, Tether fell to 95 cents. In March 23, and this was around the time of Silicon Valley Bank, Circle's USDC coin fell below 87 cents on the dollar. What happens if we now have hundreds, maybe thousands of new stablecoins issued because of the government imprimatur and the aspects of the Genius Act that facilitate that? Imagine some of those currencies break the buck. Their value falls below $1. They trade below $1. I think this is a highly runnable problem, and that's not guesswork. That's empirical based on what I just described. Suppose you start having a run on 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 of these stable coins, and there's hundreds out there. What if it cascades to many, many more than that? What you might then see, this gets to your question, is that these companies, in order to make good on their linking to the dollar, would have to sell massive amounts of U.S. treasuries. All right, that would mean a spike in interest rates. It would mean a kind of recessionary dynamic, and it would really redound to the harm of lots and lots of Americans, even if they had nothing to do with crypto. So I think it's a much less safe system we're contemplating.
Does it leave the country vulnerable to the potential for bailouts? The reason I ask that is I remember very closely where I was. I remembered the room I was in when the Silicon Valley Bank rescue happened, and I was watching the Circle USDC price retether to the dollar at the same time of the rescue. Now, do you think that this means in the future, if stablecoins experience issues, it was going to require federal intervention?
Exactly the scenario I just outlined. This is a runnable problem. When stablecoins break the buck, and if there's thousands of them out there or hundreds of them out there, I worry about a cascading run on stablecoins. You'd have to see all of these companies, and they might be, Amazon and Meta, and who knows, obviously lots of financial institutions. The Genius Act gives them the permission to issue these coins. You might see them having to do fire sales of U.S. treasuries. And no government, I was in government during the SVB, during the Silicon Valley Bank bankruptcy, and no government wants to sit there or is able to sit there and watch that happen. So yes, I think there's run risk. I think there's treasury interest rate spiking risk, and all of that leads to bailout risk.
All right. Did you catch that?
So let's talk.
You catch that? Is this actually being adopted? Maybe. Probably. But crypto is a high risk. High risk. Even stablecoins are high risk. Now, because stablecoins hold a higher yield, there's a possibility that it keeps it afloat. But we have to understand that these are real things that he's talking about. Revolution says he could be right or horrifically wrong. Okay. I think that the move that they're going towards is digital currency. I do believe that. But you need to understand that crypto is very high risk. It is a pyramid scheme. In order for you to make money, somebody has to lose money. Okay? And it generally ends up being retail. All right? Keep that in mind. Understand the risks that are involved with crypto. Does it mean that you can't make money? Obviously not. Cooper says CBDC is the end game. I agree 100% with that. Satoshi says just buy Bitcoin. What if Bitcoin crashes? Which it will. It's just like the dot-com bubble. These are bubbles. In order for someone to win, someone must lose. That's the name of the game. So understand that these are risky things. It's only making new highs. Yeah, right now, Satoshi, it's only doing that right now. Eventually, it will pull back. Okay? We will go into alt season. It is a cycle. There could come a time where it just dominates and takes over, but and that's just what it is. But you have to understand, Bitcoin is just as volatile and risky DCA over the long term. I will never condone that. Maybe with Bitcoin, but when Bitcoin loses dominance, Bitcoin is coming down, and it's coming down hard. Satoshi, if your name is Satoshi Nakamoto, right? So you should understand what the bull run cycle is. You should understand that. You should understand that these things will come down. I get what you're saying over the long term. But a lot of people don't understand what it is they're holding. They don't understand crypto. Some of us do. Yes, the 4-year cycle is fueled by the Bitcoin halving. I get it, right? And that makes it more valuable. But also, Satoshi, there is a wallet out there, many wallets out there actually, that are from the Satoshi era of wallets that are holding massive amounts of Bitcoin. You don't think eventually they'll liquidate? You don't think that they'll sell that? Whoever Satoshi is has a wallet with, I don't even know what the amount of Bitcoin is in it. That's too much control that one person can have. Yeah, 1 million coins. We don't know who it is. We don't know who's holding that, which makes it highly risky. At any given moment, they could rug pull crypto. He's never moved any since creation. That doesn't mean anything, though. Just because he hasn't moved it yet doesn't mean that he won't. They moved BTC recently. Okay. That's not true. The Satoshi wallet has not moved any yet, but there is a Satoshi era wallet that has recently moved to the exchange. Yes, Ziggy, I understand what you're saying, but it can also lose its value at the same time. It's very volatile and high risk. Over the long term, yes, it can be a place to store your money, okay? It is still volatile. And we have to understand that. Crypto Pro says FUD BTC is crazy, bro, on the same day of new high and alts. I'm just saying, I don't know about Mega Cycle. I don't know about that. It could. What's up, Josh? Hey, Josh, you want to come on the show? Let's talk, buddy. I'm just saying that we need to understand that as of right now, it is a pyramid scheme. Okay. Everyone's situation is different. All right, Josh, just hit me up. I got to get through the news too, though. It's still pretty early, so I'll get through the news. I'm just saying, okay, everyone is preaching Bitcoin, crypto, whatever, XRP to the moon, right? Revolution, Bernie Madoff, exactly. Okay, just understand that these are volatile, high risk investments, which is great. If you don't have a lot of money, this is an opportunity. But everyone's situation is different. And just listen to everything, believe nothing, okay? Do your own research, but understand how these things work. And a lot of you crypto maxis, okay, you understand how this works. Somebody has to lose in order for you to win. Cooper says it's like buying a lottery ticket if you don't know what you're doing. Exactly. And this message is for those people that do not know what they're doing. A lot of people in the chat today are just like, I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I should buy. Especially because things are pumping right now. The FOMO is real out there. So if you are not understanding this system, if you don't know what you're doing, you're new to crypto, I recommend become a deluxe subscriber. Let me coach you one-on-one. There is money to be made here. Even on the way down, there is money to be made, okay? But especially if you're new, you're going to need help. And I've been doing crypto since 2016. I'm 37 years old and I'm retired because of crypto. There is money to be made, but I'm telling you, a lot of people lost a lot of money because of me. Okay? Because I bought early and I sold. They bought the top. Cooper says, exactly. You have to go with the trend. Exactly. You have to know what's going on. So if you are new to crypto or you're new to trading or you're just confused on something, become a deluxe subscriber. Let me help you out. Because there is money to be made here, okay? And I'm not fudding it, okay? I'll tell you right now, you know what my last name is? I'm doxing myself. My last name is Fudder, all right? I'm living up to my potential, but I'm just being realistic, okay? And there are too many people that are unrealistic in this space, and it's designed that way on purpose because it is a pyramid scheme. They need to convince you to hold forever. TikTok says, I saw the Venmo. Yeah. That is legitimately my last name is Fudder. All right? Understand that this is a volatile space and you need to know what you're doing. It's a constant pump and dump. That's how they make their money. Exactly. Do not become somebody's exit liquidity. All right? Let me help you. Because there is money to be made here. I'm not fudding this and saying that things aren't going to do different things, but just going off of the rhetoric will burn you. All right. We need to learn to become smart money investors, not buy the tops of these things. All right. More news. South Korea plans to lift crypto venture business restrictions.
South Korea plans to lift crypto venture business restrictions. South Korea's Ministry of SMEs and Startups announced Wednesday that it plans to lift restrictions preventing crypto-related businesses from qualifying as venture companies. Currently, firms operating in the virtual asset sector are excluded from the government's venture classification, which limits their access to various tax breaks and financial support. The ministry said the proposed amendment reflects a shift in perception of the digital asset industry and the establishment of legal and institutional safeguards aimed at protecting users. The announcement further states that the government is currently focusing on nurturing the digital asset industry, and following last year's implementation of crypto regulations, legal protections for users are already in place. For this reason, restricting the industry is inappropriate, it states. The ministry will accept public comments on the proposal until August 18. A final enforcement date has not yet been announced. Related, 27% of Koreans aged 20 to 50 hold crypto, 70% own more investments, report. The implications for South Korea's crypto industry. The proposed change would allow crypto businesses to be qualified as venture companies. Furthermore, existing venture companies will be able to expand into the digital asset space without losing their classification. This is expected to revitalize and expand the venture ecosystem and support the growth of the virtual asset industry. Being qualified as a venture allows companies in South Korea to access a series of government benefits. Those include a 50% corporate income tax cut for 5 years, a 75% business real estate acquisition tax cut and broadcast ad discounts of up to 70%. Related, South Korean banks plan one pegged stablecoin launch by 2026. South Korea bets on crypto. The proposed changes follow a growing trend of crypto-friendly policies in South Korea. On Sunday, the Bank of Korea informed commercial banks participating in its central bank digital currency, CBDC, pilot that the trials were temporarily suspended. A senior official from one of the banks told local media that the pause is meant to give the government time to clarify its stablecoin policy and how a CBDC might fit into the broader digital finance ecosystem. Newly elected President Lee Jae-myung campaigned on a list of crypto promises. Among those was allowing the issuance of stablecoins pegged to the local fiat currency. Lee Jae-myung made multiple crypto-related promises during his presidential campaign, including allowing stablecoins. Source: Cointelegraph. On Tuesday, Cointelegraph reported that shares of Kakao Bank, Kookmin Bank, and the Industrial Bank of Korea rose by 10% to 19%, following stablecoin trademark applications, signaling growing investor confidence in the country's crypto direction. Magazine, Genius Act reopens the door for a meta stablecoin, but will it work?
Stablecoin CBDCs. That's the end game here. That's the end game. All your crypto coins that you're holding right now eventually will go away. That is the end game. For now, there's money to be made. This bull run, next bull run, may be your last opportunities to make money here.
Trump's crypto agenda is rigged for the rich. Opinion by Pauline Shangat, Chief Strategy Officer at Change Now. Bitcoin optimism is naturally running high. U.S. President Donald Trump's trade agreement with the UK has provided a jolt of confidence in global markets.
Jakob, if you're asking that question, can I sell my Ethereum now? I think what you meant to say is, should you sell your Ethereum now? Obviously you can, but should you? If you're asking that question, I would suggest become a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you one-on-one, because everyone's financial situation is different. Everyone bought it at a different price. So what I would say is become a deluxe subscriber and you can send me a direct message and we can go over what your situation is and we can come up with a strategy specific to your needs. So become a deluxe subscriber and I can help you out and answer that question for you.
And Bitcoin, BTC, as the ultimate borderless asset, is reaping the benefits. Unfolding behind the Trump administration's aggressive push to deregulate the crypto industry, however, is a consolidation of power that favors the few while ignoring the many. Cryptocurrency was designed for the everyday person, those who had had enough of opaque financial systems that prioritize profit over the interest of the people. Bitcoin emerged from the ashes of the 2008 financial crisis as a radical experiment in financial sovereignty, not an exercise in empowering hedge funds and political elites. That's exactly what's happening. Trump's administration has taken steps to rapidly deregulate the industry behind a crypto-friendly agenda. His family's crypto venture, World Liberty Financial, is a clear example. With direct ties to Trump's sons, WLF launched its own stablecoin and digital tokens just as the administration began loosening oversight. At the same time, the Department of Justice disbanded its National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, scrapping investigations that once targeted money laundering and fraud. From financial freedom to political favoritism, watchdogs and critics are raising alarms about conflicts of interest. Trump's public enthusiasm for digital currencies is a business strategy. His administration's aggressive deregulation benefits WLF and others like it, insulating them from scrutiny while they expand their financial reach. What's worse is the politicization of crypto itself. Coins linked to political figures, like Trump, are flooding the market. The rally around these so-called politico coins concerns loyalty and influence. There's growing concern that political actors leverage crypto to build new forms of centralized influence. Related, Trump family's company cuts stake in World Liberty Financial by 20%, report. Trump's administration has painted itself as the great liberator of blockchain, but the final result looks more like capitalism, with the promise of financial empowerment being overshadowed by speculative gains. World Liberty Financial, flush with new capital, charges ahead while everyday investors are left navigating a landscape designed to keep them at a disadvantage. Everyone is receiving the message that financial freedom is for sale, but only if you're in the right circle. The unbanked deserve better than this. This isn't the financial revolution crypto promised. It's a rerun of the same old game. The powerful get richer, the regulators turn a blind eye, and the rest of us are left holding the bag. It's time for the unbanked, the underrepresented and those who have been failed by traditional finance to get their voice heard. We must strip away the political branding and return to the core mission of providing real financial access to those most in need. That means showing people how crypto can help them in their daily lives instead of only talking about it conceptually as an investment. It
There
looks
you
like
go.
sending money home to family without losing
part.
20% to remittance fees or saving in stable digital dollars when your local currency is crashing. Trump's take on crypto talks a big game about freedom, but underneath it, you'll find the same old power structures at play. If crypto is ever going to live up to its potential, the community has to get back to what it set out to do in the first place: break the mold, not reinforce it. Opinion by Pauline Shanget, Chief Strategy Officer of Change Now. This article is for general information purposes and is not intended to be and should not be taken as legal or investment advice.
Boom. So understand the rhetoric here. Do you guys understand that this is a Ponzi scheme? Okay? Someone has to lose. That's why the narrative is XRP is going to 10K. That gets normal people to buy and hold without selling or taking profits. Justin Kelly, you missed a lot of good stuff. But I'll tell you what, tomorrow's live is going to be epic. Do not miss tomorrow's live. Brooke Odyssey will be a special guest on the live. Do not miss it. But Justin Kelly, also, if you missed the live, everything is recorded and posted to YouTube, so you can go and watch it later on if you miss a live. So everything is there and available. XRP news today. Ripple plans XRP ledger upgrades to compete with Ethereum. Ripple, the company behind the cryptocurrency XRP, is planning to implement multiple upgrades to the XRP ledger following in the footsteps of Ethereum. These upgrades are aimed at enhancing functionality and efficiency of the XRP ledger, making it more competitive in the rapidly evolving blockchain landscape. The proposed upgrades includes integration of smart contract capabilities, which will allow developers to build and deploy decentralized applications on the XRP ledger. This move is significant in its positions. XRP has a more versatile platform capable of supporting a wider range of use cases beyond its traditional role in cross-border payments. The integration of smart contracts on the XRP ledger is a direct response to the growing demand for blockchain platforms that can support complex financial transactions and decentralized applications. Ethereum has long been the dominant player in this space, but Ripple's upgrades aim to challenge this dominance by offering a more efficient, scalable alternative. The XRP ledger's EVM compatible sidechain has already seen significant number of smart contract deployments, indicating strong developer interest and activity. This sidechain allows for the execution of Ethereum smart contracts, providing a seamless transition for developers familiar with Ethereum's ecosystem. Here's the difference. Have you taken profits? Oh yeah, I took profits, but I also I've been re-entering. I'm re-entering the market. Who is Brook Odyssey? Oh, Brook Odyssey is another creator on the space here. Very knowledgeable. And that's why we're going to have it out. Because we have difference of opinions. And I'm hoping if anyone can change my mind about XRP, it's going to be Brook. She's on a live right now. That's why viewership's down. That's awesome. Tomorrow's going to be a great show. Don't miss tomorrow's show. It's going to be awesome. She's a tough cookie for sure. Oh yeah, Brook Odyssey is not her real name. I know her real name, but yeah. That's her creator name. But yeah, she's smart, okay? And if she can give me something factual to change my mind, I will take down the tombstone on the XRP. All right, Josh, I'll bring you up right now. I can't remember how to do a phone call. There it is. Hello. Josh, are you there, my guy?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I was enjoying the Bitcoin pump today.
Yeah, right? Everything's pumping. I'll tell you what.
I got my green lights and everything.
You got your green light on? I still have the white light on because, I mean, I think that we pump until the end of the month and then we see what happens with tariffs. I'm going to bring you on so people can see your young face.
I think like even like long term, this, massive green candles that we've had, I'm looking for another entry spot. So I'm a little, I'm thinking they're probably going to try and take out that last high, but I think that there's going to be I think there's going to be another entry zone. I don't know by how much, but that'll probably be a good time to get in.
I agree.
Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Hey, remember when we were talking about the moon cycle?
Yeah.
Dude, I found this. Check it out. It's an indicator that indicates the moon cycle. This just adds more validity to it, if you ask me.
They have it on TradingView?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So look at the full moon. You have your crescent. New moon. Look at new moon, dump. Full moon, pump.
That's crazy.
Right? Okay. So it's a real thing. It gives it some validity, right? So here's my thing is, I think we pump possibly. So this moon, this full moon that we're having is called the buck moon. And we all know what bulls do, right? They buck, right? Bucking bull. So I'm wondering how long it's going to continue to push like this. I'm in massive profits on SXT right now. But generally, after the full moon, you get that pullback, and it's all downhill from there until the new moon, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it doesn't have to mean like all the way back down to where it started, but I'm thinking more like traditional, like maybe halfway possibly.
yeah, and that's a normal correction. Like
Yeah.
with SXT, for instance, it'll come back down to 0.085, right?
I'm definitely going to be looking to buy more at that price for sure.
I agree. And
Oh,
here's
wow. Yeah, I just checked it today. It's up like 44%. Dude, you had a great call with that. I'm not going to lie.
much better than XRP, right?
Yeah, those returns are good.
Yeah. And that's the rhetoric that I'm trying to say is like the market cap is so high on XRP, like it just takes a lot. And then with Ripple dumping on XRP constantly, it makes it very hard for it to move up. And that's the whole purpose of Ripple holding 44% of the supply, is to keep it less volatile. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm at with it. Okay. But this is very low market cap. It's very low supply. It's brand new. It just hit a nice bottom. Boom, and we bought it, and we're looking good on it, right? Beautiful
Yeah.
returns. Can't complain, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing: is one of two things is going to happen here, and I think the latter is what's going to happen. Either we're going to start pulling back tonight because of the full moon cycle, and we get that retracement back, that healthy correction, or we continue pumping. I think we do get some correction, but I think it's going to be more of consolidation than correction. And
Yeah.
and I'll tell you why. And dude, I'm leaning towards alt season, bro.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards it. And I mean, that's a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because we talked about the scenario of the mega cycle, that alt season would potentially need to be pushed off for a while and basically not happen this year.
Yeah.
Which is speculative. We don't really know. But
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards, we're moving towards alt season. Let me pull this up real quick. So look at the alt season index. You see it right here? We have moved over this line. We were like right here. We've come this far over. And that's what I've been waiting to see, is for it to come over here and be right about there. Because once it gets to like the middle, it's just going to slam over into this side like really quickly. So I want to see this hold here. But I'm starting to accumulate. I'm starting to accumulate again. I'm getting there. But here's the thing: is ISO has nothing to do with crypto, but nobody really knows that. So
I think it's more people are just gonna FUD into it on the 14th is what I think is gonna happen. But like in terms, it's like it's just an update, but that doesn't mean they need to switch to these coins on the 14th. So
exactly, but it'll create FOMO.
Yeah.
It will create FOMO, which is great. We're going to catch that FOMO. I'm all about it. They will be our exit liquidity. Let it happen.
I think altcoin season will probably last for the rest of the year, to be honest. I mean, I put Mega Cycle in the chat, but there are a couple things I would have to see for that, because like, let me just be clear. I think we pass like previous all-time highs. Like ADA, I think it could smash $3.10 easily. I don't think in the shortest time frame. I think for sure we're seeing new all-time highs on these top coins. Whether or not we continue past that, we'll have to see. So, I mean, you're definitely going to have to watch the charts, because we're just going to have to see. I mean, I saw influencers switching their positions now. They're bull posting. They're talking about huge cycles. And usually when they start doing that, especially these bigger names, it's coordinated. And so I'm getting this feeling like, I think this year could be it. If we do see a super cycle, we're just going to have to see what these charts do. Like if we get to all-time highs and we start to dump from there, I'm going to be honest, I'd probably start telling everybody to take profits, but it's going to come down to charts. because I mean we saw what happened to XRP last time where, it went to 330 and dumped back down. This time I think will be the last one. If when it starts to move down this time, that'll probably be the last time before a bear market, and I could be wrong, but that's just what I'm thinking.
I think we move upward until September. Like
Yeah.
obviously there'll be some pullback in there, but that's if we're moving into all season.
Yeah.
But the tariff thing, there's it being delayed is what's causing a lot of this. But I also feel like maybe people are becoming desensitized because the news is
Yeah.
not good as far as tariffs go.
I think like the tariffs like on August 1st are for smaller countries because they've already made deals with the bigger countries. And Trump has already announced on August 1st, and the fact that people are already buying is kind of interesting. And I agree with you. I think, people don't really care anymore. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if come August 1st, people still don't care. So
or
that's
it's
a
a
real
bull trap,
possibility.
or it's the bull trap.
It's definitely a date to look at for sure. And you never know what type of deals get pulled off before then. But the fact that some of these larger countries have deals now is definitely a good sign to me, because those affect the market the most. And I don't know. I honestly I want a dip, a little bit of a dip, right? And normally nobody wants to say this, but I am looking to accumulate more in here around like a week or so, and I definitely don't want to be like, I'm gonna be really mad if we get 5 consecutive days of 10% gainers. It's like, I kind of want to accumulate more, and I think a lot of other whale investors will too. So I'm looking for these dips. I called the very bottom dip for everybody, like that's in my channels. But I'm very honest, like I think there's gonna be at least a couple more entry points. There kind of has to, because if you look at the chart, I don't really think we start really ripping to the upside until we pass some of these past highs or lower highs. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens, but I'm definitely gonna be looking out for these like entry points because I don't think they're gonna stay there very long if we do get them. I mean, I've seen so many whales minting money today; it's like absolutely crazy. So
Yeah. Real crypto bros love the dips.
yeah,
Real crypto bros do. But I think with ISO, and it's just been good crypto news, and
yeah,
then bad tariff news not affecting the market, and crypto week coming up at the end of the month here, and then legislation coming in and getting passed. It's what's driving this, right? And obviously the
yeah,
moon cycle too. But
yeah,
it's like a perfect storm. Everything just lined up perfectly, which was great. It fell right within my timeline. I think I said I was like, I'm going to buy on the 9th and see what happens with tariffs. I bought on the 9th last night. We caught the pump. It lined up perfectly. It's kind of crazy how perfectly it lined up.
yeah, yeah.
But I am still giving some validity to August 1st being a bit of a pullback. They tend to, when a big dip is about to come, allow things to run like this to get retail to FOMO in, so that when the whales pull out, they can pull out of the market at a much higher price. So I am expecting that pullback to happen, but I think overall we're probably pumping at least till September. And rate cuts, that's another big thing here is I think we get rate cuts in September, and that's probably what's going to fuel the God candles. Maybe we get them here in July, but I'm not really convinced. We shall see. What do you think?
I think July is still accumulation, just because we still have to break the last high of XRP, which is 330, right? I mean, ADA needs to go back. Bitcoin is in free zone, but Bitcoin is Bitcoin. So I think overall, even if we dip come August 1st, I'm gonna buy that dip for sure. Like any dips we get now, I'm buying every single dip.
Agreed.
And I think this is what I've been saying could probably happen, and now it's happening. But at the same time, I was posting like, and this is a good example. I posted in my group and on my Snapchat story and everywhere the last red candle that you can see on your screen right there, kind of at the bottom of the moon. I told everybody to get in right there, and nobody did. Okay, few people did, but everybody waited, right? And then I posted today about the absolute candles we got, and everybody was asking me about is now a good time to get in. And I don't want people to buy the tops because you need to buy the reds. When you buy
Right.
the greens, you get terrible entries, and then like there's for sure going to be more entry zones. I would be honestly shocked if there's not going to be more entry zones because it has to follow pattern charts. So I think July, at least like the first couple weeks, is going to be accumulation. I think it's going to be a big accumulation though, and I'm also interested to see how everything plays out regulation wise because I was very biased when I said that we were going to get regulation sooner than later, and I think we will. Based off what I'm seeing, I wasn't expecting Brad Garlinghouse to talk in front of the U.S. Senate. I think that went well. I mean, just seeing the senators kind of argue and most of these crypto CEOs being professional, I think that put a pretty bad light on the senators on that note. And I was very happy with how that went. Originally, I'm going to be honest, I thought Brad Garlinghouse is going to talk because the market pumped the day before. I thought this is going to be one of those, pump, buy on the news, or I mean, sorry, buy on the rumors, sell on the news, right?
Right.
And I thought for sure when he talked that it was going to go south and we were going to dump. So I was surprised to see that it actually went up. And I think it was because, he talked about XRP being used for payments, which was a big question that was hanging around the corner. And the fact that that's now like for sure, I think a lot of people are going to FOMO in. But I think besides just July overall, the whole world is now looking at crypto. It's every single company. And I was talking about this with my dad. I don't think, and I think a lot of these younger people, especially the ones that bought Bitcoin early, they're in a dilemma right now. Do I sell or do I hold? Because right now you're in a position where if you sell your Bitcoin, a institution is coming up to buy your Bitcoin at any dip you give them, which means there's a risk of you never being able to buy in at that price again. And I think that FOMO is carrying heavily. And I think that a lot of these countries are now FOMOing in because you see day after day companies announcing they're going to buy Bitcoin with their treasuries, and it's causing huge FOMO. And we've never seen worldwide FOMO like this before, ever. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. But people are going to be slow. And I think overall, these dips are going to be generational because you're going to get so many opportunities to add to your portfolio. And as long as you're paying attention, you're signed up for the subscription that you have, you'll know when it's time to sell and you'll know when it's time to buy. And there's a lot of money to be made. And especially on the way back down. I mean, I can't even get into that right now because the higher we go, the easier it will be to make money on the way down. That's something else to think about. Because if we go super, super high and we break new all-time highs, that'll be the easiest shorts of a lifetime right there.
Yep.
But if you're not paying attention, you're not going to catch those. And I'm honestly, I hate to say this, but I'm more excited to short the market at the end of this bull run than I am on the way up.
Yes,
and
sir.
I have this weird feeling that I'm going to make more money on the way down than I will on the way up because of how easy it is going to be to short. It's so much easier to know when we're about to dip. So much easier because you'll get like that double top like we saw last time. And I think there's going to be a couple fake outs. I think there's going to be a couple times where we get double tops and then break higher. But you're going to be able to know for sure. And the sentiment is going to change and you're going to tell. I would also say track the big whale wallets too, because whatever they do is a pretty strong indication. I wouldn't wait for retail.
Right.
Waiting for retail is a bad idea. You want to watch, and dude, they're free. You can track wallets. You can even track when people open long positions, all of it. So pay attention.
Whalewatcher.com.
Yep. I think it's going to be easy money. I wouldn't say easy money, but it's definitely easy money. And I think for right now, as long as everybody's paying attention, this is definitely going to be probably, I would say, and again, I could be a little bit biased, but I think we could see one of the largest runs we've had before, just because everybody's FOMOing, everybody's talking about Bitcoin, banks are talking about Bitcoin. I mean, they were talking trash about it not even 3 months ago. So
That's what
I
has
mean,
me
which kind of
worried.
also, yeah,
That's what has me
yeah,
worried, man, because I'm like, the reverse psychology in it. When the institutions are telling
yeah.
you something, they're doing the opposite.
And
So
they're doing it for profit too.
yeah, totally,
I
totally.
mean, they would never touch Bitcoin within a million years, if they didn't know for sure retail was going to flood in. So, I mean, it's legislation. I mean, you even saw, Warren was talking about we need to ban politicians from trading crypto. And I mean, I thought it was a little bit hypocritical because they all trade stocks and we know that they manipulate with stocks. So I was like, well,
Well, they're
with
trying to
that
take that
logic,
away too.
yeah. And I mean, I'm just saying she built a lot of her wealth with it too. So, I would just say, we're always talking about retail coming out on the short end side of this, but I think it's mostly because they're too lazy to get educated. Because
Yeah,
if you were educated and you didn't just look at your phone and you didn't look at your news, the news is news, right? An event happens and then it's broadcasted on the news, which means you're too late. By the time you're hearing about it, it's already happened.
hmm
So that's I think the biggest I think a lot of people are also going to get wrecked this cycle because of how high it's going to go. And we're going to break new all time highs. And people are, I think it's great to be conservative, but I'm going to have my stop losses. Like, I will have my stop losses. That's for sure.
I don't do stop losses, man. I know where it's gonna
I'm going
go.
to inch them up,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about like if we break all time highs and we continue to send, I'll
Oh
just be
yeah, yeah,
inching
yeah.
my stop loss up. Like more like that because once you're past all-time highs there's nothing to chart off of, so
There
it's free.
is.
I
There
mean,
is. It's psychological numbers. 007, 555, 666, so on and so forth.
I
123. It's always
what's your thoughts
psychological
on
numbers.
people were talking about Bitcoin was going to go to 50K. I don't know if you saw like all the James Wynn posts where he's talking about shorting Bitcoin. He got completely wrecked. And
Yeah.
I think I was looking at it. I saw Bitcoin 115,000, 116,000. I was like, there's no way this is the top, right? Like, it's such an odd number. They're going to be targeting things like 130, 150,
120
like,
maybe, 125.
yeah.
Yeah,
But,
psychological numbers.
I think we could see more, though. I think 250. I think we could see 250 just because of the fact of like, institutions are still buying. They're still raising capital. They're still moving investments around. And as long as they keep buying and BlackRock keeps buying, people are going to continue to FOMO in. So,
Here's the thing
you
is
know,
the US hasn't even created the Bitcoin reserve yet. There's no Bitcoin
that's
reserve.
true. Yeah.
So
So,
that could potentially take it up to those high numbers when that happens. But at the same time, buy the rumor, sell the news, people believe that it exists now. So when it comes out that it's like, oh,
yeah.
we have it, they're going to be like, I thought we already had it, kind of thing. And it's like, oh shit, sell the news. You know what I mean? Who knows? But I'm kind of leaning the other direction, and I'm conservative, right? And I think it's smart
Yeah.
to not be greedy. Greed is what will burn you in this market, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we want to see those crazy numbers. Keep a moon bag for that, But at the same time,
100%.
as it's going up, be taking those profits, buying the dips, and putting it back in if that's what you fancy, or hold it and wait to buy in the smart money entry zone all the way at the bottom after the bull run. But if you're greedy, you're going to get burned. And I'm worried, like we talked about, that one, either Bitcoin just doesn't really lose dominance, and this is the simul cycle, the unicycle, and everything will move with it, but
Yeah.
we don't actually get that alt season. And
Which at that, yeah.
and then the other thing is like you said, the all-time highs, everything hitting all-time highs. I don't know. I do know that there is trillions sidelined right now, and of those trillions, I think they're starting to move back in. I think what it was like 9 billion or 900 billion. Somebody said in the chat earlier, went into Bitcoin alone today.
Yeah.
So that's a lot. That's a lot of money. That's an indication that money is starting to unsideline, which is
Yeah.
great. But the all-time highs, I'm worried that we don't actually see that because the liquidity is more spread out. If we don't lose Bitcoin dominance, then most of it stays in Bitcoin and doesn't disperse. And if it does, there's more projects than there's ever been. So it's going to be spread out more vastly.
Yeah.
So do we see those all-time highs? Because there is more people into crypto, and I seen an article that there's like so many thousands of new wallets that have been created, but how many of those wallets are just other, crypto bros that just opened another wallet, right?
Yeah.
And the percentage of people in crypto is not much more than what it was last cycle. And this cycle, we didn't get a stimulus check handed out to everybody. So I'm worried that we don't see those all-time highs and that everyone's going to be expecting that much bigger pump. And I believe that is the rhetoric that's being fed on purpose to keep people from selling too early because somebody has to lose. So that's why I'm like,
Yeah.
take profits, make it real. Otherwise it isn't. And if it keeps going from there, you'll have your moon bag and you'll continue to make money. And, no one's ever going to be able to call the exact top, right? And once we get into those all-time highs, nobody's going to know where that new top is at. We're literally doing that with Bitcoin right now. We don't know where it's going to be. So unless you're taking profits, you're going to get burned, because when it does, all these things break, they drop very quickly. It's almost instantaneous. So be careful. And looking at, like the past and looking at the amount of people that are into crypto and the amount of liquidity that's available to it, it's a little alarming that the rhetoric is crazy new all-time high mega cycle, but nothing really indicates that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a narrative to me.
I think the main thing for me is that usually narratives is what happens. And I think more people are investing. And I also think the people who invested last time are investing even more. And the reason why I'm thinking that is because the Solana trenches, Pump.Fun extracted so much money. And now they just announced they're making another token, right? So I don't like the fact they're making another token, but that just shows how many people are actually buying it. Because hold up, if we're being told retail is gone, then why does Pump.Fun decide, they're launching a token, so they obviously know. I think it's interesting because the trenches have been getting revived lately, which is interesting because it seems to me like I think this time around, what could initiate past all-time highs is the fact that new people who have never been in crypto before are getting into crypto, right? We're sitting at Bitcoin all-time highs and barely any retail is in it right now, besides for ADA. I know ADA is mainly held by retail right now, but besides ADA, there's not a lot of retail in the market right now. So to see these prices shows not only how many more people there are, but also more people are educated. And I think that, this, excuse me, this drop when we start to go down is going to be quicker just because more people are educated.
Yeah. And, a lot of people bought at the end of the cycle last season and accumulated just like I did. So they're just waiting for the moment to sell. I am.
Yeah.
I've been living off of this stuff. You know what I mean? Everybody that keeps FOMOing in, they're my exit liquidity.
I think a lot of people are also still trapped. I think a lot of people, they held their XRP when they bought it at the top at 330. And I actually have a feeling that once we pass 330, they'll continue to hold. I feel like we could go to even $4 or $5 XRP and they won't sell. right? Or we could go to $8 XRP. They won't take any profits, and they'll ride that dip again and again and again.
They'll buy
So
it.
I think that's also, yeah. That so I am on that train with XRP, but I'm seeing it more as I'm going to be leaving a moon bag, right? In case they decide to use Ripple for bank transfers, I'm going to have my XRP in there so that way I don't miss out.
Oh yeah, dude.
However, am I going to leave everything in and just watch it go back down from $8 all the way to like 250 because it's like, they applied for their banking license, but we don't know when that's going to get approved. So,
Or if it does, they could
yeah.
say, "Oh, you guys are criminals. You broke the law. No banking license for you."
I think it's interesting though. I don't know if you watched the way that the Senate was talking, but it seemed like the senators didn't even really care about the whole event that happened with Ripple. It seems like that wasn't even a point of discussion, which was interesting. I mean, they were just saying it's not a security, and they were talking about what defines securities. But like Ethereum, and I don't know if you looked into this from last time when I mentioned this, but there's a big company that said that if XRP ends up getting ruled as a security, Ethereum will. And I mean, Trump's largest holdings are in Ethereum. So I just have a feeling that there's going to be also biased rulings on that as well. So that's why I think it's just going to pass through and nothing's going to happen. But I would still approach with caution. But I just think so many rich and wealthy people have their money in Ethereum to where it's like they're just not going to let it be classified as security. And, that's one thing we're all agreed with Senator Warren on is she's right. They're just going to make regulation that is pro crypto, and it's like just enough regulation to where it can get used and adopted, but not overstepping regulation to where it's still they can do what they want. And I think she's right about that. I think that's how it's going to happen, right? Like they're going to get regulation to say there's regulation, but is it really going to be regulation? I don't really think so. So I mean, they did it with the derivatives market, and I just have a feeling that that's what's going to play out. And I could be wrong, but I think we are going to get regulation, but I don't think it's going to be over the top regulation. And I think a lot of people are vocal about that. I mean, Bitcoin is decentralized. There's crypto that's decentralized. So it's like, I don't really see how the government can really come in here and make regulation. I mean, they can criminalize people within their own country, but in any other country, it doesn't. And somebody brought that up. So it's
Right.
like, if the United States cares about securities, but China doesn't care about securities, it's still going to pump the coins. It's still going to pump the projects, right? And they'll innovate on that side. And that's what they were talking about.
Well,
If we over,
the issue is that the U.S. is the biggest market for crypto, has the most capital into it. So that's why
Agreed.
it kind of follows. Everything kind of
Yeah.
follows suit with it. So that's why everyone's looking to what is the U.S. going to do? Because that's what's really driving the train here,
Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, like regulation wise? You think they're going to actually go over the top on it, or do you think, you're more leaning to what Senator Warren said, where it's going to be regulation, but just enough for them to kind of still do what they've been doing?
I think that with the regulation, it's going to evolve over the years, over the next 5 years, and even more. Things have to also still get passed. Like no regulation is actually passed and is a law yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand that. They know that the House or the Senate voted or whatever, and they think that that's it. And they don't understand how anything works.
Yeah.
So really, we have nothing still. And I think that the regulation is going to be just enough to pacify, to get the banks to be on board with it and to make people feel like it's safe when it really isn't. And the billionaires are going to use it as a way to extract from the population. And I think that's more or less what we get from it. And then over the years, it actually becomes regulated, actually becomes adopted, actually becomes, all these things that we're speculating about cryptocurrency. But I think we're just too early.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, like obviously I'm a little bit biased. I think it's going to come pretty soon here, but that's why I said like if it is later, I'll be taking my profits, but I'll always have a moon bag. Like that's the safest route you can play here, right? Like, I mean, I don't know how many people believe about how deep XRP goes, but it's like your best option is to leave a moon bag and take profits on these highs. I mean, I like that's really the only thing we really can do at this point. And I was honestly shocked because the way that, even the administration has been talking about regulation, when I was watching the Senate talk to these crypto people, I was like, they don't even have anything ready yet. Like they were arguing the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the other thing is I feel like they're going to use it to pump the market as well, because I honestly think the rumor or the speculation of regulation is honestly a greater pump to the market than regulation actually being passed. Like, I don't know if I'm wrong about that, but I just have this feeling that the longer they drag out that regulation is coming, the longer they can get people to hold the tokens, not sell, and keep buying. Is
Exactly.
the way that I think that's what they're doing.
And just keep, and it won't run too high, but just enough to keep inching up while they take profits, and people just keep putting into it, buying the dips, and then eventually it'll all come crashing down. It
Yeah,
has
I
to.
mean,
It's a bubble.
or on the other hand, I mean, we talked about this last time. There's the theory that the institutions never sell their Bitcoin, which is another thing that could happen. So we'll just have to see what route they take. But I think it's gonna be interesting to play out. But like as of right now, there's definitely good money making opportunities for sure.
Oh,
And
100%.
the fact that we're talking about what could happen is how you make the money, because you have to pre-think about all the scenarios that could play out, and then watch the charts and keep along with the news. I mean, we were talking about the fact, what was it, when I was on a couple weeks ago, we were like, yeah, it's going to dip a little bit more and then it's going to go back up, and that's exactly what happened. But unless you were actually paying attention to it, you didn't catch this. And I know for a fact a lot of people bought XRP probably an hour ago after it pumped all day, because
Right.
they got home from work and they saw their phone all-time highs. And it's actually crazy because everybody buys on the all-time high notifications. And I
Yeah.
saw so many crypto influencers make videos about that today. They were talking about how the reason why they think we might see a larger cycle is because a lot of people, they'll have their meme coins watch listed on their phone, but until they breaks or even passes all-time highs, nobody's, a lot of retail isn't going to buy.
Yeah, they're
And
buying
it's
pumps, not
interesting.
dips.
Yeah.
And those are exit liquidity. They're the people that are frustrated and they're like, why can't I make any money?
It's interesting. I don't know if you've ever played Grand Theft Auto 5, but the way
Of
that it works
course.
with the stocks in that game is you only buy the stocks that are in the red.
Yeah.
You don't buy the ones that are up. So it's like it's been like common knowledge this whole time, and I don't know when that's going to get in people's head that red is when you buy and green is when you sell. Like it's always how it's gonna work. Like
Right.
I started when I first got into meme coins, I was buying the pumps, and then I switched it when I got better, and I learned these things, and I wait for the larger corrections. Right, I don't buy the small dips. I wait for the large corrections, and that's what we just had. And this is why more education needs to be put out. And I kind of like the what Brad Garlinghouse is doing with the education that they're like pushing forward. He's very heavy on that. So I think he's trying to get on the good side, which he kind of has to, obviously, if he wants like his, if he wants Ripple to be adopted. And he's kind of playing this game with senators where it's like, yeah, we want regulation. But I was watching it, and a lot of these companies don't really care. Like, let's be honest. Somebody was, I forget what company it was called, but they were talking about how they help law enforcement catch, illegal activities over the crypto network. All these people, they have their bags packed. That is for sure. And this distill of safety is crazy. The stock market is in a way no different. They tell everybody to buy their 401ks, and they get millions and millions of Americans to purchase into their 401ks year and year on end, and then they tell them to exit, on their, when they retire. But every single year, these people are buying into the S&P 500, and the wealthy extract and sell the S&P 500 on all the highs,
Mm-hmm.
and then all these people who are working are gradually creating, like, they're pumping the S&P 500. It's getting pumped gradually over time, and everybody who's working is pumping it. And the method is you sell on the highs, and you have all these people. I honestly think if you went through your own investing, you'd actually have more at the end of retirement than you would with a 401k.
Yep.
Because there's so many rules on when you can sell in a 401k. It's not really even your money. I mean, you don't have custody over it. And you even, on top of the taxes you have to pay for 401ks, there's actually a fee to take your money out of the 401ks. So you're actually losing even more money. And it's the same. I don't think crypto or stocks, I don't think it's ever going to be a difference, right? The smart people are always going to get the end of the bag. Like, they're going to buy the red, they're going to sell the green. And I think a lot of people are also going to leave the stock market and get into crypto because they're going to be told that it's like the new thing, and they're going to buy these tops because they don't know anything about it. And I think, I mean, even JD Vance said, 100 million Americans are going to go own Bitcoin before the end of this year. They're already putting it in front of people. Like, that's the plan. So it's like, well, yeah, 100 million people owning Bitcoin, but it's like at some point Bitcoin is going to have a correction. That's how it's always going to be.
Right. And they're going to be holding it,
yeah.
they're going to be holding it, stuck with it. That's what he's really saying there.
Yeah. I would compare the S&P 500 to Bitcoin at this point. I mean, it's not.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I want to run back to what you were saying about 401ks, right? And how you said that you could make more money by trading it yourself, right?
Yeah.
So, you're young, you probably don't know this. Maybe you have a 401k, maybe you don't. And chat, if you're listening, this is your 401k hack. All right. Trade at your own risk, do your own research. Okay. But this is how I was able to, not only because I made a lot of money and I invested like every dime I ever made, but, you can actually borrow against your 401k. So whoever holds your 401k, whether it be principal or whatever it is, you send them a message and you take a loan out on your 401k. And it's not taxable because it is debt, right? You take that loan out, okay, and you can trade with that loan. And I believe you can borrow up to like 50% or more of your 401k and use it to trade. And you can actually default on that loan. Now, if you do, you will have to pay taxes on that amount and it'll be liquidated from your 401k. But if you make the payments through trading, you can take that money and leverage trade with it, even if it's just, 2x, 5x, 10x. I mean, be careful, but you can 100x trade that thing if you're good with it, and you could make ridiculous amounts of money. This is how I was able to retire at age 37. Now, obviously, also because I bought smart and I bought, crypto, which is a high risk, but I understood how the cycle worked and I knew what I was doing. So it wasn't really high risk for me. Buying right now is high risk. And I wouldn't even say right now so much. It just depends on what you're buying. Buying something like XRP is high risk right now because it's above $2. It's above $1, which makes it high risk. But looking at SXT, look at how low risk it is. It's done nothing but dropped. So even with this pump right now, let's say you bought the green candle today with SXT and you're one of those green candle buyers and it does pull back. Eventually it's done nothing but a downtrend. It's ready for an upward movement. It's going to go up. I'm thinking at least 10, 11 cents it's going to hit. So even if you bought right now at 8 cents, you're going to make it to 10. And I think if we go into alt season on this thing, we could see dollars, like literally dollars. So this is one of those instances where you could buy the green candle because the green candle is confirmation that it's broken out of its downward trend in the more long-term scale. So, yeah. But yeah, you want to buy red candles. But I was just clarifying that because everyone's situation is different, right? But I would say with SXT, if you really look at it here, it's kind of a double or a triple bottom. It's a double bottom right here, right? It's a double bottom. And what you do with that is you buy it after it breaks the neckline, which it did last night or right before. And then that's confirmation that it's going to play out. And it did. So you can buy green candles and still make money. It's just you might have to hold a little longer. We got to be careful what we're telling people because there is different strategies for sure. I just want to clarify on that. And if you're,
I mean, I was talking more about like what we've seen like last 3 weeks. Obviously now it's different, but
right. So we're getting a turnaround in the market. So things are starting to turn around, which is great. That's what we've been looking for. I've been waiting to find the bottom on SXT, for instance, but look at the percentage returns on SXT compared to XRP. You know, that's the rhetoric I'm trying to teach people is that yes, XRP has the narrative behind it. It has the FOMO behind it. It will do things, but this is going to outperform it every time. And it has better utility, and it doesn't have Ripple holding a massive amount of the supply dumping on you every month. Just saying. Do I think XRP can do all the things that they say it's going to do and be mass adopted? It could, but I think you have a better opportunity here. That's all I've been trying to say. So anyway, I'm gonna
I'd love to see that 57x on SXT.
Dude, I hope it does 100x. And it could potentially
100x.
If we do like alt season and we're getting like everything that you're saying that you want to come from alt season, this could potentially do 200x.
Especially because nobody knows about it yet.
Right. And it starts moving like that, it's gonna bump up and be on everyone's radar. And with its utility, people are going to be like, oh, what's the utility on this? And they're going to be like, oh, I want that. So we're just too early, which is what you want to be. You want to be too early. Anyway, brother, thank you for coming on, man. I'm going to get back into the news here. We only got about 30 minutes for me to cover a couple more articles here and stuff. So I appreciate you coming on. I'll tell you, I'm not always right, but I told you so. I told you so.
Yeah, SXT is great, bro. I'm up like 44%. So, glad. I'll definitely be adding more to it. And
that's the plan, is to help, because imagine if you'd only been focused on XRP. Where would you be right now? You'd be up 5%.
Yeah, I mean, 5% is still great on.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
On turns.
Any percentage return is great, but also
44%,
Also at the same time, you'd been on the rhetoric of, I'm just going to hold it forever.
Yeah, I mean, there's money to be made in a bunch of other things. And I mean, most people make around less than 44% in a single year on the stock market. So to make that within a couple of weeks already that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to see you doing well, and glad to have you on, man. You're always welcome, like I've told you. Not tomorrow, though, because I have another guest. But I appreciate you, brother, and have a good night, man.
All right. You too, bro.
All right, that's Josh. Josh, jump in the chat so that people can follow you. Some of the chat wanted to follow you. I don't know what your social media is or whatever, so if you want to throw that in the chat for everybody. I forgot to ask you to shout it out, my bad. But follow Josh. He's an upcoming creator here in the space, and we encourage that. I want to, instead of reaching up and trying to grab people to pull myself up, I want to reach down and pull other people up with me. All right. Ikme, Double-O, are you still there on Twitch? You had asked, what do you recommend I buy? Not financial advice, but the recommendation is SXT. I don't necessarily know, and it's not a recommendation. But what I'm telling you is SXT has the potential to do so much more than XRP could ever do. All right. It's very low market cap, very low supply, and its utility is one of a kind, and it's brand new. It's only been out since May 8th. These are the kind of projects you want to look for. Okay. XRP's market cap is already so high, and everyone's saying, oh, market cap doesn't matter and stuff. That's all speculative. Okay. Maybe tomorrow Brooke will prove otherwise to me. But for right now, this is going to give you everything that you're hoping for from XRP. This is going to give you so much better returns. That's all I'm saying. Big Baller says Pudgy Penguin and Fartcoin are printing money. Hell yeah. Simulcycle because meme coins are pumping with Bitcoin. Josh says, I'll be here for Brooke. I know, right? I'm hoping that Brooke can turn me straight. You know, I want her to convince me. I really do. I want to believe. I'm not one of those where I am locked in on my rhetoric, but I want to believe, but I need facts. And I'll tell you what, if anyone's got the facts, it's going to be her. Josh and Elon Musk have tried. They have tried desperately. Still not there, though. This is not a news source, buddy. I'm just messing with you. You and Brooke are doomsday preps. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that, too. We're going to talk about living in the pod, eating the bugs, prepping. We're going to talk about XRP. It's going to be a great show tomorrow. I'm expecting it to be our greatest show of all time. XRP, space and time. Yes. Space and time. Crypto Pro says, let's go hunting. I do like to go hunting, but not with people that may or may not like me. Big Baller says he's warming up people. Good news. Yeah. We need to get this live to 1 million likes tomorrow. Agreed. Just tomorrow, everybody get your like machine out. We're going to pump the likes to 1 million likes. $20 is $20. XRP has been replaced, just not telling us. Yes, XRP is probably going to be replaced by Circle. In my opinion, Circle is more prominent, more trusted. USDC is more used. XRP Ledger is not even being used, whereas USDC is in use, and it's number 2 with Tether, right? So, and I think Tether could possibly be delisted, so it could potentially be number 1. I lean more towards Circle. Josh TV says, whoa, I'm in enemy territory. No, it's not that, man. I mean, I do think XRP can do phenomenal things, but I think a lot of the rhetoric is misinformation. USDC and USDT feed on meme coins, says Crypto Pro. Well, USDC, I don't know if you saw the news about it, but Circle is in direct competition with the XRP ledger. And it's more likely to be mass adopted because it doesn't have the, what do you call it? The injunction on it. We will see. Yeah, obviously a lot of this is speculative. But you know, I'm looking at the psychology of things, and it just seems like the XRP maxis are too tunnel vision, and are having trouble zooming out and seeing the big picture. It's an ecosystem. David Schwartz at the convention himself said it out of his own mouth that XRP was not this end all be all one currency, and that's what it's going to be, that it is an ecosystem. And I do believe that Ripple will hold its place, but XRP is not Ripple. And I believe XRP will hold its place as well, but I think that the projection and the placeholder that everyone has set for it, the bar is a little bit high. I think it's a lot high, actually. And Crypto Pro says, but the banks will just make stable coins. They already are. Exactly. Let me tell you this. Stable coin transfer fees are going to be the new overdraft fee. That's where we're headed. TikTok seller, thank you for the 8 roses. Big baller, thank you for the club cheers. Revolution, thank you for the donut. Mar Lopez, thank you for the heart me. Mother Dragons, thank you for the flex heart. And Mother Dragons, thank you for the hand heart. Daniel, thank you for the heart me as well. Let's get a... There's 200 stable coins. I agree. And there's more to come. More to come. Jesus, thank you for the heart me and the heart flex. Appreciate you. All right, let's get into the news. We've got a little bit of time. We'll probably run over a little bit today. So yeah, this is new ledger upgrades. So the ledger is looking to do smart contracts like Ethereum, which is great. This is a great thing right here. Love it. All right, and we'll see. XRP is adopting, well, not adopting. Ripple is adapting, but XRP and Ripple are not the same thing. Jesus, thank you for the star goggles. Appreciate you so much, man. I will see you in class on Sunday. Don't forget, we have one more spot for the TA class if you're interested in signing up. There are a couple of people on that list that have, they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to sign up, but nobody has confirmed that spot yet. So if you want to get into the TA class, there is one spot left. And if you missed the first class, no big deal. They're recorded. If you get into the class, I will send you the recording. Okay? All right.
Is privacy crypto's last stand? Industry experts on the legal battles ahead. With financial surveillance expanding and global regulators eyeing stricter controls, crypto advocates are warning that the fight for digital privacy is entering a critical phase. On the latest episode of the Clear Crypto podcast, Peter Van Valkenburg, executive director of Coin Center, described the current moment as a tipping point. Crypto and politics. The stakes have just gotten higher in DC, not necessarily uniformly better, he said, pointing to a political climate where crypto has become both more mainstream and more polarizing. You've got maybe more partisan discussions, more boosters for the tech that are sometimes maybe foolishly boosting things that they shouldn't be boosting, and more detractors from the tech who think that it's nothing but scams and corruption, and therefore needs to be outlawed. Founded in 2014, Coin Center has long served as an independent voice in crypto policy circles. At that time, lawmakers were beginning to have questions about Bitcoin. There's no corporation you can call up that is Bitcoin, that can explain the good answers to you that are unbiased and untarnished. So Coin Center was stood up, for the purpose of being a trusted voice to explain this to members of Congress who are thinking about making laws. Regulation limitations. He emphasized the organization's narrow mission, defending the rights of developers and users to publish code and run decentralized networks. You should regulate people who are trusted in this space, but you should also not overregulate people who are just developing the technology and allowing people to make peer-to-peer transactions. Those transactions, he warned, are increasingly at risk from global financial surveillance regimes. When the U.S. Treasury says you need to collect all this information about your customers, it will often also go to an international organization like the Financial Action Task Force, and say every other country needs to collect all this private information, he said. Related, U.S. Clarity Bill could allow Tesla and Meta to evade SEC rules, Senator Warren. Van Valkenburg also highlighted the importance of privacy-enhancing technologies like zero-knowledge proofs. We have to build them with zero knowledge built in, he said, warning that without change, identity will become useless, because we'll never know if we're dealing with a real person or a bot who just purchased your driver's license on a dark market. For Van Valkenburg, privacy is more than a technical challenge, it's a cultural one. Crypto is our best hope of building a new internet and a new way of interacting online that's more personal and less depersonalized. To hear the complete conversation on the Clear Crypto podcast, listen to the full episode on Cointelegraph's podcasts page, Apple Podcasts, or Spotify. And don't forget to check out Cointelegraph's full lineup of other shows. Magazine, U.S. Risks Being Front-Run on Bitcoin Reserve by Other Nations, Samson Moe.
Jesus, thank you for the Sparks level up. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's see if we can get the bounce speakers. Who's got me with the bounce speakers?
Coinbase partners with Perplexity AI for real-time crypto prices. On Thursday, the CEO of Coinbase Global, Nasdaq, Coin, Brian Armstrong, announced a partnership with Perplexity, an AI-powered search engine that answers users' questions with cited, real-time data pulled from the web. According to Armstrong, the move will integrate the crypto exchange's market data into Perplexity's large language model, LLM, further connecting AI and crypto, and helping users make more informed decisions about digital assets. Source: Brian Armstrong. The partnership is being rolled out in 2 stages. Starting Thursday, Perplexity will pull market data from Coinbase, including from its Coin50 index, to power market analysis in Perplexity's new Comet browser. The next step, which is expected soon, will see responses to user queries linked to Coinbase market data, providing a direct connection between Perplexity's interface and Coinbase. AI bots could execute trades and manage portfolios. As LLMs continue to reshape how users search for information online, Coinbase's partnership with Perplexity aims to give users a journey between their crypto questions and the Coinbase terminal. The partnership also sets the stage for further integration between AI chatbots and crypto exchanges. For the time being, Perplexity will show market data and prices sourced from Coinbase. However, as the integration matures and LLMs evolve, Perplexity and other AI chatbots could fulfill crypto orders, rebalance portfolios, and manage staking and yield, transforming a basic queue and a window into a full-service trading desk. While this degree of integration between AI chatbots and crypto hasn't come to fruition just yet, Coinbase is moving fast in that direction. Back in August 2024, Armstrong wrote that LLMs should have crypto wallets. A few weeks later, he oversaw the first crypto transaction managed entirely by AI bots. Related, Coinbase unlocks off-exchange settlement for institutions amid high demand. Perplexity AI's valuation grows as LLM race heats up. Perplexity
SXT.
was founded in San Francisco in August 2022 by Aravind Srinivas, a former researcher at OpenAI, and quickly gained a large following from users who appreciated the chatbot's focus on pulling real-time information. While Perplexity's current user count is unknown, in an interview in January 2024 with Bloomberg Technology, Srinivas said the platform had more than 10 million users. In contrast, OpenAI's ChatGPT has more than 800 million active weekly users, according to industry data. Since its founding, the company has raised more than $900 million in funding, including a Series B round backed by NVIDIA, Databricks, and NEA. At the end of 2024, Perplexity was valued at about $9 billion. News of the partnership with Coinbase comes just a day after Perplexity released Comet, a web browser with agentic AI tools that aims to compete with Google. In January of this year, Perplexity submitted a bid to merge with TikTok US. Magazine, Vitalik on AI Apocalypse, LA Times Both Sides KKK, LLM Grooming, AII.
All right. Coinbase. I know we don't like Coinbase, but what we just heard right now, that is awesome. Coinbase is going to get a lot better. Coinbase is going to get a lot better. Off-chain verifications. Yeah, Coinbase is going to be massive. Okay, Base, all right? Base and Coin are going to be massive. Coinbase is the on-ramp and off-ramp for crypto. All right? Coinbase is about to get a new face. All right? I am very optimistic on what Coinbase is about to be doing and changing. It's been a bit wonky, but I think it gets better. DMAC, thank you for the heart me. Jesus, thank you for the bouncing speakers. Joe, thank you for the 10 club cheers. I appreciate it, guys. Let's see if we can get a whale. Can we get a whale diving? Who's a whale in here? How's it going, Neil? How you doing? Let's get a whale. Why don't we like Coinbase? Because it has expensive transaction fees, and it will sign you out when the markets are booming or dumping. It will freeze and pause, things like that. But it looks like those things are about to get fixed. What happens to Bitcoin, brah? That's kind of hard to say. We're in uncharted territory, but we kind of hit a double top here, and it looks like Bitcoin could potentially drop down to 114, maybe consolidate, and then drop back down to 111, which is where it was at. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't continue going up from there. DMAC, thank you for the heart me and the 4 popular votes. Yeah, we just have to we have to wait and see. But I think things go better. I think things continue to go up on this. What's going on with XRP? What's that showing? Let me take a look. I'll tell you what, SXT, baby. It's going up in 8 hours. Yeah, I think we need some time. XRP has got a doji candle on the 1 day. All right, it's looks like it's hit the top of that candle, 257. It'll probably find support there and continue up from there. It could come crashing down. There is a massive fair value gap at 248, 247. Weekend pullback incoming. That is possible. However, we have we could continue up from there. I think overall we're going to be headed upward. But yeah, we could be looking at a possible reversal. Support is at 248, 248.5. That's where it could potentially fall back to. Fair value gap right here. So watch out for that. That was resistance, and it blew right past it, which is a good sign. So we hit 259. 260 is a strong resistance zone, and then 265. If it goes past that, it's going to 280. All right, if we get past 265, we are going to 280 on XRP. And I think that that's a possibility. I think we're coming out of this downtrend. Obviously, there will be pullbacks. It's not going to be straight up, but the next couple weeks should be bullish. And that goes for everything. Do you see it dipping? Yes, it will dip somewhat at some point. I think it should. Healthy movement would say that it's coming back to 248. So if you're looking for a buy order, 249. 249, 248, 247, somewhere in there. It should fall back down to, and it could potentially fall further. It could fall to 242. We would hope not, because then it could struggle getting back up and maybe not move as much so. So it looks like the sentiment has changed and we're more optimistic about possible alt season. Yes. Yes, sir. Definitely. At least for the rest of the month, things should be up. But what did I tell you guys? I said somewhere between July 9th and July 12th was going to be the time, right? And look at what happened. We're literally right in there, baby. Also, remember, today is a full moon, okay? So we got the moon cycle pump. And if you don't believe me about the moon cycles, go into your trading view, click indicators, and type in moon. There is a moon phase, and it shows you the full moon and the new moon. And it is an indicator that can be used on TradingView. It is a real thing. All right. What's the DTC dominance chart at? So the altcoin season index, we're just over in starting to head into towards the middle. We just crossed over the threshold. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see it cross over here. Now I want to see it hold. If it holds this, oh, it's on like Donkey Kong, baby. Thoughts on Amazon for a trade? We do crypto here, but if you were a subscriber, I would do it for you. Jesus says Ondo, please. Yes, sir. Ondo's looking good too. So Ondo is a double bottom here. Boom. See it? So Ondo is coming up to, I would say, 117 at the minimum, to like 128, 130. And it could potentially go higher from there. But that's where it looks like it's going. Markets are still going. Let's go. I know, right? It's a buck moon. Okay? Bulls buck. This is the buck moon. So I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit more bullish. It may even pump in tomorrow. We shall see. All right. Buck moon. The bulls are bucking right now. Bitcoin hit a double top, but I think it breaks out from there. We shall see. It needs to get up here. Bitcoin needs to break its all-time high. Okay. Dej is a meme coin. No utility. And what's the possible time frame for that? September. It would be August, or excuse me, for Ondo, potentially by the end of this month, over the next 2 weeks. So within the next 2 weeks or so, could take a little bit longer. It really just depends on, do tariffs play a role? I think people are a bit desensitized. Solana, yeah, I'll do that in a minute. I got to deal with the subscribers first. But I'll tell you what, if you want priority, all you got to do is send the gift that I just pinned there if you want to get priority. Otherwise, I got to do the subscribers first. Can you give me your thoughts on Kita, please? What do you mean thoughts? Like my technical analysis? like utility on the coin. Oh, Bitcoin's pumping. And viewer description, I got you on Toncoin. Okay, give me just a second. Let me do KTA. Let's do KDA. Oh, I want to take a quick little look here at SXT. SXT is bouncing back. All right. Here's what's great. SXT is late to the game. So Bitcoin will pump and then this will follow after. So if you see Bitcoin pumping, you know that this one's about to pump too. All right, let me do Kita. Kita. How about some music? Kita. Kita looks like a double bottom here. I will tell you this, there's not much data, Mother of Dragons. It could potentially be a head and shoulders here and come back down, but I don't think so. I think the double bottom is probably more prevalent. That would send the price up to 92 cents to $1.08, $1.10. It could be like $1 too. It could go to like $1 or $1.03, but I would probably lean towards more like the $1.10. But it'll definitely do at least 89, 90 cents. All right, let me see here. Just got here. Nobody's talking much about Ondo or Algo thoughts. Well, we just did Algo and Ondo. They're both double bottoms. They're going to pump. Toncoin. So Toncoin looks like descending channel, and it pumped. That's a hard read. But I guess it's kind of a double bottom here. It's a little out of structure. Let's say it is a double bottom. Let's say that this is the bottom and this is the bottom. It looks like it had like a diamond top right here and it came down and now it's in reversal. Let's call this a double bottom. All right. Let's say it is. So let's say it goes to like 380 to 390 on this one, potentially. But I'll tell you, this one is wonky. This one's wonky. Hard to say. But it is. Honestly, this one does not look good at all. I could be wrong because everything's pumping, but it hardly did anything. And it has a bear flag right here. That's a bear flag. That would send it down to $1.90, $1.80, maybe $2. Be careful on this one. This one's giving mixed signals. Do I like ICP? Yeah, Insane Clown Posse is pretty cool, man. I do like the Insane Clown Posse. I'm just messing with you, buddy. ICP is all right. It's a meme coin, though, right? Is there utility on it? All right, XCN. XCN kind of looks like a double bottom here as well. This was really the double bottom and it pumped already. We had a descending channel and it's going up from here. Let's just say this is a double bottom. That would take it to 0.017 to 0.018. And that's just if everything keeps pumping. It could potentially come down. And let's say if it did come down, I could see it going to 0.0105 to 0.011. Rate my portfolio. I hold XRP, Ondo, Algo, SXT, Pengu. I think you're doing all right, depending on when you bought. I think you got a nice little portfolio. If you're not holding more than $10,000 though, you're a bit diversified. BTC would be more a triple top if it stops right now. You're probably right. I believe you because I seen you're trading. I see you're in the class and you're on top of it, buddy. Come on, Bitcoin push. I think it will. If not, it could potentially spark alt season. We will break this high. Already had consolidation. I think you're right. I think it breaks. IOs. So we're running out of time, so IOs is going to have to be the last one unless you guys send gifts. So if you want to do, if I haven't done yours yet, send the diving whale and I will stay later and I will do for every person that throws out the gift that is in the live goal. I'll continue to do the TA and I'll go as late as you guys want me to. So IOs, man, that one's out of structure for sure. Let's say this is an inverted head and shoulders. Man, Danny Gibson, you always give me the hard ones, man. Danny with the hard ones. New BTC all-time high right now. Let's call this a double bottom. Because let's say we're calling XRP a double bottom, okay? Same thing. If everything is pumping, I would say 155 to... or excuse me, 55 cents to 68 to 70 cents if it's pumping. Not 155. Okay, my bad. That's if it's pumping, which I think it is because everything else is going to pump, but it really didn't move a lot with the market, which is concerning. Okay, that is concerning, the lack of movement it had. It does have a doji, a red doji candle. It double topped. I would say short term it's coming down to 0.03 or 0.335. I got you excited. My bad, buddy. My bad. I think it's actually could potentially come down. Short term though, I think it should. It could potentially come down, but if it does go up, I think it should see 39 cents. But in the macro, like over the next couple months, so like by September, either end of July mid-August, September. It just depends on what tariffs do. All these price points could get screwed up on August 1st. But if he extends the tariff thing again, expect it just to keep going. It's in Trump's best interest to keep the markets pumping. But this could be the pump right before the dump to keep it at least level, you know? All right. So it's 9 o'clock. So if anybody has any other anything they'd like me to look at, I see ICP, I see HBAR, I see MOG. If you want me to do those, send the diving whale, and I will do that for you. Mar Lopez, if you want me to do Solana, send the diving whale, or you can subscribe. But pretty much the show is over, but I will continue to go late. I'll give you guys a couple minutes and to send in the diving whale or a galaxy or something like that, and I'll continue to stay on. Thank you, Mother of Dragons, for all the gifts. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 7 roses. DMAC, thank you for the 5 goats. DMAC, thank you for the 4 popular votes and the heart me. Much appreciated. Crypto Pro says just put a massive long on Bitcoin. Anything still worth longing? It depends on how long you plan on holding. I definitely think so. Danny Gibson, thank you for the whale diving. What did you want me to look at for you? Let me know what it is, and I will take care of that for you. I like the whale. The whale is so cool, and with, like, because whales are in crypto, right? So let me look at Solana for you. I appreciate you, Danny. I will go late, especially on days like this. You're going to need, like, that technical analysis and stuff. I didn't even go over all the news. Which was kind of lackluster stuff, nothing too crazy, which is good. We need to go over the crypto stuff. I will go late, but it's got to be with gifts. Luckily, the staff is not in today, so I can go as late as I want. So as long as the gifts are coming in, I will continue to do this for you all night, guys. We can go into tomorrow. I will go 48 hours straight if you guys are sending the gifts like that. All right, that's how dedicated I am to you guys. That's how much I care about you guys. I understand that you guys need to go, but at the same time, it does help the show and pushing this stuff out. Let's call this a double bottom. It's not really. I'd say this is an inverted head and shoulders right here. So it should see at least 188.40 to 180. Actually, 179.64 on this one. It could potentially go higher if this is a double bottom. But right now it's a descending channel, and it kind of pumped. It played that out, but it could, you know, over the next month or two, continue to go from there. How much time you got per whale? 1 project per whale. I'll tell you what, guys. If you send a whale, I'll do 2 projects. If you send a galaxy, I'll do 1. How about that? But eventually I want to go to sleep, you know, and enjoy my life. I've been in front of the camera for the last 4 hours, and I do the prep for the show before this. So I've been in front of this screen for 5 hours straight, no bathroom break, no nothing. So That's what you're paying for, is me going overtime, you know what I mean? So this could see 200. Solana could see $200, and because it's Solana, I think it does at least 220. All right, if we're going up. But hear this. All right, say this is a channel. Right, so it would hit there at like $2 or 200 to 210, right? Probably like 210, somewhere in there, and then come back down, and then could potentially go again. I think it does like 200 to 210. You see it? Boom, boom. And it could do another one, but I don't think so. It'll probably come down after that. And that would put us in October, November for that downward movement. Lines up with alt season. But it could do all-time high. It could do way more, but this is just based off the chart. This is where you would be taking profits at. Obviously, keep a moon bag. Bro, I just sent you a Venom, killing it in poker. A Venom? What's a Venom? Oh, a Venmo. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Dude, I want to play poker with you, man. We need to do something. Like, obviously, we're going to hang out next week, Big Baller. But, and thank you, by the way. Thank you so much for the vacation, man. I'm going to actually be doing... I know. By the way, 50% of all donations sent for the entirety of this month through Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal will go to helping stop essaying and trafficking of children. So I'm still working on... I'm going to have the... By tonight, tomorrow, I will have it posted what it's going to be, because tomorrow's live is going to be magnificent with Rook Odyssey, and I want to make sure that people know where their money is going. But I always do my research and pick a good charity to give the money to, because I want to make sure that the money actually goes to the children that are being trafficked. Crypto Pro, tell you more, please. I will know tomorrow the name of the charity. I believe it's like the Tim Ballard Foundation. He's the guy that the movie The Sounds of Freedom was made after. But it's whatever his charity is. The Tim Ballard Foundation. Okay, I don't know if that's the name of what it's called. Do I have a mentorship for swing trading? Yes, I do. And what you thank you, Run Up. What you do is send me a direct message, and I have a TA class every Sunday. It's an hour long, so sign up for the TA class. Run Up, thank you for the heart me, and thank you for the popular vote and the 8 You're Awesomes. I appreciate you, buddy. Hey, Run Up, we got to get you scheduled to come on the show. Let me see. I'm booked out on guests till August 22nd, but send me a DM, Run Up, and I want to get you on the show, man. So yeah, as far as the charity goes, last month we raised $75 for the Save a Warrior Foundation, and the month before that we raised $75. So 2 months in a row, we raised $75 to give to the Save a Warrior Foundation. And then you're also donating to this show, because this show runs off of your donations. I don't make any money off of TikTok. I average maybe $5 a live. Sometimes I do like $20 in a live. This live, we've got a ridiculous amount of gifts, and we've made $34. Okay. But I'm all about helping people, helping the community. And so we want to, when you guys give on TikTok, TikTok takes 60% of the money, right? When you guys give directly to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, I get 100% of that money, and I give 50% of it away to a charity instead of giving it to TikTok. So that's why we do it that way. It's to encourage getting the money out of TikTok's hands and putting it in a charity or foundation that's actually going to do something to make the world a better place. Thank you, Run Up. Appreciate you. D-Mac, thank you for the 2 goats. D-Mac, thank you for the 2. You're awesomes. I think we pumped, though. All right, I'm going to call it a night unless somebody wants me to do a TA on their project. Oh, thank you, Mother Dragons. I appreciate that. So if you want me to do TA for you, no problem. Just send the whale, and I will do it for you. I'll actually do 2 for you for a whale. Otherwise, send me a galaxy. I'll do 1. Purple Pepe, what's going on, buddy? Did you make some money today? I'm having a great time with you guys. I love when the markets are pumping. Let's look at SXT one more time. SXT's not really doing it yet. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to send that whale. Finally, XRP broke out, laughing my ass off. That's like a miracle. Yeah. Yeah, I love it when everyone's winning. The unfortunate thing is not everyone can win. This is a pyramid scheme. Bitcoin wants to do it. Let's look at the 1 hour. Oh, it wants it. It wants it. Find me and I will help you and surprise you. Help me and surprise me with what, Julia? Send me a whale and I'll surprise you. Bitcoin to 120K soon. I think you're right. It could go higher. I need to figure out why I can't see the value of my SEI when I moved it to my Ledger wallet. That sounds exactly like what those scam people said, but I know that you're not a scam, DMAC. DMAC, become a deluxe subscriber and you can message me directly and I can coach you through that. I definitely say, or I say we definitely see BTC to 120 by next week or sooner. I think you're right. I think we're going to pump over the next couple weeks. Obviously, there's going to be pullback, but we should be moving up over the next couple weeks. Coins are there, but not the money. DMAC, best I can say is deluxe subscribe and I'll help you out, man. Because that's one of the things that I do with coaching is help people with their wallets and stuff. So become a deluxe subscriber, man. I'll help you out. I'll stick around for just a couple minutes to allow you to do that. And then after you send that deluxe subscription, send me a DM and we can address that. All right, any other projects? Send a whale and I'll do 2 projects, or send it. You know, I'm gonna put the Galaxy up, okay? Let me put the Galaxy up. We'll do Galaxy. I know y'all are making money. Don't act like you're that broke that you don't got enough for a Galaxy. Come on now. Jesse's not here today, so I can actually stay late and work as late as I want. Because I don't have to pay overtime. What goes up must come down. We shall wait for crypto to crash. Yes, it will happen. But is it happening like crash? No, we get a healthy pullback, you know. DMAC, thank you for the 2 goats. So if you have another project you want TA on, send the Galaxy. I'll give it just 1 more minute. 1 more minute. I will stay late. You talking about a sub on TikTok? Yes. Deluxe subscription on TikTok. And I can help you out with that. So I only answer direct messages to deluxe subscribers. Justin Kelly says, but we have been going down since May, so trends up say we're going up. I agree. Everything looks like a double bottom. Even XRP looks like a double bottom. It's a little wonky, but that's a double bottom. So XRP to 280. 280, maybe $3. 296. I'm leaning towards 280 or like 290. I think 290. DMAC, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you. Send me a DM and I'll tell me in detail what's going on, and we'll go from there, man. And if I don't get back to you tonight, that's because I passed out after the live. But I will get back to you by tomorrow for sure, okay? But I will try to address the issue tonight. But if I don't, bear with me. It's because after the show, I have to work with the IT guy with uploading everything and getting things going. And don't forget, if you're watching on Twitch, sign up for HelloFresh, use my promo code, and get 10 free meals and an add-on for 1 year. And you can get those meals delivered directly to your front door. And it saves you time, saves you money, saves you energy, makes you healthy. So sign up for HelloFresh today and click my link. DMAX says I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter. Yeah, I kind of want to do the same thing and just keep an eye on this. But at the same time, I do have the IT guy here, so like I have to, like, within reason, because I do have to pay him overtime for being here. So that's why I'm like, okay, like I have to pay overtime to 9:30 anyway, so like I want to like try to see if I can get some gifts to cover. I'm already overtime anyway, so I want to see if we can make a little bit more money. Great. If not, no big deal. I just want to, I understand, like, the markets are moving. You guys need this information. I didn't even cover all the news, right? I was going to talk about all kinds of other things, but we had guests come on. Things are booming when the markets are booming. Look at viewership. We have 82 people watching, no promotion. This is great. When the markets are up, viewership's up. I love it. So it is what it is. We're likely seeing strong indication of sustainable trend reversal. I agree. Yes, I think we could be finally turning around and moving upward. Purple Pepe says, we need you. Without Oz, the 2008 recession will happen. You guys are funny. DMAC, thank you for the confetti. Appreciate you. All right, I think I'm gonna end it unless we can get a galaxy. Anybody want to send me a galaxy? Even if you don't want me to TA for you, if you just want to chat and hang out, I will stay. But you got to send a galaxy. Otherwise, I'm gonna end the live. I will give you guys 1 minute. Is 9:19. So at 9:20, I will pull the plug and we'll call it a night. Kodak, thank you for the you're awesome. And also, if you don't want to give a galaxy, Other gifts are great too if you just want to support. And remember, you can always send a donation to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. And if you need that information, where the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal is, send me a DM and I will get you that information. 50% of all donations this month will go to help stop essaying trafficking of children. Okay? So you're not only helping support this cause of this show, but you're also helping support children that are being trafficked. All right, that's 9:20. I'll see y'all later, guys. Unless we get that galaxy, I will see you later. I'm gonna pin it here real quick. 30 seconds to get a galaxy, and then we'll call it a day. How do you guys like having Josh on? Josh is pretty cool. Great kid. Have a great night. Thank you all. See you, Mother of Dragons. BMAC, I'll message you shortly. Appreciate all you guys' overwhelming love and support. Perfect, DMAC. Glad to have you aboard. And don't forget, DMAC, you can also, with that subscription, message me for coaching, TA on any projects. Just give me a message, let me know. Obviously, I have a life and I have the show and I have things, so it's within reason. Give me a chance to do things. But yeah, I will do that for you. The weekends I take off. Okay, so I don't do it on the weekends, but I understand this is a 24-hour market, so I will still do it on the weekends for donation, but 50% of those donations go to help children. Kodak says, thank you, got a roll, getting on a bird. Hey, fly safe, buddy. Purple Pepe, thank you for the rose, appreciate it. Fly safe, buddy. Isn't this interesting? The moon cycle is actually an indicator on the charts. Told you it was a real thing. Full moon and we're pumping. Go outside right now, ladies and gentlemen. If it's nighttime, go outside and look at the moon. It is the full moon, the buck moon. We got 0.1 million likes today. That's awesome. Thank you all for the likes. Thank you all for the gifts, for the subscriptions, for the support. I appreciate you guys. All right, I'm signing off. I stayed a little later. I was hoping for a galaxy, but I guess not. No worries. All right, take care. It's a cool moon tonight. I live in an area that is considerably darker skies. So do I. So do I. I live in the middle of freaking nowhere. All right. I'll see y'all later.
I'm just saying. I think it's weird.
Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Oz and Jesse. How you doing, everybody? And tonight we're going to be talking about demons and dolls. Demons and dolls. That is tonight's topic. Different things that have been possessed by demons, and they are inanimate objects, obviously. Is there anything you want to add to that? Or
No, I mean, I think we're specifically specifically looking at the ones that are the most popular and the ones that have had movies made about them, and then but mostly these dolls being not like spirits or whatever, but demonic possessed. Like, you know, everyone has a theory, but this is
So like my mother-in-law.
That's probably true for most people. But going over the stories of them and how these dolls have left its mark on culture, on our pop culture.
So if you're watching right now, we are on YouTube, we are on Abstract, we are on X, and that is at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're watching on Abstract, make sure that you follow us. And obviously the same goes for Twitch and X as well. And whatever platform you choose, we appreciate you. But we are trying to build our YouTube. So if you can go over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button, like and engage, much appreciated. All right, let's get into it.
All right, our first doll, you want to pull up the picture?
Yeah, which one is it?
Annabelle, because she's the most popular doll. And what people don't understand is she does not look like she does in the movies. Annabelle is very much a Raggedy Ann doll that has been said that it is possessed by a demon. So I didn't realize that this doll isn't as old as I thought it was, this whole story. So this starts in 1970 when a student was given this large Raggedy Ann doll as a birthday gift. And her and her roommate just noticed that the doll was moving on its own. It was like started subtly and appearing in different positions, not how they left it, not where they left it. It would be in different rooms in the apartment, like weird stuff, like just randomly doing weird things. It even escalated to the point where they would find little pieces of paper that were like, please help me or help me, all over the house. The messages, everyone was like freaking out. So it intensified to the fact where people were getting scratched when they came too close around the chest. People could feel someone pulling on them anytime they were too close to Annabelle. They even had a medium who said that the doll...
A medium. Does that mean they're like...
No, they're
not
not
a
a
large
steak.
shirt
No,
size.
they're not a steak.
Medium
they're not
well.
No.
Okay.
So like
just
a
wanted to,
like
clarify for the
no.
chat. A medium, guys.
Like a
So
seance.
psychic seance.
I have my...
One of those. They have like the little finger bells and
No, they have like
dance
the
with the pointy
I don't
shoes.
know. When I think of seance and psychics, I think of like the big crystal ball, and everyone's holding hands and saying weird things. Or maybe that's just because
everybody thinks I have a crystal ball. They're like, Oz, can you look into your crystal ball and tell us the future every single day? And I'm just like, you know what? Every time you ask me what's in the crystal ball, it gets a little bit fuzzier every time.
No, that's definitely not.
Unless you donate, obviously. If you donate, it gets really clear.
Either.
It's like it polishes it up,
Okay,
no,
so
I'm just messing.
the medium claims that the doll is possessed by a spirit of a young girl named Annabelle Higgins, who had died on the property several years before. And feeling sad, they gave the spirit permission to stay with them. When the paranormal activity escalated, the original owners were called in. They concluded that the doll wasn't inhabited by a child spirit, but which they said doesn't possess objects, but was being manipulated by a demonic entity, which means they were just manipulating the doll, making it like, oh no, I'm a cute little girl stuck inside a doll, don't get rid of me, when it really was just something horrible and demonic. Because that's like the case with most things. They pretend to be a little girl. Like, oh, I'm a little girl,
Little girls are the devil.
They aren't, but that's how they used it. Anyways, because...
My mama said little girls are the devil.
No. Her activity got worse and worse, and then they put her in the box.
Activity? You mean like
She was physically okay. So she was either physically lashing out, knocking things over. She was never where she was supposed to be. They'd put her in one room, they'd find her in another.
You know, there's the story I have, and we had this like tiki face thing, and me and my friends like growing up, and there were a couple of girls that were in the house. You know, my friends' girlfriends at the time, and we were pretending that this thing was alive and it was doing things, and it would move, and we would turn it upside down and put it in different places. They'd wake up in the morning and be like right next to them on the pillow.
That's
it was
so messed up.
so like I could imagine that there could be some human interaction with this, like
Everyone just messing with each other.
yeah, like I mean it's all fun and games. Like it's kind of normal for people to play tricks on each other, so like
Absolutely.
I give that a little bit of validity here.
I mean,
but
I could see where you're going with that, but according to these people who experienced it, from visitors and everything, the scratching, the feeling like they're overheating to where they're gonna pass out. Like, I mean, that's like moving something. What do you want? Like moving something, that kind of stuff, that's a whole different ball game. Like scratching people, these people really believe these things happen. So is it in their head? I mean, how do you fake some scratch marks on your back?
so here's the thing. This is what makes it valid for me. Okay, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Okay, they work with the Catholic Church. They were ordained ministers with the church. And if you know anything about the churches, they do not allow you to do basically like exorcisms and things like that without approval from
Correct.
the Vatican, right? So you have to have approval from the church. Somebody has to come forward and say, hey, there's some validity here. It has to be proven that there is something, because they do take into account, you know, for mischief and mental health and different things like that, right?
Well, they didn't always used to do that. That's fairly new.
Right, but they were, at that time, they were doing that. Okay, so when Ed and Lorraine got involved, that was the case. So the fact that the church got involved and were like, this is serious enough to do something about it, is what makes me feel like there's some validity to what happened, because there had to be some type of thing that they saw in the doll that, you know, made them take it. Otherwise, they just thought it was a collector's item, and they were like, you know what, we could totally just take this thing and we'll put it in this little case and it'll become very valuable. But I don't see that being
It's
the
not
case.
valuable. It's terrifying.
It's very valuable. It was stolen.
It was that was actually debunked. That never happened.
No,
It never happened, but people wanted to.
see,
This is another
and
thing.
here
People
comes the
play
conspiracies.
pranks. No, but people play pranks, and I looked into that because I thought that too, and I was like, well, that's not great. I don't like dolls. I've always made that very clear. I hate dolls. Dolls are creepy. Their eyes follow you. It's odd. Like, I never owned dolls growing up. But the fact that they were so scared of it, it literally says, warning, positively do not open. The box gets taken. She does not get taken out of it.
okay, so here's my thing is, if Annabelle is this supernatural doll thing, right? And they decide, oh, we're going to take it on tour and we're going to show it off to people. And
Yeah, because people are weird and they like being around that.
right, and I get it. But who's to say if this thing that literally, when they brought it to Louisiana, the plantation burnt down. Okay. And I have a clip. We're going to watch the clip here in just a minute. But what I want to say is if it did go missing and it was gone, would you believe the official story that, oh, we totally found it, it was never lost? No, I would. First thing I would do is I would go get a Raggedy Ann doll, stuff it in the box, and say, look, we found Annabelle. There she is. For all we know, Annabelle is lurking in the shadows behind your bed, in your closet right now, prying from around the corner, looking to menace society right now, for all we know. As far as I'm concerned, I do not trust the official story. I think she could potentially be out there like Chucky, roaming around, doing little things and whatnot. I refuse to believe the idea that she's just, oh, she went missing. Oh, no, she's back. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You can't prove that one way or another.
Either way, I
don't
choose
even
to
know if
believe
they took
to
her
look
really
over my
out.
shoulder because Annabelle's down the rabbit hole over there, okay?
But hear me out then. Okay, so by that logic, maybe she never even left and it was all a publicity stunt and it wasn't the real doll, but because people will buy anything and people are delusional and they love this creepy kind of stuff, they could have just been faking it.
That
and
makes
she's
more
still there.
sense. Except for the videos that I found while she went on tour. Some YouTubers went and they opened the box and were allowed to like touch
That's
her and
impossible.
stuff. So we're gonna watch the
Because
video.
then it's not the real box. There's just no way.
You're not real, man.
None of us are real,
All right, so
technically.
let's start with this, okay? Let's give this a little gander here. I'm gonna put my headphones on so I
Did
can.
you
Or do
just
you want to hear it?
Drop my stuff.
Because I already heard it.
Okay. All right,
you-
make sure it's on the screen.
So you can just put this up to your ear like this and take a little listen. And so let's listen to this. This is from YouTube. These guys are freaking hilarious, by the way. I love.
Can they see it?
Yeah, they can see the. So it's right here.
Okay.
So let's take a little listen.
Just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll off the real case and they're doing a tour with it.
Oh,
And the
shit. They brought
first-
it there?
Run
Yes,
off
and
it
the
on.
first one was Louisiana.
Oh my
so
God.
the warden literally told that person, this is the
think they
most
never
dangerous
took the
thing we have at our
That's
museum.
what I'm
You
saying.
must be sick in the head if you want to do a tour with it.
And
they
that they're doing a tour.
Yeah,
That's
look at
crazy.
this.
He's doing that then.
Fam, he has holy water
Yeah.
and a prayer beside him, and the Annabelle doll is right in that black
How
thing.
much
Oh
would you
my
And then you
God,
see him
bro.
every time they have to do this.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
And
you
you
said
can't
a
leave
lot
it
of
to
like
Louisiana.
the were like buried and
Yeah,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
there's a lot
yeah.
of stuff that were
Fam, right after the Annabelle doll left, two things happened in New Orleans that was really big. One was the plantation caught on fire. One of the longest standing plantation houses burned. to death. I saw a video where people are saying when they took pictures of the fire, there would be silhouettes everywhere, ghosts. And I'm like, yo, that makes sense because if people died there, so boom, if you see right here, zoom in on the circles, the ancestors.
Damn, so right away they brought the doll into the fire. That's crazy.
The Nottoway plantation started burning.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you see all these silhouettes like actual like ghosts, fam.
Okay,
No, and
but-
just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the
That's-
Annabelle
that's
doll.
where
Did you
you
see
can
that?
see
They took the Annabelle doll.
Okay.
Can you want a real answer to that? Because I got a better answer
Yeah,
than
I
the
mean-
doll.
Okay, tell me.
What is the history of these huge plantations that have been around for over 100 years? And what kind of apparitions or ghosts would be lurking there wanting to set it on fire? Let's go back in history a little bit.
Master Sir. Please, Master Sir. And
So if
he'd be like,
anyone
go
wanted-
pick my cotton.
If
He's like,
anyone
I'm
wanted,
gonna voodoo the ghost of Annabelle on you.
if anybody wanted to burn it down, that's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is I want to burn it all down.
Well, that's
I'm
a
with
little
it.
different. With,
Let's leave the government shut down. Let's just leave it that way. Anyway, let's not get too political on that.
no.
But yes, so the plantation did burn down, and also I believe it was 12 inmates escaped from prison
And that I don't
the
know.
same time. So let's pull that one up here.
Oh my gosh.
So the rabbit hole gets deep, chat. All right, the rabbit hole is deep. So they're moving the Annabelle doll to the French Quarter. He's blessing it and praying over it. Right, this is their little ritual thingy that they're doing. Right, and that's his little prayer. He's got to read. He's got it written down so he doesn't forget. It's just like Jessie. She got
Most
it.
gracious Virgin Mary, thou
She did
who
her
wouldst
homework,
crush the
guys.
head of the serpent, protect us from vengeance from the evil one. We offer prayers, supplications, sufferings, and good works to thee, so that thou may purify them, sanctify them, and present them to thy Son.
I'm gonna open up the case.
So
You're gonna quickly,
keep
Dan.
Annabelle
I mean quick.
in the case, right?
Grab it, put it in.
This is obviously not the real Annabelle.
It's Annabelle is worn looking, not bright.
Right.
And
So this is a regular.
They
this
said they can't
video
see.
right here. You guys can't.
Close it
Oh,
up fast.
sorry. Let's go back
Close it up
to.
quick.
So look, he's blessing it. We saw him blessing it, right? And then this is the Annabelle doll. They're supposedly are moving. That is not the real Annabelle.
It's not. It's that red.
100%.
That hair is too red.
Yeah, and they move it into this other box. This is, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a haunted house or something.
That's all right.
That's not the real doll. They're
In the name of the Father,
in the
Son,
other
and Holy
video we
Ghost.
just watched.
Hail Mary,
that
full of
was
grace, the
actual
Lord is with
picture
thee.
of the
Blessed art thou
You know what's
amongst
crazy
women,
is
and blessed
I-
is the
Any
fruit
one
of
that
thy
I
womb,
had, yeah.
Jesus.
I had a
Holy
raggedy
Mary, Mother
Ann
of God,
and Andy
pray
doll
for us sinners,
growing up
now and at the hour of our
that my
death.
parents had.
Amen.
And
Yeah.
one year for Halloween,
Let me see your hands
my
again.
sister and I dressed up as Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, okay. And now she's
That's
transferred.
Well, my parents always
One
chose
time.
it. He's got to watch
Now
it.
she's transferred over.
It's actually holy water.
And we're going to keep her in there temporarily.
Do you
It's
remember
not
when Lorraine
that
Warren said this about the
Raggedy
Annabelle doll?
Head. What?
Ever touch
It's
any,
Raggedy Ann.
and if you do, let me know.
That's a long video.
This is the
Yeah,
worst
so
thing.
that's the actual.
That job.
But I guess some people forgot about
That's
that
not
because
it.
she's on tour right now.
Right?
So they took her to New Orleans, and why does a plantation house from
There's no-
1859 burn down after?
No.
So
This
here's
mansion
the
was
thing:
about
is
53,000 square
What happened
feet
in
with
1859 on
64
that little
rooms,
plantation
and it
there,
burns
my
down
friend?
after Annabelle
You tell
decides
me.
to visit the city. The fire is
Slavery.
still under
hold on.
investigation,
Well,
so
yeah,
you
we
could-
know that, but let's.
There's
rewind.
more things at play than a doll.
Is that
and it burns
Let me
down
tell
after
you.
right? But
If I was
that is not the actual doll. This is the one
So
that was
then-
supposed to be on
so if
tour.
it's still in New Orleans and nothing's ever happened because they kept it in the box, why would the fires? That doesn't sound right.
I think they took a fake doll on tour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why they're like,
But-
oh, we lost it to cause hysteria because people
Right.
are dumb.
So if there's like a spirit or something, and there's supposed to be like a legion of demonic entities attached.
I can
to
believe
Annabelle.
that.
It's called Legion, and if you ask it its name or whatever, it identifies itself as like thousands of entities. Right? Who's to say that a spiritual force couldn't attach itself to this doll just based off of the rhetoric behind it and everything that they're doing? It could have created a whole new entity, or not created, but a new entity could have latched onto it. Who knows? They could have done some kind of ritual thing to it. Who knows, right?
Demons don't like other demons.
That's not true, because Legion is one that possesses, like Judas was possessed
That's-
by Legion, right?
There's
Which is
no actual
right. But if you go off of
structure to
biblical,
that.
right? But
But that's the problem.
it doesn't have to be one entity. People can be possessed, and objects can be possessed by more than one entity. Okay.
No,
Yes. Read your Bible.
no.
In the Bible, it states that there was a man that was he was full of demons, and Jesus cast out the demons and sent them into a herd of pigs because there were so many demons. They went into all the pigs,
Well,
and the
those
pigs
pigs
ran
didn't deserve it.
into the sea and drowned themselves.
Poor pork chop.
I'm just saying that
No,
this is
that doesn't make any sense. Take the Bible out. Explain it to me.
there.
Take the Bible
There's more-
out. Explain it to me.
It's a spiritual entity. It's not like it's taking up physical
Because
real
there's
estate.
a difference between demon, spirit, and
Haven't
ghost
you-
if you see it that way.
Haven't you seen people okay, so there were these people that I interacted with, and I'll tell this full story later on. Now is not the time and the place, but I'm going to breadcrumb you guys a little bit right now. This is part of the breadcrumb trail that I am leaving for you guys. But there was this man, and he would talk, and sometimes he would talk really high like this, and then and he
So he went from Elmo to Louis Armstrong.
yeah.
Okay,
He
got
was
it.
like, I see skies are green,
And now you're just Schwarzenegger.
plantations too. I whip them too.
Don't sing.
All right, just me and you. And I think to myself, okay, I'll stop singing. What a wonderful world.
I have to hear this live. Yeah. Please
So-
feel sorry for me.
This guy was possessed by multiple entities, and each one of these entities that he had in him had a different ability. One of them was this
schizophrenia.
I mean, if that's what you want to scientifically call it, but I seen it in a way where God showed me through my path and my walk and my journey that there was something more than that.
Take the Bible out of it, and then there's no argument anymore.
And that's, I mean, you can label it as whatever you want, but here's the thing is we have to have an open mind that there are some things that science cannot explain.
Well, clearly, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. So tell me when I can unmute. What do you mean unmute? So
unmute what? Are we muted?
I don't know. But basically
Oh, he's talking about your horrible singing. Now I know what he's talking about.
Oh my God.
You are correct.
You're not allowed to mute
to say
me.
that.
Okay. You have to watch
I can't
the whole
mute,
show.
but you mute for me.
Okay, so we have to understand that, yes, we can put a scientific explanation on everything, okay? And we can look at it from a logical perspective, but we have to, especially with these things that we're talking about, that we're looking into, we need to have an open mind, and we need to start, in my personal opinion, I think we should blend science with spirituality. I think that they go hand in hand. Because we have the separation of church and state and all these things, right? That's a no-no, right? But I do believe that they are similar, one and the same. Yes, we have physics, but there are things that defy the laws of physics. You know, there are things that we can give it this label, and that's how we can describe it and give it away for our puny little brains to understand. But there are just some things out there that we cannot explain. No matter what scientific explanation you want to put on it, for me, in my life, in my experiences, I have come to find that yes, there is versions of people who are mentally unwell and they are schizophrenic. And then there are other people that are possessed by demons and they are granted powers because of those demonic entities that are within them. And that's what I'm referring to with this guy. This is how I knew that he was possessed by demons and that he was not schizophrenic, because the different personalities or whatever that he had, they gave him abilities that no human could do. And you ever saw the movie Split? Remember? It was The Unbreakable.
I remember the movie.
And basically the beast, right, had this special abilities and stuff. I believe that those are demonic forces that actually possess people, that give them abilities. And then I believe there are people that are just unwell and they have split personalities. But I believe that the difference is that when you are given the ability to speak perfect Latin and you never spoke Latin before in your life, that is one thing that the Catholic Church uses to determine whether or not something is just a person with mental illness or someone that's actually possessed by a demon.
Okay. Or maybe someone has access to more of their brain than we do.
I mean, that's possible.
Because you could remember, like, they've even said we could have memories of a past life, hence why we don't get the full access to our brain, because we're not allowed to have it. Our brain can only function at 20 to 30% at max. That's if you're super, super smart.
Gen X says Mark 5.9. You wanna look that one up? Should we?
I don't have a computer.
Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull that one up right now. Mark 5.9. I believe that is the demons in the man. So I have actually read every page in the Bible.
So have I. We both went to Christian school.
Well, most people who went to Christian school never actually. Okay, so here it is. And this is from the King James Version, Mark 5:9. And he asked him, "What is thy name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, for there are many."
If you believe the Bible. Right?
I do believe the Bible.
I don't.
And you're entitled to have that opinion. But those of you who don't believe in the Bible, I would encourage you to read it. And as you read it, reach out to God and say, I would like for you to reveal yourself to me, and he will, and you will see that it is real.
Okay, I'm not having a Bible lesson with you today.
I'm just saying.
And the reason that we aren't allowed to use our full capacity of our brain, we have no idea. But as of now, most people don't ever use more than 20%, and only the high elite use a little bit higher percentage. But for whatever reason, our bodies cannot actually process using our brain at 100% capacity. And I think there's they think that we would be telepathic or whatever that case, there's a block that we're just only allowed to use bits and pieces of each part of our brain to answer that question.
And I agree with that. And I think that that is a real explanation for some cases. And in some cases, I believe that there is a more likelihood of a demonic possession. And there's a list of things that, the church calls
That's my
for.
whole issue is the church.
And I'll tell you this,
creating
I do not
this demonic possession thing to make experiments out of people, or to be like, these are the same people who are like, mental health isn't real, you need God, when they really just needed medication.
And I agree with that. But I think that there's also something else that is real out there that can't be explained.
Possible.
How do you explain the spirit box thing?
I believe that ghosts are real.
Right. And I believe that I don't believe that all of them are ghosts. I think that some of them are demons, which are basically the fallen angels, and whatever you want to call it. Like in any religion, right? First of all, I'm not religious. Okay. I just understand that there's something bigger out there that we can't begin to understand. I do not believe in church as a religion. I think that most churches and the people that are in churches are very hypocritical and are probably some of the worst people, and I do not find myself equally yoked with them because they have these righteous blinders on, and they refuse to see the truth because they think they're holier than thou. So I do not find myself having church with them in a building. I do not believe God is in a building. The best church I ever had was with my grandfather. We used to feed the homeless every Sunday from 1983 to 2007. Every single Sunday, never missed one. And one time, my grandfather, it was just me and him, and on a Sunday, we went down to the liquor store. We grabbed a couple 40 ounces of malt liquor and went to the park. Just me and him. I was 21 at the time. This was much later on. And we just sat down with some of the homeless people there. And we said, hey, you guys want to share a beer with us? And we passed around the 40, and we were just sitting there talking, and we were just fellowshipping with one another, telling our past stories and things that we've been through, our struggles. We prayed for them. And that was the best church I ever went to. It was helping people, even with just a beer as a way to open it up. Nowhere in the Bible does it say you can't have a beer. I don't understand where all these Christians...
if you believe the Bible, he turned water into wine.
Exactly.
And that's lit. Just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's the kind of God I want to have. If
someone could do that in front of me, I'm like, I'd be a believer. But
I turn water into wine. I just add a little bit of fruit and sugar to it.
That's not how that happened.
That's how I do it.
You're done preaching to me now.
I'm just saying,
I get it why you guys have to believe what you do. It gives you purpose. It gives you something that's greater than yourself to explain things you don't understand. I totally get it. But there are things that just don't make sense because they don't make sense.
Right. But according to Mark 5:9, he calls him Legion, for there are many. And Legion is apparently what is in Annabelle. Okay? At least what I've come to find. So let's finish watching this clip.
Oh, it's so long.
Annabelle decides to visit the city. The fire is still under investigation, so you could call it a creepy coincidence, but if you watch
So
the
these are not
Conjuring
the
and
real,
Annabelle movies, you will know
It's a
how
movie,
evil
I
she
think.
Robert and
truly is.
Lorraine.
But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there. 10
That one
inmates
is.
escaped from a prison shortly after.
So these are the
The
inmates
way they
that
did it, they like
escaped
escaped from
prison.
a wall behind the toilet. This is not
Now
even
what
their
she
size,
says is a
this
little
Annabelle's
hyperbolic, like,
size.
oh, only a doll could fit through
She
there.
could have
No,
helped them. And
only
guess
could
where
fit
she's
through
at
there.
now? San
Okay.
Antonio, Texas. I'll be praying for you all.
Can we also point out that when these fires happened, everyone was angry? The world is divided. And these were representations of ugly history, of ugly U.S. history.
And
I don't think one
that
is connected to the other.
someone could have literally just gone out and said, hey, Annabelle is out of her cage. Let's go light something on fire because it'll go viral. You know,
What?
people are crazy. Okay. I'm just saying, but maybe it was the spirits that were let out from Annabelle that caused someone to do such a thing. Me personally, I think it was just somebody was like, hey, we should totally set this plantation on fire because
The history that it holds.
fuck these people. And two, oh, we can blame it on Annabelle.
That's what I would do.
That's what I would do too.
But right, we don't know. But that the most likely scenario, the history that those plantations have, they probably deserve to be burned. Not saying that anybody should have got hurt. I'm just saying
I don't care what happened there. I don't think you should burn down a building just because it was the man who, was the judge for the Salem witch trials. Like, you don't burn the building down. No, it's a part of history, and there's things we can learn from history.
They literally rename cities when atrocities happen there. There's a few in California. They're like, we're going to rebrand. We can't be
but if you
associated.
burn the building down, there's nothing there to point at and say, hey, that's where this thing happened. No, once it's there, eventually, over time, it's lost and no one talks about it anymore. There's no remnants of it. There's no history left behind
That's the point.
I know. So like burning down a plantation because atrocities happen there doesn't mean that we should burn all those things down, take down all those statues. No, they should be put there in place so that way there can be teaching that happens from it.
Do you know what they're taking out of the schools for kids to learn?
What's that?
Anything that has to do with that time period. So it is in someone's best interest to get rid of them so they're not landmarks and people can't be like, see, we were terrible people. No, it didn't even happen.
History is written by the winners. So whoever wins rewrites history in their favor or whatever they're liking to be.
That's not what's happening because those plantation owners didn't win. And so if you take out there were no losers and the Confederate Army really won, where are we at here?
The South will live on.
Like, it's so weird because, like, I see that flag and I'm like, you lost, right? Like, that's a loser
We're proud
flag.
people here. I'm being hyperbolic, by the way. I'm poking fun at the idea.
I believe there's some sort of balance between spirituality and logic, but I'm always going to lean towards that logic angle.
Right. And for me, I'm going to be in the middle with both. I'm going to give there some validity to the mind is a powerful thing and give some validity to that there just might be something supernatural. So I'm going to be open to both aspects and not discount one or the other just because one is easy for our mind to wrap around.
Okay.
Okay, so let's finish watching our little clip here.
It's not. It's 30.
Let's finish it here.
25. We like to fuck around and find out. So what do? We take Annabelle on a world tour. Okay, we're just moving her all over the place. They send her to New Orleans.
Moving her all over the place. New Orleans, man. There's a lot of creepy energy in New Orleans.
I disagree. It depends on what you discern as creepy.
I mean, there's vampires.
They literally had the fire out at one point and it reignited itself.
Clip.
If that's not the ancestors speaking their truth.
Yeah, it's not a little clip. I know, that's what I just said.
11,
but I want you guys to see. So these are the prisoners that escaped, right?
Escape a prison. Okay? There are 10
That's pretty much
convicts.
all there was to take from this.
Convicted of unaliving people on the loose
This
in
is
New
what I
Orleans.
want you to
Actually, I
see
think they've
right
called
here.
She would cause chaos. I just didn't think it would end up like this.
Annabelle.
So this is the actual Ed and Lorraine
doll
war.
that's made like thousands
So
of
I
other
wanted
dolls.
chat to get a chance
Except
to see
that this
them.
doll
And
was used in
this is
communication.
supposedly
having
the original
seance.
doll. I don't think it
A
is, though.
nurse had
Maybe it
received the
is.
doll 1971 as a
And they're just
present,
kind of
Christmas
explaining,
present from
you know,
her
what
mother.
happened. The nurse
And the doll
received the
stands about
doll.
3 foot
What
high.
we talked about.
Right,
And she would take
exactly.
it to bed with her at night.
So I just wanted you guys to get a little context of who they are. They're not the people that you saw in the movie or whatever. So there's that, okay? So this is the video. This one is short. So there were some YouTubers that while it was on display, and this is what makes me believe that it was the real people. Oh, did we lose it?
They've opened Annabelle's box to investigate whether she's actually haunted or not,
these
and they
YouTubers
found
right
out
here,
something terrifying. Owner of the museum
they
let
were
them
given
open the
an
case for only
experience
5
with
minutes
the
to make this
doll,
meeting
with it
relatively
open,
safe. And they even
and
asked a
watch
priest
and
to
see
say
what
a prayer.
happens.
So after opening the case, there was no coming back.
We didn't want to waste any time that we had to be able to do this.
At any point you feel threatened or anything like that, don't hesitate to leave the museum for a little bit.
They used the Estes method to communicate with the doll. It's the same one they used to talk to Peggy. Watch what happened.
Annabelle, or any spirits here, you can speak through Colby to tell us a message or to talk with us. Is there anybody here in the museum with us?
200,000.
What? Are you connected in any other way to other haunted dolls?
Everybody against you.
Meeting with the doll showed immediate results because after getting into the car, they had a serious argument and finished recording.
You believed. You always believed.
I mean, these guys were seriously traumatized from this.
They've opened Annabelle's
seems
box
pretty real and legitimate to me. This is why I believe that they had the real doll on tour. This, I think, is the real doll right here. I thought it wasn't. There was another image, though, that looked more like it. Maybe that was the wrong image. I'm not completely sure. But I do know that this image is from Ed and Lorraine's basement, where they have all these different artifacts and things that they've gathered over the years. Maybe they're just pack rats and they saw cool things and they're like, oh, it's got a demon, we better take it with us and add it to our little collection. I think that's plausible. Maybe not. I mean, my dad's a pack rat. Okay, my dad wants, if you've got something that he doesn't have, he's got to have it, and he would blame it on the devil to get it away from you. I'm just saying, it is plausible, right?
I think you're way out there with this one.
Why not?
Because, like you said, they were religious people.
It's the devil. Give me your action figures.
You know how I feel about hiding behind God for your bad actions. Own them. Don't say, oh, I did this bad thing because the devil made me do it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's maybe what they were doing. Like, for instance, I have this. Those of you who have been around for the show for a long time, on my desk I have the baseball here, right? Signed by Mike Trout. Now, if I had this and you were a preacher and you were like, oh, the devil lives in that ball, I better take it with me. I better take that ball from you.
People use God to do terrible things. You're proving my point.
I believe that is a possibility. Like, I'm not taking that off the table. I'm open to the fact that there are some things that we can explain and we can wrap our head around, and there are some things that we can't. And just because something happened doesn't mean that we just jump straight to ghosts, right?
Right.
We should look at the logical explanation. Why would they have this whole pack rat, display of things?
Have you seen New Orleans? They just do stuff like that.
Well, this isn't New Orleans. This is Ed and Lorraine's basement. All these little artifacts are supposedly.
I got that picture from New Orleans.
Oh, this is from New Orleans?
That's New Orleans.
Okay. Well, there is a place, and it's Ed and Lorraine's basement. And we can maybe post a clip
They
of
moved
it
it
later.
though. That was the whole thing. They gave it to this place and they kept it in that box and gave them the box so that people in New Orleans could go see. You can go see it today.
They got older and they were like, you know what? We need to make some money off of this stuff.
Yeah,
now.
they're not around anymore.
We've been pack ratting this stuff for umpteen years. It's time to cash in on our
Don't
investment.
you think it would be weird if you were religious and you want to have all this negativity in your basement? Don't you find that odd?
That's why I'm leaning towards the idea of maybe they're just hoarders and they were like, oh, that looks really cool, I want that, it has the devil in it, let us take it off your hands free of charge.
Sure.
It seems plausible.
No, it doesn't. All right, next doll.
Okay. All right. So
yeah, I know.
Here's my thing is I don't think that the real Annabelle went on tour.
Whether you believe it or not, do you believe the stories about the doll? That's what it's about. Whether it went wherever, whomever, wherever it came from. Do you believe that this doll had a demon in it that was literally just harassing and terrorizing people?
I do, based off of the video of the YouTubers. Because the YouTubers,
this is where we are.
I mean,
but there's history. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but what I'm saying, there's a lot of history of people like, oh, we visited in the doll. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
right. So there's a long track record of things happening. Obviously, YouTubers can be YouTubers, right? We're YouTubers, you know.
Right.
I make up things on the fly all the time just for show value, right?
That's fun.
It is what it is. But, you know, let's not... You know,
because when you bring religion into anything, you make it a touchy subject.
I understand that. I just think that
not just for me, I don't care.
There's some validity
that don't want to hear that.
There's some validity in the fact that it may have been the real Annabelle doll that went on tour. There's some validity in the fact that it possibly does have demon possession because of what happened with the YouTuber. And there is some validity to the fact that it may or may not have gone missing and is still out there lurking in the shadows underneath your bed, waiting, watching.
In this world, all of those are very, that could happen. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the main thing here. It's like, let's think about it. Let's have an open mind, chat. Like, let's, you know, explore every possibility that it possibly could be, because we don't know. We have no hard facts here.
No.
That's the fact of the matter, is there is no hard facts.
Everything we talk about, there's no hard facts, whether it's alien, ghosts, whatever conspiracy theories that we are jumping down, there are no hard facts.
Well, the moon landing is a hard fact.
That's
okay. We definitely have the video footage of something happened.
So
millions of people saw it.
So what I'm saying is it's all speculation, and we all have to come to our own logical.
Right. And the idea is for you as the viewer to decide for yourself. We're not here to tell you what to think.
We just decide what we think and our opinions, and everyone has their own.
You know what I think? Little girls are the devil.
That might be true.
The devil is in the doll.
I'm raising psychological warfare. All right, bring up Robert the doll.
All right, Robert the doll.
This story is a little older.
This one's freaky. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
It looks so sweet and innocent, but oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so the story. This one.
Hold on. Before, let me just set the room real quick. I had never heard this story.
I did.
Until you told me about it. And then I started deep diving into it for the show. And I got a little freaked out. Okay. Yeah. This is crazy, chat. If you haven't heard of Robert the doll.
Robert the doll.
So tell us, who is Robert the doll? I'm sure most of you haven't heard of Robert the doll. I would say Robert the doll is creepier than Annabelle.
Oh yeah, and not only that, Robert's been around for a very long time.
Right. So tell us about Robert the doll. Who is he? What does he do?
So Robert the doll, this toy was given to a little boy in 1904.
1904.
He was originally given to Robert Eugene Otto, a young boy from the Key West.
So that's 120 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
121 years ago. Dang.
The doll was manufactured in Germany and was brought to Otto's grandfather during a trip abroad. They speculated that the doll may have originally intended for a window display, and it was not to be for sale, but the grandfather convinced them to sell it to him. A variation of the origin story claims that a Bohemian servant, like somebody off the street, is the one who sold it to him or practiced voodoo, curse the doll, the same old rhetoric.
Voodoo.
Right. It comes back to that kind of rhetoric. Young Robert Eugene Otto became so attached to the doll that he gave it its own name and instead on being called Gene. So this boy goes, okay, this doll is named Robert and my name's Gene now because I love this doll so much.
Wait a minute. So let's jump down the rabbit hole a little bit here before we go any deeper. So the little boy's name's Robert.
Robert Eugene, yes.
Right. And so the boy says, I want the doll's name to be Robert and for me to be Gene.
Right.
Now that is a sign of demonic possession.
Well, that's a sign of some kind of connection where either the doll's like, I want your name, call your name.
Right. Or basically he's like, I no longer live in my body. I'm a vessel for this entity to take me over. And now I reside in the doll and it has possession over me. So it is odd. Sign number one.
It is odd for a little child to be like, I'm Gene now. The doll is Robert. Like I don't know if my 5-year-old came up and said that to me. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little weird, but sure, son. Like, I don't know how I would react to that.
Every time you say Gene, I think of Gene from Bob's Burgers going a jiggly, 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 jiggly.
Anyways, as a child, Gene would often blame any mischief or misbehavior on the doll, saying Robert did it when toys were mutilated or objects were overturned in his room. Neighbors, according to legend, claimed to see the doll moving in the upstairs window when the family wasn't at home. The Ottos and their guests also reported hearing giggling and seeing the doll's face expression change wherever the doll was.
Okay. Let's rewind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the story that I read about it is basically the doll was doing weird things and moving on its own and creepy, weird things were happening. So they locked it away in the attic.
Okay. Well, before we get to that, that wasn't just the only case. The incident that occurred for that to happen. Okay. So one night after hearing commotion in Gene's room, his parents found the room in disarray. Gene was terrified, shaking and screaming in his bed, insisting Robert was responsible. All of his toys and everything were mutilated. Everything in the room was destroyed.
Hold on. Don't you think that a kid could be having a temper tantrum and did a bunch of crazy stuff, or maybe split personality disorder,
yes,
or whatever
very
personality,
logical, yes,
and then uses that as a reason to blame it on something? Because I'll tell you what, right now, my 5-year-old, or I think she's like 6 now, when she was younger, even now still, she would do things and blame it on the devil. The devil made me do it.
I believe that.
So, is it perfectly logical for a child to lash out and do something like that and then blame it on a doll?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The question is this. They were not home, and the neighbors saw it moving around in the attic.
Right.
That's what's creepy to me. That's what leads me down the crazy rabbit hole of this is some demonic thing, right?
But here's my issue. So Gene, and he stayed with this name. He never went back to Robert, even after he went to college. And he kept the doll. He kept it. Okay, so
not me. I'm gonna light it on fire. You know, I had a Furby one time, and this thing was possessed. Okay, and it was like going. It was going like crazy. And we took the batteries out of it, and it kept like going. So we torched it with a torch.
Yeah, that was the right move. Those things were creepy.
And it was literally on fire, still going like yeah. It was creepy.
No, so this dude, he literally brought it back to his childhood home after studying and being abroad. His wife, Anne, was reportedly uneasy with Robert and had him moved to the attic. Visitors claimed to hear giggling and footsteps coming from the attic after the doll was confined. So this is Robert's reputation. He's obviously in a museum now, locked up, like you see right here. Mm-hmm. And the story is, if you take a picture of him without asking for permission, you just get bad luck and bad things happen to you. And they literally
Elaborate. Okay.
like car accident, something bad happens, they lose their job.
You get the bad juju.
Yeah, they get that bad vibe, that bad. And so what they have to do is send in an apology or come apologize to the doll for taking its picture
Dear
without
Mr.
permission.
Doll, Robert the doll.
Dear Robert,
we are so sorry that we used Flash. Please forgive us. Our utmost apologies. Could I please get the winning lottery numbers this week? I've been doing so bad.
I believe the government was surveillance through Furbies. I think that was like a test program, by the way. I
believe that too. They had like that little like camera sensor thing.
And you just do you remember the Simpsons? Oh, you didn't watch the Simpsons. There's a Simpson episode that made fun of the Furbies, and they were literally monitoring children to see what kind of toys they like, so they knew which toys to make for Christmas.
I mean, that checks out.
It does, right? Yeah.
I would not
when it comes to the government, anything's possible.
I would not put it past any government entity to do something with toys, especially toys, right? Because children, because it's about money, right? Like that's why they monitor everything we do online. They want the data. The data can literally, Facebook knows when you have to poop. They know you have to poop before you do. This is a real thing.
Are you talking about that? This is how we all only watch cartoons. Are you talking about that American Dad episode where she finally got a conspiracy theory right, and it was Project Poop, and they were filming everyone while they were people who were on the toilet looking at their phones, and they were filming them?
Yeah. and like, so the camera's looking at you and it's looking down. So if you're beating it in the bathroom, the CIA's got footage on you. They're watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Spank the monkey. All right. So you just remember that. And one day when you run for Congress, they're going to say, you better play ball or we're going to show them videos. We got a whole spank bank full of them, baby.
Spank bank. No.
I mean, it makes sense. Why, next time you're beating your meat and you're in the bathroom, look at what direction the cameras are looking right at your face.
Who takes their phone in the bathroom? That's disgusting. That's where germs live. I mean, never, I get, I put when I have music, when I take a shower, but when I'm using the restroom, why would you take your phone in there where germs and poop and pee live? What the hell is wrong with people?
I get my best TikTok work done while I'm on the toilet.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Those are my best lives ever.
No.
Yeah. And you know what? As long as you're using a mic, they don't know because, if you got your regular phone mic, they hear the echo, right? But if you got your little mic going and then you're good, they don't even know it.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
No.
Yeah. Next time I'm live, I'm just going to say this is a TP live, and all y'all from YouTube are going to know what I'm talking about. We are on a TP live right now.
I don't understand it. I guess that's a
toilet paper.
I'm not gross, so I'm not.
Oh,
gross.
I'm just kidding. Come on,
Don't lie.
Entertainment.
Don't lie. You're a man. I've seen every male do it. Just take their phone in there, and I have teenagers. I can hear the YouTube videos coming out of there.
If I don't take my phone to the bathroom, I have the most boring poop I've ever had in my life.
You mean you're left alone with your thoughts and you don't want to be?
Yeah. I need entertainment while I poop. At least Angry Birds. I used to do the Angry Birds while I poop. That was my main thing. Yeah. So I'd be dropping poops and shooting birds.
Okay. That's I think you're addicted if you can't. That's what I'm saying. Remember when I doing things I put my people are oh, I was trying to get a hold of you. I put my phone down. I don't remember where I put it. I'm going out and doing stuff and living my life or baking or talking to my kids. People have gotten so dependent, and it's go live. Don't be on your phone. If you can't go to the restroom without your phone,
I get the most work done on the toilet and while I'm golfing. That's where I get the most business handled. I'm killing two shits at one time.
I don't think that's
two turds in one stone. What? Getting two birds with one stone? I'm killing two turds with one stone.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can kill 2 turds and get stoned.
But think about both those things you said are solitary and confined.
Yeah, I don't like solitary confinement.
But that's what you're choosing.
No,
Because
no.
you're using your phone.
I'd rather have my celly in there with me. My phone is my celly. It's my cell phone. You gotta have the homie in there with you. Can't poop alone.
I digress. All right, next one, Valley of the Dolls.
Some of y'all never been locked up, and it shows.
Okay, well, that's a different story for a different day, ain't it?
It is.
It is. What is it? Some of you never had a second cop car pull up, and it shows.
Yeah. I've had like 11 cop cars pull up on me.
You got me beat.
I was a menace. He told that one. I didn't tell the whole story, but they did put me in solitary confinement for 15 days straight in the dungeon. I was in the dungeon. And that was the most awful and mentally trying time of my life, was being in that situation. And if I didn't have the mental fortitude that I have, any other person would have cracked.
All right, Shelly's in second place with the 9 cars.
9 cars.
That's pretty good. I only had 2 because I was
9
pregnant
cars.
and I beat someone up.
What did you do? You got caught stealing cats, didn't you?
No, she got caught stealing horses or chickens. I knew it.
I think it was the cats. Every time I see her, she's got a new cat.
No. She's just a good person that loves animals.
I mean, I do love cats.
I do love cats. I would steal some cats. I'd be like, oh, they're sitting on their porch. They need a home.
It was horses?
I knew it.
You're lucky they didn't hang you for it.
Hey, that was the old rules.
That's what they do.
I told you,
lynch you.
She wouldn't have stole anything bad. It would have been something that was beautiful and she was trying to help.
They said, oh, she stole a horse.
You're in the
up.
bathroom now. See, this
Call
is
for
what
backup.
look at. I'm in the bathroom. This is what I'm talking about.
See,
what is
he's
wrong
in the
with
bathroom.
y'all? What is wrong with
Hey,
y'all?
make sure you wash your hands, please.
It's too late. What is it? Okay, so that's my thing. If you're on, okay, so we really got down a rabbit hole.
I know,
here,
because
didn't we? I mean, we have other stuff to talk about, but look, okay, I'm visualize. Okay, you're in the bathroom. No. Oh, okay. You're in the bathroom. No, okay. So your phone is in your hand. How do you squiggle out? So you take your phone and you like push down, right? And the undies, and you lift up your phone, but then how do you wipe? Do you just like lean to the side and not so your phone? Like, how does that work? How do you wipe?
I will tell you how.
Okay, no,
very
let
carefully.
Let me finish.
Very carefully.
And not only that, do you wipe, and you're not going to do it well with one hand and do it correctly because you're too busy looking at your phone. That then you got to. How do you?
I got one of those neck things from the TikTok shop.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And I got my phone, and then I just use my nose.
Not only that, then you have your phone.
Swipe.
You
swipe in like this.
Do you put it on the sink and wash your hands? Your poop hands next to the phone. How? Am I crazy? Like, is that not disgusting? Like,
I would say
visualize that.
This is why I never want to touch anyone else's phone, because I would imagine that
they're disgusting like you.
Every phone.
They're disgusting like
has
you.
Shit on it, guaranteed. And then you put it up to your face and you talk to it. I only talk on my phone in speakerphone. All right, more on Robert the doll. Reel it in.
I know. I'm sorry.
You gotta reel it in here, guys. We're out here.
I don't know how we even got there.
Okay, so Robert the doll.
Okay, so that history. So he's still, again, he says that they say that he gives cursed energy, and not only that, you can see all the letters in the background. They keep every single one of them. There
so
are
if you
thousands
take a picture
without permission. And if you don't come back and apologize or send in an apology, you just get bad luck.
What if you call it names or something like that? You piss
it doesn't
off.
like disrespect. Yes, it's been around a long time.
It wants reverence.
Kinda.
So basically, you have to be all hail to the Robert.
Right.
Robert, please, if it would be all right with you, may I take a picture? Now, does it answer you and say yes or no?
No, the bad luck just stops.
I know, but what if you do want to take a picture and you're like, hey, bro, can I totally take a picture of you?
And then nothing happens to them, according to Key West, where he is staying.
Yeah, but don't you think that there's a possibility that they made all this up.
Absolutely.
And that people just get it in their mind.
Absolutely.
And it's like,
they are manifesting it.
Yeah, they're manifesting the negativity
They're like, oh,
into their
let's
life.
see if this is true. And then they manifest it and they're like, oh, my life sucks.
Right. And then they start noticing negative things happening in their life because they're dwelling on negative thoughts that this might have happened, or it's freaking real.
This doll, I knew about it because it was connected to other things the stories that we had growing up. So, but this doll has been around, like, look at it. Like, that is
121 years.
121 years in almost beautiful condition, but you can see it's wear and tear. It's the moth eating, like all that kind of stuff because it was left in an attic. But that thing...
Was this doll ever cute and loved before?
Yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay, so this doll's name is Robert, right? That was the boy's name. He loved his doll so much. He gave his name Robert to the doll, and he used his middle name as Gene and still went by Gene his whole life, leaving Robert with his own name.
But mind you, that 120 years ago, the quality of craftsmanship for dolls wasn't like what we have now. Now we have all these different materials and things. So like, back then, like kids would get a hand carved wooden horse from their dad
and they would,
for Christmas. You know what I mean? So it does. This is the quality of what it was. So I don't see it being
no
of
idea
much
what the
quality.
dog's name is. They never mentioned that because it was just an entity of its own.
I'm scared of the dog. Like it's gonna bite my ankles. I hate Chihuahuas. They are the worst dogs ever. Like we'll never hate an animal, okay? But I don't want it around me. I don't want to look at it. I don't want.
They're fierce.
It seems
they
like
don't
it's
care.
an abomination. Okay, dogs were not meant to be that small and that angry.
I disagree because I'm Hispanic and I'm small and I'm angry. So let's go down that road.
So your new nickname is Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
We'll call you Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
No, that ain't it. Okay, Valley of the Dolls.
All right, So that's it.
For this one, yes.
So,
there is a hard to find history on this one, except for people are terrified.
So don't piss off Robert,
Don't
or
go
you're going to
take
have to write a letter.
Don't do that.
If you don't like homework, don't go visit Robert.
And if you're going to go take a picture, please ask for permission. This dude don't play.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not buying it. Before
history
we get
is history. It's like saying that, what does the Bible say? Some guy lived to 500 years. We know that's not true.
It seems psychosomatic. And wouldn't you want to write a letter that they're possibly going to put up in the case for somebody to read?
I would never be around dolls. So
I'm going to write a letter and never been there. Be like, I'm so sorry, Robert. I didn't mean to piss you off.
What if you do that and it's like this lying piece of... I didn't curse him.
I feel
he's cursed now.
I feel like we need to write a letter just for talking about it right now. Right? Because if it is real, he must know that we're talking shit right now.
Well, if we send the letter,
you wrote those. You better write a letter. You better write an apology.
Look, my life already sucks, and I already have bad luck. Come at me, bro.
There you go.
I'll call their bluff. You know how I am.
Jesse is
Do
gonna
it.
get. So we got another image of Robert the doll. Let's check it out here.
Cutie pie.
Let's take a look.
I just can't see how this doll did so many bad things.
So this is another image of the doll from the side, and what I want to know is who is this guy that looking like Walt Disney right here?
That's what we're focusing on.
I'm just saying, did Walt Disney have something to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe they had beef. This doll's been around forever.
Yeah, maybe
a doll that's been preserved, and it's very rare, over 100 years. There had to be, whether you believe it or not, there had to be something very special about Robert for them to keep.
Let's see here. That's Walt Disney.
No, it's not. Actually, that looks
is
like
Walt Disney.
Remember,
chat.
this doll was made in Germany, and that looks like a German.
That's the devil.
No, Germans are not. Certain people.
What about this? Look at this. This looks like an official seal from the government. Maybe
they're the ones who own it.
That looks like
it was given to
seal.
Key West Historical Society.
This looks like the Florida State seal. Obviously, it's a bit pixelated. You zoom out, And then this looks like maybe it says like the something. So there's some kind of something to it. But look at this. This looks like the swastika with the eagle above it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just saying, I deep dive into this stuff. I was looking at the background stuff here. What I want to know is, what is this?
I think it was the little boy holding it.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like a goat eating a child.
What?
You don't see the goat? That's a goat.
I think just everything's a goat to him. That's not a goat.
That's a goat.
You always think you see goats when there's no goats.
What is this? What am I looking at?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at that stuff. I was looking at Robert.
TikTok seller says, I blame Israel. I'm sure that
you're probably
Hitler Youth
right.
does as well.
McDonald's.
All right.
Okay.
Reel it in.
Okay, where's
Jesse? You keep getting off topic.
It's not me. It's not me.
All right. Here we are. We're back. So
bring it up.
The next one. I think it's this one here.
Okay, that's a good one.
You want to do that one?
Yeah. Oh, we lost us.
Oops.
Oops.
Hold on, chat. We're here.
Okay. So the Valley of the Dolls, and I'm sure most people, especially if you're Hispanic, you know about this place and its history. But in case you don't, this is part of the Chimilago, I can't say it, canals in South Mexico City. This particular
A D
island,
in English, Bobby. You speak English.
dedicated to, okay, so there was a hermit caretaker, Julian Santiano Barrera, reportedly discovered a body. Yes, and this was in the 1950s, the body of a young girl who had drowned in the canal. This canal is infamous for the horrific things that have happened. While some say he found her body and a doll floating nearby, others, including relatives, believe he might have imagined the girl entirely due to his reclusive state. Haunted.
Wait. Hold there.
Yes.
So they're saying, because he was basically a hermit to this island, that he was seeing things, is what people are trying to say. That's you. Your missus, everything has to be scientific and has to have an explanation behind it, right? Okay. Don't you think that he could have seen something?
I do. Now, I'm not dismissing what he saw, because there's something that deeply troubled him that started him on the venture that he went, because I don't think he could have just decided one day, I'm gonna be weird. And when he grew his own food. He didn't bother anybody. People came and, he traded food for other stuff. Nothing about him screamed crazy. He just didn't like people. Being a hermit doesn't mean crazy. Being a hermit means I don't like people. That's my thing.
It seems like maybe trauma could have been due to it.
Seeing a dead little girl might be traumatized.
Right, and that would totally do it. But and that would explain some of this. But at the same time, don't you think like maybe there was something that happened before? Like, let's say that, because he said he found a drowned girl, right? Mm-hmm. But where's the girl? There was no body found. There was,
I'm getting to that.
Right. So my question is maybe this is induced paranoia.
But I'm the logical one?
I'm just saying, like, we got to look at it logically and illogically. That's what I was getting to. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so elaborate.
Okay. All right. Haunted by his inability to save her or by her spirit, Barrera hung the doll he found in a tree as a memorial, and it is still there, but it's in the spidery part of it. Driven by a perceived need to appease her restless spirit, Barrera spent the next 50 years scouring canals and trash heaps and trading produce for more dolls. He hung thousands of dolls, many of them mutilated, dirty, and broken across the island. So pretty much anybody could bring a doll and hang it as tribute to the little girl.
I'm hanging a doll.
In 2001, Barrera was found dead, drowned in the same spot in the canal where the little girl had said to have died decades earlier.
I don't understand. Like, how is hanging dolls?
It was like a tribute to the little girl. So when he found the little girl, she had a doll. He took the doll since he couldn't help the little girl.
I don't think the little girl liked this. I don't think this is what the little girl meant.
She was deceased. How would you know?
If she existed at all.
She had a little doll with her when she passed away. What are you talking? Every girl has little dolls. Well, most girls. I didn't.
Yeah, dolls freak me out.
Dolls freak me out.
That's why we did this show, because I was like, what's something
I don't like
freaky?
Dolls. Dolls are creepy. But my thing is that she apparently when he found her and she was drowned, she had a little doll with her. So he took that doll, and to appease her spirit, because we don't know what the little girl just drowned, nobody came looking for her and all that kind of stuff. So his way of dealing with that trauma was collecting the dolls for her.
I'm leaning towards, like, the dude was smoking some good stuff and, had a traumatic experience, thought he saw something, maybe went a little bit off his rocker and started doing this to find a way, like a coping mechanism for.
Yeah, I would think
this seems more psychological than it does. Like the other ones seem more demonic. This seems more psychological to me.
Okay, so remember, he was found dead in the same spot the little girl had died. His nephew Anastasio, who had inherited the island, continued the tribute. Then he also died of a heart attack in the same location. All three of them died in the same spot. The island is now. Legend centers believe the dolls are possessed by a spirit of the drowned girl. Over time, it included the souls of the other dead children as well as Barrera's own spirit. And there's also the conspiracy that he was killing children, and this is why he put up all the. It depends.
Where's the children?
Yeah, I mean, you can kill somebody and no body, no case.
So that's a lot of kids.
But their thing is that it was to appease the spirit from bad things happening. But 3 people dying but here's the thing about this canal, and what people don't really understand. This is the same canal that is connected to a lot of folklore. I can't say this one either. Nojales? No, that is right. Dark spirits that disguise themselves as black-eyed girls or animals like fish and leopards lure victims into the water. This is the
like
same canal. Yes, the canal that is connected to this island. Also, part of this canal is La Llorona, the legend of the weeping woman searching for her children that she drowned. It is also associated with these waterways. The paranormal activity to this canal's dark history, the canals were part of vast Aztec lake system. After Hernan Cortez conquered the region, it is said that more than 30,000 Aztec bodies were dumped there, potentially opening a portal of evil entities.
Okay,
it's a whole different, because everything connected with this canal is connected with a lot of dark folklore for Mexico City.
Okay, so I'm leaning towards supernatural now that we have the full story here. It does seem plausible the dude could have, went off of his rocker on this one.
Oh, of course, anybody.
But maybe something drove him to that. Maybe some type of spiritual entity. Like, if La Llorona is in my backyard, I'm probably not going to be the sanest person.
Well, think about the water. It's all about the water. Like, this is all attributed to this canal and this island that is right next to the canal. Like,
well, we do know
drowned children and
water can store energy.
Right, and I don't know how familiar people are with Aztecs, but they were not kind. And if they were leaving this world, they did some horrific things.
Child sacrifices.
Sacrifice anything that they thought would please the gods, they did it.
That's terrifying. And this is why I don't like religion. For that reason right there. I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. I see it more as like a relationship. But yeah, I think when you get religious and things, it can send you down a very, very dark path. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So, these people may have had good intentions. Oh, we're going to make it rain. Let's totally kill our children. That'll do it.
Yeah. And a lot of people disappear, then everyone gets gaslighting into believing it never happened. And that's like what you're trying to, oh, nope, that didn't happen. There was no drowned little girl or the La Llorona. Nope, there's no dead babies.
Right.
That's a hard one because not only, I guess what bothers me about this one than the other ones is the bodies of the people, the little girl, the owner, and the nephew all died in the same place.
In the exact same spot.
In the exact same spot.
So, hold on. Dude finds a little girl.
Correct, with a doll.
In the water, drowned,
yes.
Right? And then he dies there at the water in the same spot.
Drowns.
And then his nephew dies at the water.
Heart attack, drowns.
And then someone else?
No, nobody else. Nobody
So
wanted to be on the island
everyone's
anymore.
like, I ain't going over that
No,
spot.
they do allow people to visit during the day. They do not suggest you be there at night. It is very horrifying and terrifying. Bad things happen.
I feel like we should go at night.
Oh, yeah, not that one. I don't like dolls. I know the history. I've been to Mexico City. You stay away from that. Canal is a huge tourist spot. I grew up with the story of La Llorona because my mother was mean.
What about the cucuy?
No, we grew up with all of that. The cucuy chased you down the hallway when you were going to the restroom. Like my mom, just didn't want us to leave our room or our house at any given moment. She was just like, how can I scare these kids? And they were real folklores. They've been around forever.
If you get up and go to the bathroom at night,
going to the kitchen.
If you go into the kitchen and steal snacks, the cucuy and the La Llorona is going to come get you in the night.
That was what she did. She goes, that was our nighttime stories. We didn't get no Hansel and Gretel or.
And see, this is how religion can
Three
control
Bears.
people. Lore like this can control people, right? We're literally controlling children to stay in their beds and not get into snacks by telling them that the creature from the Black Lagoon is lurking in the shadows.
It's like when you get told, and I found out that this isn't true. If you go to bed with wet hair, you'll be sick the next morning. You know that's not true, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to go to bed with wet hair because it can breed bacteria in your pillow. That's the real reason, right? Why you don't go. But we tell children these crazy stories so they'll think, oh my God, if I get out of bed, the crazy demon monkey's going to grab my ankle and yank me into hell,
I mean,
because kids,
maybe that did happen.
Right, but if you tell kids things logically, they're just going to disobey, right? So we come up with the cucuy and the chupacabra to scare them into
Who says those
doing
things
something
aren't
safe.
real?
I mean,
that
believe they're
story came from somewhere.
I've actually seen a chupacabra.
Bald dog?
They have one on display.
It's a bald dog. It's a bald, oversized dog.
It's a chupacabra, and no one can tell me otherwise.
It's a hairless dog.
It's a chihuahua. Chihuahuas are chupacabras.
They're not hairless.
All right. So do we have another picture here? Let's see here. So that's our picture now. And here's my thing. It seems made up until you factor in the idea that maybe there is.
Those are the trips you can take.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. So because people all died in the same spot, that's where I'm like, okay, maybe this is
the only story I give any weight to. Because they
what
were
are you talking about?
People.
What about freaking Annabelle and the dude?
Do you want my honest opinion on that? Now, I gave the story of the background because that's my job to do so. I think it's crap. The doll thing, the dolls being possessed is crap. Just plain crap.
I don't think so.
I believe, again, whether you believe in demons or not, demons, and even the church, they want bodies. And in your thing about this guy being possessed,
like dead bodies,
they want a live vessel. They have they can't get anything accomplished with a doll. They need a person. They need a body. Okay,
that was one thing that I was researching.
Because I was like, they need a body, they need a host. So when I see these doll ones, I think those people of Annabelle, they made a fortune. And they used religion to, again, not a fan of religion. They use that to push their narrative. Second, the other doll, again, why would you hold on to it? Oh, Robert made me do it, or Robert did it. That sounds like a child didn't want to get in trouble.
It's mutilating toys, so we're just gonna put it in the attic.
He kept
I'd burn that thing. I burned my Furby.
He kept it.
Well, maybe it was because the child was so attached to it.
It is weird though that he still let it keep its name. Like, that's still trippy. Like, he must have believed it so much. Now, again, I could be wrong. These things could be totally real. But in my brain, the two dolls are complete bullshit. To me, it's crap.
I want to believe.
I get it. And people do. People do. But the Valley of the Dolls, knowing Mexico City, knowing the lore behind this canal, pushes me in the other way. Because I know there's some especially, so my native heritage who settled here in California, in Southern California, are the sister tribe to the Aztecs.
So you sacrificed humans and children.
They did. They for sure did. It explains why I'm so mean. But here's my thing. They did horrific things on that land. I'm not going to make excuses. So did the Mayans. So did most tribes all around the world, but I honestly think, out of reading all of it, the Aztecs were pretty freaking bad.
Right.
So,
and like the Annabelle doll thing, it goes back to what, like the 70s. You know, the Robert the doll goes back to, 121 years ago. This goes back like what, thousands of years ago?
Right. These folklore have been around for a very long time. Now, granted, this guy who had the Valley of the Dolls was in his, it started in the 50s. He was older and reclusive, so people wanted to dismiss him. And he literally traded like fruits and vegetables for dolls to keep her happy, to keep her spirit alive.
I saw that he was literally farming to basically survive and to buy dolls
and to get the dolls for the little girl. What would he wasn't asking for money.
Well, I will tell you this.
He wasn't asking for anything. He just wanted to appease this little girl that he couldn't help, and he felt so devastated he couldn't help her.
After he passed, and then his nephew took over and he passed, there wasn't as many dolls as there is today.
Nope,
the reason it's so much is because people go and visit and they bring a doll. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people probably every year that are bringing dolls. So now it's more overridden. It's become more of an attraction.
A tourist attraction. But as long as they keep bringing the dolls, the spirits are happy.
Maybe there was a couple dozen, maybe a few hundred to begin with. Now we're talking about thousands. So it's a whole island of the dolls. It's become this lure over time. I wouldn't put it past Mexico to do something like this to bring in tourist attraction and American US dollars.
That's true.
For every supernatural thing.
But the story of the two deaths are documented.
Follow the money. The money will tell you the truth.
But these little things didn't start till a few years, like 10, 20 years ago. This happened in the 50s. I think we forget that we're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in the 2000s. And so the reason why this was cornered off for a while, because Mexico is very superstitious. Whether you realize that, I get Americans are. No, Mexicans, Spanish, any of that in that family were superstitious to the max. And I think their big thing was, we need to stay away from it. The canal wasn't used for a long time unless it was necessary, because they were afraid of the bad
now
spirits.
They're doing tours through it.
Because Americans
it must have not been that bad.
Because Americans will pay to do dumb shit.
I don't know. We went from we're not going anywhere near it to like, oh yeah, let's just totally take families with their children through the canal.
If
it was unsafe, why would they do that?
No, I'm not saying it's unsafe. I'm just saying it's haunted. There's a big difference. I live in a house I know is haunted. I see it all the time. I'm not move. We're going to live together. And someday I'm going to try to get them to pay rent. Do you understand?
This studio is haunted.
I believe that. Because the house you live in, the house I live in, these houses were made in what, 1930,
like
1940? They're almost 100 years old.
Yeah.
There's some sketchy shit.
Everything around here is old. And I think the older something is, the more likely it is to have like something attached to it. So... yes,
so something can be haunted. Okay, you're saying that, people don't, why are they, okay, you say that, but how many people go to the Winchester house? How many
because
people?
it's freaky and weird and different.
Because it's haunted.
Is it though, or is it just
Because
a
there's
staircase that leads to nothing?
But
A
that's
door
what I'm
that goes
saying.
out to
People will pay,
nowhere.
but I'm saying though, ghosts or not, people will pay to see haunted stuff. And
Absolutely.
it doesn't mean they're not haunted, or they are.
Or the story when the 50s was something completely different, and then they rewrote the story for cha-ching.
But what I'm
so
saying
that
is
way
you
they can
coexist
have their
without,
tourism.
but you can coexist without being possessed. I think that's what people don't understand. You can coexist with the ghost. You can coexist with aliens. You can coexist with things you don't understand.
Well, I think there are good entities and there are bad entities. And I think in this circumstance, I would say this is a bad entity because, two people evidently lost their life and possibly a little girl. So there's probably something evil and demonic. When I look at the La Llorona, okay?
Doesn't that tie in? She was looking for the children she drowned, and there was a little girl that popped up on the guy's island.
I think this is La Llorona. This is probably the
That's
real
the one story I believe
it's
because
the postquel, right? Like it's not the prequel, it's not the origin story. It's this is what happened
a very long time.
Right. So I'm thinking this is what happened after, and what I think is La Llorona's origin story comes from the Aztec background that comes with this. So like
correct. That's
a lot of
more likely.
A lot of evil and demonic and killing of children and people and mutilation and all that stems to cause a dark force and energy, which then possessed a mother to drown her children, which then possessed a man to see. Yeah, basically he saw the them getting drowned, right. So here's the thing: it's like a cascading domino effect, right? So he now saw an apparition of this drowning girl, or maybe it was a real drowning girl, or maybe he drowned a girl there. We don't know, right? But it obviously is this cascading effect of demonic energy over the years, and it's probably the same entity because these things are timeless. They don't die, right? And so over the years, it's transferred itself, and it transferred itself into this man who caused him to go crazy, or maybe it was in the doll. Right now, you say it's not in the doll. I think it can be in the doll. Maybe it's in the island. Maybe it's in the water. Maybe it's in Annabelle. Maybe it's in the air, in the ether. Right. I do believe that entities can attach themselves to you without entering into you. You have to give an entity
like
permission.
A tick?
No, like you have to give it permission to enter into you, right?
Okay, so I would like to hear when a demon asks for permission.
Well, it's like, I mean, when you do like a Ouija board, right? You're giving it permission to communicate with you.
Those are fake, right?
No, they are not. And let me tell you something. I will give you a firsthand experience of a demonic entity trying.
I played with Ouija boards growing up, and the only creepy thing was my dad turning on and off the lights so that we would scream.
Right, maybe there was no entity that, no energy in that space and time. What I'm saying is those things do exist. They are real. There is a scientific explanation for the Ouija board, and we'll do a whole thing on Ouija boards probably one of these days. But what I'm saying is I know for a fact from my personal experience, I have dealt with demonic entities. I've dealt with these spiritual forces and battles that have happened. And I have seen, or not seen, but interacted. And they would basically tell me that, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Every single time I've encountered one of these things, it's always said the same words: let me in. Let me in. And I always am like, you can get off, but you can't come in. Bye. Get out of here.
Okay, so you've experienced that?
Yes.
Okay. So then you should believe all the other stuff, right? You weren't
I
there.
do believe it. We were talking about
I'm saying, like,
we need to have an open mind to scientific reasoning and to supernatural.
I just can't buy the supernatural part on this one. The only one I can, and it's not so much the Valley of the Dolls. I believe he saw what he saw. I believe that he believed what he believed. But I also know with the folklore that I was raised with, the reason she drowned her kids was, you were correct, the Aztec Indians were going to sacrifice them, and the better way to, so that they weren't mutilated and slit their throats, she drowned them. Because, and then she cried because that was her way of saving her own children from a horrible fate.
They do say that drowning is one of the most peaceful deaths.
I mean, I don't really want to try it, but I know the most peaceful death is actually freezing to death.
Yeah, but I mean also drowning though, because
really?
you go into a dream state. You obviously there's some panic behind it. Yes, if you're panicking.
That sounds horrifying.
But like there are people who have drowned, died, and then were resuscitated, and you know their experiences, what they talk about is that it, you know, it's not a painful death. It's not, basically you go into like a dreamlike state of hallucination and you're just gone.
According to science, it's better to die from freezing to death because your sensors just start shutting off.
I don't know, man. I feel like being cold, shivering.
You stop shivering at some point.
Yeah, but it seems like that would be long and drug out, you know? Whereas drowning, it's a few minutes.
But at least you can still breathe. That's the difference.
But you actually
breathing in water.
You get to a point where you breathe in the water and like you don't get that gas. You know how like when you're holding your breath and you have to.
It is horrifying.
Yeah, that's the panic state of it. But I've actually saved someone's life and resuscitated them. I had a pool at one time, and we were all drinking, heavily drinking. And this girl, she was very drunk. She dove into the pool off the diving board and was like swimming around. And because she was so drunk and got disoriented, she couldn't find her way up. And I actually had to jump in and dive and grab her and take her to the top and do CPR. And, you know, someone in that state, they're drunk, they don't know which way is up, they're just swimming around. They're probably not thinking, it's probably not a horrific thing. You know, you're drunk, you know, you're not
okay. So under the right circumstances, drowning is fun. I mean,
no,
listen,
I'm just saying.
But I get what you're saying, and you're getting frustrated with me. But that sounds insane. That does not sound like like heat exhaustion would even be better. Like you just fall asleep and you just don't wake up. I want one that I can just fall asleep.
I feel like low
up.
Oxygen would be the way. Whereas
that's what I'm saying. Cold. That is. Anywhere you go, the best way to die is to freeze to death because your oxygen slowly lowers, your sensors slowly turn off, you just fall asleep and you never wake up.
Yeah, and I mean, so like I used to collect insects, and one of the ways that we would collect insects is we would collect them and then put them in the freezer, and they would fall asleep, and that's how they would go.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a humane way to do it. So I could see that. Okay. Also, lack of oxygen. Basically, you get really tired and you take a nap and you don't wake up. I don't know. I hate the heat. I hate.
But if you were
hot.
to go lay down because you were so hot and your breathing starts
You're so hot.
I had to.
Did I go too far?
I had to see.
I went too far, chat. I don't know. Maybe it's the mustache. That's what's so hot. Maybe it's the red beard.
Help me. Anyways, but heat exhaustion. You just get tired, go to sleep.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to what we're talking about, the Island of the Dolls, right? Honestly,
I want to know what people think because I don't know how people are familiar. Again, I love Hispanic heritage, and this isn't just Mexico. Spain has a lot of their own folklore as well, and that's where most of my ancestors are from, is Spain, and from the sister of the Aztecs that settled in Southern California. But my thing is that what is the difference between taking this tour bus to this haunted island that it is all these Americans and foreigners who go to the haunted houses that are all over California, or I mean the United States? How is that any different? You're like discrediting it. Well, it's not that scary if people go, but there's haunted houses everywhere.
I think people will find any reason to monetize something.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't monetized till, I guess you want to call it that, for a while back.
Right. So, yeah, maybe it was just ancient lure that turned into something that they could market.
But what the point is for, this is why this all comes together for me, is the drowned children, the black-eyed girls luring people into the water. Doesn't that seem like, even though they came at different times, doesn't that seem like it's all connected? That's the only one that I could find that was connected to something else, to something else, to something else.
Yes. I think that this is the most likely to be real.
Right.
But at the same time, I think there's some truth in all of it. I'm leaning towards all of it is real. Every single one of them.
No.
I think the least likely one is the Robert one.
The oldest one?
Right. Well, it's not the oldest because this goes back to the ancient Aztecs, right? Right. But I would say that one because I would write a letter just to get my letter posted up there.
Of course you would.
Yeah. Why would? Who would? So many.
Because I'm not weird. It's not.
But I do think that entities can attach to objects, but I think they would much rather attach to a human. And I think in the Robert case, the human was the little boy, and that's why he switched names, because the little boy went into the doll and the demonic entity took over the little boy.
But Gene, what he called himself, had a fairly normal life. Went to college, married, had kids.
And there's lots of people that are demon possessed that live normal lives.
This is all based on the fact that
and then
demons
next
are
thing
real.
you know, one day they snap.
I think you and me have different words for demon.
Possibly.
Yeah.
When I think of demon, I think of fallen angel, nefarious
and I can't
entity.
Wrap my head around
see
a religious answer.
Like when I say ghost, I'm thinking of a disembodied soul, right? Roaming the earth.
That I believe. Limbo, that's where people get stuck at. I mean, I don't believe in whatever, but I do believe that we either reincarnate or we get to have we get just the same life over and over in a multi-universe. Like, we don't know anything.
When I say demon, I'm referring to some nefarious, evil entity that has, ill intentions.
Okay.
That's what I refer to as demon. I think that ghosts can be good or bad. I think more or less the ghosts that are bad are more likely demons, and the ghosts are more likely just disembodied people. And I think people inherently are good. I think people do evil things. And I think there are very, very evil people out there.
Correct.
And those are probably some evil spirits, But I think generally if you're going to encounter a spirit, it's more likely for it to not be evil, because people, I think the majority of people inherently want to be good. At least I feel that way, because I want to be good. I want to be a good person. I want to help people. I want to do good things. I think, people as a group, as a whole, as a society are very ugly and gross and very malicious and selfish. And,
yes and no.
But I think the individual deep down inside has a yearning want to be good, right?
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about, I don't believe in this whole demonic thing. I do believe in lost spirits, I guess what you would call them, ghosts, spirits that are stuck in limbo and they have nowhere to go. The reason I don't believe in the whole demonic thing is, one, science can prove that it could be mental illness, schizophrenia. But one of my problems is most criminals, do you know what they hide behind? The devil made me do it. And if that
isn't there a show called The Devil Made Me Do It?
Yes, which I've watched in its entirety. But here's my thing. That is my issue with this whole demonic thing. It needs to be labeled as something else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. It's a
That's
cop
why
out.
it's a religious. That's why I have my whole thing with people who are like, oh, you have to one, I don't forgive and I don't forget, but one, oh, you have to forgive them, the devil made me do it. First of all, that is not an excuse. Do you know right from wrong? Great. Now, people who don't know right from wrong, who suffer from psychopathy, that's different. They don't know right from wrong. They think what they're doing is okay. I know you don't like my logical answer right now, and I'm not discrediting that they maybe I'm completely wrong and demons are real and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but from a psychology perspective, it sounds more like a scapegoat. Do I believe in spirits that live on this planet? Did you just say goat?
I heard goat.
Scapegoat.
I'm the scapegoat.
Just a goat. But I do believe in spirits being lost, because whatever happened that led them to that
limbo.
Yeah, limbo. I've always believed in limbo, and until they find peace, they can't leave to wherever you believe you go after this life. I believe in that. But demons is very specific. All these personalities stuck inside of you. And I know the movie Split, great movie. Like, if you had to think of something demonic, but that wasn't who he was, what did they classify it? Schizophrenia.
Right. It was classified as schizophrenia, but I think the difference is someone that's schizophrenic, split personality disorder, they have those different personalities, they have different things. I think what makes it demonic is those same characteristics, but with abilities attached to it.
And that could be very true, but they could have always had those abilities.
No, like there was one I was seeing, and the girl took an apple and
I know what you're talking about. We're going to cover that story.
Yeah, and so like it's like that's a supernatural ability.
Or okay, so here's my thing.
You can't just do that. You just, I'm sorry,
not
but
with these arms, but I mean, if I pump some, metal,
I would challenge like a really ripped. We'll get John Cena, because you can't see him.
We can't see him. We're just going to see an apple explode.
Just see an apple, right? Okay. And I think that even someone like John Cena would struggle with doing something like that, because it's just not human nature. And an average person being able to do something like that, that's a supernatural ability, right? Like almost like a superhero type ability that they don't normally have that ability. And then in that moment of possession, they are granted, call them gifts or abilities to do things that defy the laws of physics, defy, everything that we know that science tells us to be true.
Okay. So
that's the difference.
No. So do the demons, do they know that the demons live in them?
I think some people don't. I think some people are full of demons and don't even know it.
I mean, that is, if that's what you call it, that's very probable. But my thing is like, okay, people aren't going to like this one, but Hitler could have been like at the end, demons maybe do it. I'm not actually crazy.
I'm not saying that blaming it on a demon, it's not a reason for
but that's why it gets
to absolve you.
But that's why it gets discredited, and that's what my issue is with it. Now, if you were telling me this back, and this is even back in the 60s with killers and people creating atrocities, and that was their thing. I was, demon had me, or the devil made me do it, and that maybe that's what bothers me so much. But and then it makes it so like it's not real.
It's a cop out, but I don't think that just because something possessed you to do it doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Exactly.
I think you still have the consequences. I believe that if you are possessed by a demon, you have to give it the ability to do so, and basically have to grant it permission. Therefore, you
I don't think you just said it doesn't need permission, though. It just jumped into little Robert.
No, I think that children are easily manipulated. So it's easier for entities to go after children because they can manipulate those children into doing different things. That's why, children are not allowed to have consent, because their brains are not mature enough to understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making.
You know, that's one thing about when you read up on demons and stuff, they always look like children because you feel bad for children.
Right.
Like, if that's real, and I could be wrong, if that's real, that is genius, because I would help a little girl. I would help a little boy if they needed my help. And you wouldn't think twice. You'd be like, they'd be like, oh my God, you know, be there and crying, and you'd go hug them, and then they're like, zoop. Thanks, bitch.
Yeah, I think that, and you know, these entities are nefarious, and they will do whatever it takes to manipulate people, or you know, to get their end result, right?
Why did it in my head went to a Dave Chappelle, gotcha bitch, like
gotcha bitch,
gotcha bitch, like that is what it feels like if there's a little, because I'm a sucker. If it's a child, like I'm gonna want to help, you know. And I'm like thinking now, I'm like, if that's true, oh man, so quickly I would have a demon so fast, because they'd be like, oh help me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, come in.
I think that's why they
Come to
choose
me.
to use the form of children. I think that's why they go after children. One, because children are easily manipulated, and to be in the form of a child is because it's easy to manipulate someone else to help a child.
Oh.
Just like the guy at the Valley of the Dolls, right? He
Yeah.
wanted to help the child, and therefore it drew him to the water, and
Yeah.
it evidently you know, entered into him and attached itself to him. I do think that the entities can not enter in you and possess you, but can latch onto you and follow you.
Like drain you.
Right. So like, you don't necessarily have to be possessed by the entity. You can just be, what is the word? Like, it can follow you, and it can, you know,
My thing
wreak
about
havoc on you.
these dolls, and they're like, oh, they're demonic. My thing is, things that are really demonic just drain you of everything. The worst that most of
Soul
these dolls,
vampires.
right? Like they're just but these dolls were just jerks. They're freaking assholes, throwing shit, jumping everywhere, scratching people. Like they were just jerks. Like even if that's the case, and they were somehow, these dolls were just jerks.
I think they feed off of fear, because fear is a form of energy. Even with like the adrenochrome, they have to, you know,
No.
the adrenochrome is stronger and more pure, the more stress and torment that
We're not talking about
they're
Monsters
under.
Inc. right now.
I'm just saying is that they do this because it's energy. They're energy vampires. They feed off energy. That's why if
They
you
feed off fear.
right, but if you believe in the entity, then it gives it more power. And if you are more fearful of it, then it will more likely communicate with you, you know, whereas like somebody's like, whatever, it's all bullshit. They're never going to have those experiences because it doesn't have the energy to feed off of. It's too draining on the spirit to interact with you. Whereas if it can make the hair stand up on you know, the back of your neck, then it's more likely that it can feed off of those emotions and that energy.
Okay, so look, I believe in spirits and ghosts. I do not believe in demons. I just don't.
I believe
just
in
can't.
demons.
I can't
because
wrap my head
I've
around that
encountered them personally is why I believe it.
And I guess because I don't, I never will. But I believe
That's
in spirits.
exactly what
but
I'm
I
saying.
believe in like spirits and ghosts.
And
that
that's
makes sense to
probably
me.
why the ghost actually talked to you on the spirit box. And I believe in spirits and ghosts too. That's why when I talked to it, I got the same result when I started asking the right questions, same as you. We believe. I think someone that doesn't believe, it has a harder time.
Doesn't that seem convenient though? Wouldn't you want to go after the people that don't believe?
Well, look at Elon. Elon does not believe whatsoever.
No.
But he's a believer now.
A little bit.
He's a little bit
still
now.
hesitation of what he.
Right,
now
because he's very logical.
and he's like, well, maybe I didn't hear what I thought I heard.
Right. But he doesn't have as many encounters as we do.
Because he doesn't believe in it.
Because he doesn't believe in it. It's too much energy wasted on someone that doesn't believe. But if it can make someone
So
who
then
already
I'm
does,
good. Like you're in danger.
I'm not in
good.
danger.
No, you believe in it, so I'm good then, right?
I'm
like,
filled with the Holy Ghost, so I cannot be possessed. Okay. Me personally,
I feel like
you're in
people-
danger
I
because you
think
don't believe.
People, the majority of people that do get these demons are religious. Look at it. Look into the history
Oh,
of
I
all
believe-
of it. They're religious people because you guys buy into it.
And I don't believe that you have to be a religious person in order to be saved. So if you are someone, you call it whatever you want, but if you believe that you are protected, then therefore you are. That's the difference. Someone who doesn't believe is not protected, therefore could be manipulated.
That's different conversation for another day because I know what I wanted to say, but I feel like you guys are the most vulnerable then.
I think
because you believe in it and you're religious, and if God can't save you, no one can.
I think me personally, I feel like I'm I'm not vulnerable whatsoever because I have that protection, but it also does say in the Bible that you should not, engage in those types of behaviors, right?
And what are you trying to do?
I don't want to engage. I didn't even want to do that thing. Honestly, I was just like trying to see, okay, was this actually interference? And I probably should have never done it. But, the curiosity killed the cat. Okay.
True.
So curiosity got the best of me. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But,
Because you don't know what you were talking to.
I do not know what I was talking to. But I do know this, that I am safe and I am protected.
None of us are.
I believe I am. I believe, therefore I am.
I believe I'm a cat. Do you see how that works?
You need a cat box?
Cat box. My thing is this whole, I guess because we're on different ends of the spectrum. I'm going to be okay because I'm choosing to be okay. You need something to protect you because you don't think you're strong enough to do it yourself?
No,
From like demons or whatever?
I do myself, but I have.
You need to believe in something.
I have a hedge of protection, like a shield. Like
what if it's not
it's called
real?
putting on the
but
armor.
My thing is, I've listened to your sermon. This
And if
whole
it's
time.
not real,
what if you're wrong, and this is all a simulation or whatever it is, and we reincarnate? What if you're wrong?
Then I just slept at night, and I'm okay with being wrong.
Yeah, but then what if
But for me, I don't feel like I'm wrong because of the things that I have seen.
But why can't people who have a whole bunch of demons just be schizophrenic?
I think they very well could be, and that would be a scientific explanation. The difference is the supernatural abilities. Having a mental disorder doesn't give you the ability to do things that you just can't do or possibly know.
Well, maybe they didn't know they couldn't do it, and then they did it.
If you've never been exposed to certain languages and then all of a sudden you start speaking them fluently.
The first time you're exposed to food, you eat it as soon as you smell it. You don't have questions. You're just like, oh my gosh,
but,
this is it.
Speaking in a different language, for instance, if someone who's never even heard the Latin language
access
just
that part of their brain, and we just don't know.
How did it get there?
We have a whole bunch of brain. We don't know. We don't know what's in there.
I believe your brain has to be exposed to something in order for it to retain it there. Now, I get what you're saying, that maybe it's from a past life or something like that. Maybe. But
that
for
makes
me,
more sense to me.
I don't think so. I don't know. But I would say that, supernatural ability from, split personality disorder seems more likely to be demonic possession. I do believe that split personality disorder does exist and that is a real scientific explanation. But I think when you add that other factor into it, that's when it becomes something different. And we have to be able to realize that there are just some things that we can't explain or understand.
Yeah.
And that we have to be open to the possibility that maybe there's something just completely that defies the law of physics, defies the laws of science, defies everything that we know, because it's something that we can't comprehend.
And I believe there's things out there we can't comprehend, but I guess you're going to call it demons and I'm just going to call it schizophrenia. And it's all the same thing. It'll all be the same thing in the end.
I think a lot of the arguments with all these different things is it comes down to the names.
I agree.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, you call it this, I call it that, but it's the same thing.
Right. We're arguing over semantics of the identity of the word that we've created for something. And
that's what people don't
it's
understand.
all the same thing.
We're all talking about the same thing. We're just giving it different names. Even in the world now, like, we are all talking about the same thing. We're just using different words to say
right.
it.
And the problem is we're not moving forward with understanding what is actually happening because we're too busy arguing over the semantics of the words.
Now, with that being said, I would still want to help, even if they were schizophrenic or demonic possessed. I would still want to help. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have to believe in it to want to help somebody be okay. And that's where we all fall on. Like, okay, how do we help this person with whatever is wrong with them? But
and I think, help can come in different forms. I think some people find help from medication. Some people get help from prayer and
religion.
Exactly. And prayer doesn't necessarily have to be religion. Like I said, I don't believe in religion.
Okay, well, I mean in God in
But
general.
that's us arguing over the semantic of the word.
The semantic of what you call
exactly.
it.
That's
right.
a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
So, I think we get to the root of all this, the sooner we as a society accept that there are things we can't explain and stop arguing over the semantics of the words and start having a more open mind about the different things that we are encountering, because there are just some things that science can't explain.
I mean, yeah. And the reason I do agree with that is because I believe ghosts are real.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
I forgot we were live because that was in my head.
The subscription button if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed already. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers, so help us out with that. And we appreciate all of you that are watching and hitting the like button consistently. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Abstract at Ozthecryptogoat. So come check us out. If you're watching on TikTok, you're not watching on TikTok because we're not live on TikTok anymore.
I'm done with TikTok.
We can't say what we want to say. And that's the beauty of the show, is we get to openly talk with free speech and expression.
While we still can.
And that's why I pushed so hard to start this show now, because my intention was to do this much later on. And
we appreciate you guys so much. So much.
Thank you, everyone. You guys are incredible.
One thing I do want to touch on, though, because this is my same thing with the moon landing, is these dolls, little Robert and Annabelle.
Mm-hmm.
What if those stories are true and we're assholes? Like, we're discrediting their whole experience. Like, they're terrified and scared for their life, and we're just like, it didn't happen.
I think that's why it's important to have an open mind.
That's my only thing. Like, that's always sits in the back of my head. Like, I know I'm wrong sometimes. I mean, it's not really that much, but like, I know I can be wrong sometimes. I'm me. How often am I wrong?
All the time.
Never.
That's why you're the fact checker, because you're always freaking right. I hate it.
It's annoying, right? But more times than not, I try to be as, as educated as possible about everything. But in the back of my head, it's that you could be wrong. And that's what hits me with these dolls, was like, gosh, what if I'm wrong? And these dolls did all these horrific things, and I'm just telling these people, your experience is wrong. What you felt is wrong. Everything you went through is wrong. That's not fun either. I don't want to do that to anybody.
Think of people that are demon possessed, right? Telling them that they're discounted, we
I don't want to do that either. I don't want to discount somebody's, like, and what did I say? Perception is, 90% reality. What you perceive is your reality. And to them, that was their reality, whether they made it up. Now, see, that's where that's where we try to decide, but perception is reality. And that reality for them that's what was real.
For me, I've experienced demonic entities. I've experienced schizophrenic personality disorder.
Seems pretty demonic.
People,
maybe it's true.
I've experienced both,
probably.
And there is a fine line where you can use discernment to identify the difference between each, because I believe both do exist.
I do. But again, the back of my head, it's like, could be wrong, but the reality is I'm too logical to think anything else. But again, I don't want to discredit someone's perception. That just seems mean. Like, I believe that you think you saw those things, and I wouldn't discredit that because that was your experience. It wasn't my experience. So only you would know that experience. Does that make sense?
Right. And if you're watching, I would implore you to have an open mind about things. Do not, put people down or discredit their experiences, because we as humans may never understand any of these topics. And you should never, mock someone or put them down or anything like what you're talking about, because the fact of the matter is that no one does. That is
we don't know
the
nothing.
Pure truth. Yeah, we have no idea.
We have no idea.
Right. So no one is right, no one is wrong. So for you to go into the world and act as though you know what you're talking about and you know everything, that is when you realize that you know nothing, is when
you stop learning.
Right. So if you cannot be taught something and you cannot be receptive to something new, that is a form of holding yourself back from learning and educating yourself. So I would implore you to have an open mind, question everything, listen to everything, but believe nothing.
And I know we bicker, but it's more so we have very, very different of opinions and thoughts and how we do things. But at the same time, there's a mutual respect, because his comes from a real place, mine comes from a real place. You don't get to discredit the other ones. I don't believe, and he may not believe what I have to say, but the point of this show is to listen to all perspectives, listen to all the theories, come up with your own way of thinking. Maybe you learned something you didn't. Maybe you think we're crazy. It doesn't matter. Like he said, listen to everybody's point of view. And I think, especially right now with the world being the way it is, just listen. You don't have to always react. You don't always have to comment. You can just listen and go from there. Just my thoughts and opinions.
And that's why I brought you to be on this show, is because we are complete polar opposites. We basically agree on nothing.
True.
Right. And at the same time, we have the ability to sit in a room together and discuss them without yelling and calling each other names and stuff, and understanding each other's perspectives. And I think that that is something that we need to normalize as a community, as the world, and as society and humanity together. It's okay to agree to disagree. You don't have to hate someone just because they don't think the same way you do. And unfortunately, we've lost that somewhere along the way.
We should stop being human beings. Just love. We're all human. That was always my thing when I was a kid and everyone hated everybody. I'm like, we're just human beings. All of us are human. Just be kind to other humans. That's all you have to do. That's
my
simple.
goal with this show is to lead by example. Show people in the world that we do not have to hate each other because we disagree. We can get along, we can sit in the same room, break bread, and conversate with each other without tearing each other apart. And let me tell you something right now. If you are in an argument with somebody and you stoop as low as to start name calling and using derogatory marks, you've already lost.
You lost.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. You know how I am. I'll make a factual statement and it'll bother somebody and they're like, oh, you're a stupid bitch. And I was like, I won.
Yeah, exactly.
Say it again. Say it a little louder. Please say it.
Argue with people with intelligence and facts and even opinions, right? That's how you win an argument. When you stoop down to hateful rhetoric and violence, then you've basically lost. You've already lost because you could not come together and put down a complete thought. And the moment you realized that you lost, you decided to lash out. And that's how you know.
Like a tantrum, like a child. That's what it bothers me. Even my kids have better composure than most adults these days, and it's like, just, they're all listening to each other, they're all joking, nobody you know what I mean, there's camaraderie, and we no longer have that.
Yeah, your kids are unhinged, by the way.
I know, but they're fun.
Yeah.
They're completely unhinged. They say the most crazy things, but they all get along. I
Mine
never
are like
have to
cookie
worry.
cutter children.
Yeah, mine are. They're like me. We're like, nothing matters. Everything matters. It doesn't matter. You know, live your life today. There could be no tomorrow, and we have a lot of fun with that. But there's a camaraderie and a closeness because of the way we are. And I'm sure you have a different kind, but it's the same. And my kids, they will make fun of everybody and anybody. You are not off the table. They don't care what anything you are.
Yeah, with this show, everyone's getting roasted.
Yeah, everyone's getting
Everyone's on the
roasted.
table.
What is it? I used to tell my
It's
mom.
all or nothing.
My mom would say, "Oh, that's racist." And I'm like, it can't be racist if I hate everyone equally. Period. And I'm sure you're on the other side. Well, I love everyone equally.
Exactly.
I hate everyone equally. Therefore, I don't care. I can't be prejudiced. I will roast anybody. And that's just because, I don't know, I have thick skin. Come for me. I don't care.
The most hateful, evil people in my life, I still have love and compassion for them because I feel like something must have happened to them to bring them to that place of such hate and anger. And I feel that maybe with compassion and love, there is a way that something good can come from it.
Horribly disagree.
I think you get out of this world what you put into it. So if you put in good things will come out of it.
I believe that, which is why I try to be the best kind of parent I can be. But there's a parent in my life who made the choices they made, and they deserve what they get. There's no forgiveness. There's no, oh, I feel sorry for them because of their upbringing. I had a horrible upbringing, which made me change it, you know, change the direction, then being brought up the way I was. I don't have that love. I don't know, I'm different. Once you cross me, that's it. You're done. You get exiled. There is no second chances.
I will forgive you, but that doesn't mean that I need you in my life. If you are going to destroy my peace and what I am doing to live and put me in an environment where you're taking away my happiness and my joy, then there's no room for you in my life.
That's understandable.
But that doesn't mean that I don't forgive you for the things you are. I still have compassion.
You're a good person.
What is it that made you that way?
You're a good person. Because even if things made them that way, they chose to stay that way.
Absolutely.
That's unforgivable.
And it's not that it's unforgivable for me, but it's like if you choose to stay that way, then I choose to remove you from my life. Doesn't mean that I hate you or that I, don't love you or whatever it may be. I just choose to not have that in my life because my peace is more valuable.
And I get that. Like I said, you're a good person. I clearly took a different direction because I cannot forgive. I don't forgive and I don't forget, but I also don't dwell on it. That's what people are like, oh, it's going to eat you up. It doesn't. I live my life perfectly fine. And I dismiss and disregard. That's just who I am. That's just this particular person did that to themselves. And I had to break generational curses that she had every opportunity to do, but she didn't.
Yeah. And that's what we're doing here. We're breaking generational curses by coming together and listening and understanding and having an open mind.
Because like I said, so different, but yet I respect you and what you are trying to do here.
I want to save the world.
We can't save the world.
We might be able to save one person.
And that's probably all that's going to happen.
If we save one person, it was all worth it.
I guess. But right now, we're going to need a lot more than one.
I agree with that 100%. We're building an army, chat.
I know. I hope everyone's getting ready for whatever might happen, just because I am terrified. Not because, not for myself, but for other people.
I'm not terrified. I'm prepared. I've been preparing myself for what is to come for a very long time.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not scared for myself. I am ruthless. But I'll do anything for my family. But what I'm worried about is other people that think that, oh, this is going to get better, or, oh, it's not. The theater is on fire. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
The theater is on fire, but it's not on fire.
The screen says it's not.
The screen says it's not. And people are missing it. People really think, oh, we just got to get past this and it's going to get better. I'm like, it's not getting better. Be prepared. Stock up.
What if it's a special effect in the theater of fire, and then that's why they put it on the screen? The theater's not on fire because you're watching backdraft, and it's a 4D immersive experience. And
I mean, that's a good lie, if that's what you mean.
I'm just saying.
But it's true. And people don't want to see, like, both sides, man. They're both freaking nuts. They're freaking crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and the more people
reel it in, baby.
Yeah,
reel it in.
Come back to earth. This ain't happening. Like, it's. You think my kids are unhinged? The world is unhinged.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, my kids a little bit more though.
I think your kids are unhinged in a good way.
Yeah.
They question everything.
Oh yeah, they don't believe nothing anybody tells them.
They believe everything you tell them. You tell them that XRP is made of cheese, they're gonna believe you.
Every show, you gonna bring in just a little sprinkle of your damn crypto.
Hey, I am the crypto goat.
Just because your mustache Frito Bandito does not make you a goat. Although it kind of does look like horns. Demonic. Are you demon? Oh, that's why you're. Oh.
The goat has nothing to do with demonic, and that's a misconception.
I just realized that
so many people demonized me because they thought that the goat was an emulation of a demonic presence or whatever.
I just realized that
goat
was the figure because I went to Catholic church. That was the figure.
Yeah. So. Let the record show the goat represents sacrifice.
Now we know why he's so pro demonic and pro helping, because the goat thing.
I will tell you this: I do not need to be here. I do not need to sit in front of this camera.
You're having fun
and spend. Obviously, I am having fun, but I sacrifice a lot of my time, energy, and resources.
Same.
For the betterment of mankind, because I want to not only tell my story, I want to help people along the way. And so the reason I chose the goat,
lady.
I know, but the reason I chose the goat is because the goat represents sacrifice.
They did sacrifice a lot of them in your Bible.
Yes. And so that's why I chose the goat. Obviously, there's a more of a story to it.
The lamb.
Yes, the lamb. We went with the goat though, because the goat, lamb, same thing. But the goat is willing to defend itself.
True. We used to have baby goats.
That's why I went with the goat. And also because there's an inside joke. If you were here when we first started the show, you know why we chose the goat too.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Oh, that was so annoying to listen to.
It was so long ago.
Oh my gosh, who sent the 100?
I think it was TikTok seller.
I think it was TikTok seller.
Yeah.
You do know. I think it was you who sent 100.
And it was like CMont did as well.
Yeah.
And a couple others. At some point.
The ones from the beginning, man.
Yeah, those were the real OGs.
They're the only ones who know the whole Switch thing, like Commodore 64 or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
the Nintendo Switch live stream.
I still want a Commodore. Yeah, like, I feel like I got old. I mean, you got old. I'm still young, but
I'm a delight.
One has nothing to. Yeah, see.
I'm gorgeous.
There we go.
They all listen, everybody says so. They all say the goat is the beautifulest man I've ever seen. He's the biggest, most goatiest of all the goats.
Help me.
They say LeBron's got nothing on the goat.
I don't want to be. I'm scared.
Listen, losers, okay?
It was 8 months ago, but I miss it. I know.
Right? What's crazy? That's so long ago.
That was before.
We could have made a baby in that time frame.
What I don't understand.
Could be having birth right now.
I know, like, we're totally off topic now, but that's fine because it doesn't matter. It's late. But you know what I don't understand? Back then, you said way more crazy things and weren't always getting banned every 5 seconds. Like, it kind of started
changed
that way, and then all of a sudden, like, we were fine. And you know what I noticed? Like, when you got an agent, it got worse.
It did.
It got significantly worse. Like, they were targeting people with agents because they didn't want them. I don't know. Doesn't it seem like that?
I think more or less what happened is well, I don't want to say it on camera.
No, I know.
But
well, I'll say it. The other
they're just
people are
bad
fucking
characters.
assholes.
Yeah, there's just some bad characters.
Those creators
out
are
there.
assholes talking shit in the same network as you, and it was being allowed. I'll say it. That's fine.
And stealing my ideas.
And then there would
content.
we would say it one day, and the next day they're saying it, and then they're like, "Oh, they're copying us, bitch! Go back, go watch the video. It's on YouTube. We know where you got it from."
Is you can gaslight the people, and the people will always listen to their creator and listen to whatever they say.
But I was doing what they were doing, watching in the background, and not actually clicking on the video and listening to them talk shit. Fuck that. That's why we're not on TikTok. They can suck it.
You know,
I said it.
You know, TikTok is the only platform where you can actually be attacked by someone that is trolling your show.
Oh, and that
Here-
psycho crazy
Right. But
bitch.
and she showed up here on YouTube, but there's nothing she can do.
I know, great.
That
right?
we're here. No one can do anything to retaliate against us. The only people
Have a
that
good night.
can actually retaliate against us is YouTube itself, and YouTube is minding their P's and Q's because they got
Right.
sued like crazy during
Right.
COVID for the censorship.
I thought.
The
Yeah.
love letter.
He's talking about from Crazy Bitch Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do copy, and that's look. He can be nice as he want, and he's a better person than I am. I'm not a good person, but I sat back and I listened to the things they said. I was even in their chats while they were talking shit. And it's the big ones that you can think of. The girl and the boy that worked together, the other one with the weird, hair on his face as his emblem. They're all douchebags, period. And the fact that they're going out of their way to get rid of people that might be competition for them and push them out of the space because they are wrong and this one's right is fucked up.
You know what's great is since I've left TikTok, they have nothing to talk about except for argue and bash each other now.
It's like freaking
They've
the
become these
novelas. That's all it is, novelas.
Yeah, it's what is it? Crypto days of our lives. That's all it is.
The crazy angel lady gave you another love message.
The crazy
that one
angel
too,
lady
TikTok seller.
literally is messaging people going around saying that I'm a bad person and not to listen to me, but then in the same breath, like I'm speaking major truth, and everyone in the chat is like, yes, everything you're saying is right. And then she's saying, don't listen to him, and it just makes her look even more crazy. And then at the same time, she's like, I bought XRP because angels told me to.
My problem is that they buy into her and they spread that because she gifts them like crazy for listening to her stupidity.
Yeah, they're bought and paid for.
Dude, that's another thing. I want people to go look at people's chats when there's like 200 people in it and there's only like 4 people commenting. Why is that? Just take a good look.
Yeah.
Why would that
massive crazy numbers, yet no one engaging.
Yeah, crypto days of our lives. That's pretty much what it is. And my thing is like 200 people, only 4 people commenting.
And it's the moderators.
Bought and paid for, but what do I know? Doesn't
That's
make
why
any
I
sense.
call TikTok LARPing.
Yeah.
When I realized that the TikTok people run the same way as the news, I had to stop following them.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is now that I'm not doing crypto content, they have nothing to talk about. I'm not even making it on YouTube.
Like
the only
Alexa
place
said, it's days of our lives. It's just the freaking novella is talking. They're all talking.
The only place you can get TA from me or any crypto knowledge is through my Discord. And so if you are watching and you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord and I will be more than happy to help you. I have not left crypto. I am still doing crypto. We're still doing the TA class. We're still, trading and doing all that. I've taken a bit of a step back from crypto, but if you need help, I'm here to help you.
You have a class tomorrow, right?
Yes, I do have class tomorrow.
Okay.
2 p.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. We have a special guest. The CEO of Wi-Fi is coming into the class to help teach some
really
of his
cool.
strategies.
Also, for people in the Discord, if you are not in the class, you will be taken out of certain chats. It's for the class only, because I'm going to say it. So.
Yes. So if you are not in the class, you will be removed from the moonshot.
Which is the funniest, the funniest one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't read that.
I'm just holding some right now because I'm afraid news will rug everything. So, and it's going to.
Oh yeah. Please be careful with the news right now. It is so misleading. Oh my gosh, like
moon cycle. We had the full moon. Now it's time to come back down to earth.
The world is on fire. Theater's on fire. The world is on fire right now.
The theater's not on fire. But the screen said so.
No. But everything's on fire right now. The markets are bad. The food prices are out of control. Gas prices are out of control. All of that is out of control.
Yeah, people think that things are going.
Who has money
crazy.
To invest right now?
Yeah,
I'm on YouTube.
The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and people don't have money to invest.
And what are they going to do? If you can't afford food, you're going to start pulling out investments.
Exactly.
Because you need food. So people are like, oh my God, the market is dropping. Yeah, of course it is. Dude, I can't.
Did you see the shit show at the airports today? I did not.
Oh, are you talking about in California? Because they took out the people that are needed for the landing, and they had to delay flights and there we go, 30 of them, because they cut. Remember, he did a huge cut, and I guess something happened. There was chaos.
Well, they shut down the government, so there's
the 30 traffic control. So what happened?
There's no TSA, but there's ATC.
Yeah, traffic control went bye-bye, and they had to either cancel or delay flights. And now, what is it? They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay, pay the prices. They don't want you to leave.
Prison nation, martial law.
We're already there. They've occupied Chicago. And the thing is, all the Supreme Court says can't do it. They're doing it anyway.
I feel like we should do a prison nation show for the rabbit hole.
You said you wanted to do spooky.
I do want to stick with the spooky weird stuff, but if
there's real life things going on right now.
If it keeps going, we'll probably
Oregon,
take a tangent
California, and Illinois.
Yeah.
Literally occupying them, which isn't, what is it? It's not the Third Amendment, or what is it? The Third Amendment?
Fifth Amendment.
Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
It's occupying soldiers in your home, though.
That's pretty much what it is. They went into an apartment building. I know we're off topic, and it doesn't matter because they went into an apartment building and ripped out people, and these children were like naked. You can watch the video online.
I believe
There's a couple of them.
I believe it.
That's occupying an apartment.
Why don't we do another live in a couple days, and we can cover that one. Then we'll go back to spooky stuff.
Oh, you want me to go on Hinge, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, chat? Should we do more of these lives more often? Because I was thinking like a couple times a week. But
I saw that, and it was U-Haul cars too. They threw them into U-Haul trucks. That one that I'm talking about, they ran into the apartment and ripped all those people out.
Let's save it for the show. Let's do a whole show on it. And
they're slowly moving into red states, and they're telling them it's for your protection.
We can do a political rabbit hole show. What do you think?
That's fine.
What do you think, chat? Should we do a political rabbit hole show? In a couple days. And
I have to research.
I'll post it to the Discord when we're going to do it.
I research everything. I type it all out because I can't.
The news show needs to come back.
We can do news once a week.
I can do the news show, I guess.
But it'll be on here. It will not be on TikTok. If you want me involved, I will not go on TikTok.
Here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement. And
she's
every time
Shelly's right, we can just do a little segment here and there.
Well, here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement and has really boosted our algorithm in YouTube. So whenever I post crypto stuff, we get bad engagement, which hurts our algorithm.
So let's not do it for YouTube.
So I'll
let's
probably do
every
a
other
TikTok
platform.
only, or maybe just abstract. Why don't we do it? Okay, I will bring the news back to abstract. Abstract exclusive.
Okay, but I will not go. One, I will not go on TikTok. But two, why can't we just do the other platforms then? Why not? Why can't we just do YouTube?
The problem is it hurts our algorithm. So every time I post something on YouTube that
You don't think something political isn't gonna push the
no, I
algorithm?
think political would, but we're talking about bringing the news show back, doing the news 5 days a week, like
I'm
I
not
used
doing
to.
5 days a week. We can do.
No, I would do it, but I'll do a shorter show. I won't do 4 hours, and I'll do it
I
5
won't do
days
it
a
if
week.
it's on TikTok.
No,
I'm
it
not
would be
gonna do
just
it.
me,
Okay, that's fine.
and because
That'll be your thing.
I can't afford to bring you in at
No,
5
I'm
days
doing
a week.
a lot of work already.
Yeah, so we'll do the rabbit hole show.
But the thing is
and
you
I'll
don't need to do
the
5
news.
days a week of a segment. Jesse,
I think we do,
less
'cause
work,
that's regular
a 15-minute
news.
segment. That's what I said. Jesse, less work, a 15-minute segment.
We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it, and we'll see how we can move forward. But I do want to continue, doing.
I like the
media
show a lot.
and being like a news anchor, right? That's basically what I was. But we'll scale the hours back on that, and we'll put the long hours for the rabbit hole show.
If it's TikTok, I'm not.
I'm not really going to be doing TikTok. TikTok is our promo show. We're going to be doing live battles and just building a platform there just to get new viewers to come to YouTube. That's the
Right.
only reason I'm still doing
On
it.
YouTube, I can say whatever I want
Yeah.
about whoever I want.
On Abstract, we can really do whatever we want as long as it's not diddling children like Trump.
Oh, okay. Diddly. Diddly. That's
Diddy
what you
diddle?
said earlier, didn't you?
Diddy diddle.
Oh my gosh. That's another one. I'm gonna see if I can pardon Maxine Glenn. I can't believe that.
He acted like he totally gaslit everyone, like he had no idea who she was.
You don't remember the person that sold you children?
Yeah, that's crazy.
50 months.
All right, if you're watching, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel,
Recommend
share
it
the
to
show
your
with
friends,
your friends.
so that we can all have fun together. We do look at the chat, and I know we get off subject a little bit, but it makes it a lot more entertaining seeing your feedback.
And if you like this content,
thank you,
please.
Shelley.
And if you like this content, please. I'm trying to do a little promo.
I'm
clip.
sorry, I can talk too.
Let's be professional for just one moment, just for a nice little clip. If you like this show, please hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube, and don't forget to hit that like button and share this show with your friends. When was the last time you called your mother or your mother-in-law and told them, hey, I saw an amazing show, you gotta check it out. We'll see y'all next time. How's everybody doing today? How are we doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. We just closed our candle for today. We had a nice green candle, and now it's turning red. Starting to turn red, starting to pull back. Is it going to hold, or are we going to hit this line here at about 247 and bounce off? That is the real question. Are we going to be able to hold this? Or is this it? Was that our last big pump before we drop down here into lower zones? What's up, Neo? I said it'll go to $1.50. It still can. I said it would go to 160, and it did. I don't know. If we hit the line here at 247, let's pause the music here. It could take months. It could take months for that to happen. I would say middle of June is the time frame for it to drop like that. And I told everybody moon cycle. I told everybody that Monday was the full moon and that the markets pump based on the moon cycle. I told you all this. If you were paying attention, you would have known. So when do you predict will be the all-time high? I think we may have already reached our all-time high at 340. I think that was it for this cycle, possibly. Or we go up from here and we hit $3, but if we don't hold between $2.60 and $3, it's not going to happen. We're not going to reach above 240. And we've already dropped well below 260 and we're headed down to 250. So if we cannot hold 250, I would say that we're headed back down. But 247 is the blue line right here. We hit this line and bounce up from there. I would say the curse is broken and we've broken out of this downtrend. We can get rid of the ghost and we can start flipping the narrative, but we have not confirmed anything yet. So we got to come back down here. See these two candles? For these two candles closed is 247. All right. Now, is that going to be held as support? What's up, Ozzy Nate? Could we hit all-time highs? It's possible. Could we hit $7? It's possible. I think $5 is more of a realistic point. If it breaks out of this trend and it blows past $3. But it could literally go up to as high as 280 and still come back down. So these types of moves don't happen overnight. Okay? These are a long term. Okay? In the short term, I told you that we were going to pump till Monday, and we did. We were all the way down here at 215. And I told y'all, hey, moon cycle. Moon cycle. All right. Full moon was May 12th. Monday, May 12th. You put a sell order in at 280. Yeah, I think $283 will probably be it. To be honest with you, it could be it already. This could just be it right now. It could pump up again to about 260, 265 ish, and be done. We'll see. We got to give it a little bit of time. But if it holds as support, then we're looking at going up. If we lose support, we're looking at breaking downward. So I've been waiting for this to happen. When we had the show Friday, we were in this candle right here. All right? We were in this candle, and I told you all, hey, moon cycle, we're probably going to pump to Monday. Monday, boom. Lined up perfectly with the full moon. We lost support, just like you said. We'll go up if we hit 250, and it did. Exactly. Everything did just as I said it would. The question is, are we going to hold it? I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for confirmation that this blue line on the top here or this one right here are going to become support and push it up. I'm not convinced yet. And it's pumping because of moon cheese. Everyone is being spoon-fed the moon cheese. All right? the trade deals with China, all that, nothing has been signed yet. Not with the UK, not with China. There are no deals. There is literally a 90-day pause. That's it. There is no deal. I had people messaging me last night saying, hey, do you think this China trade deal thing's going to go through? I said, probably not. We probably won't get a trade deal. It's too soon. Those types of things don't happen overnight. However, these are speculative pumps. You buy the rumor, you sell the news. Okay? We did not get a trade deal. There is no trade deal. I would say that we're temporary bullish. We're bullish. I mean, right now we're bearish. We're opening up into a red candle. Earlier today we were bullish. Definitely. And I told everybody I was bullish till Monday. All right? The moon cycle. The moon cycle. All right? This is normal. I knew it was going to happen. I knew we were going to pump till Monday. Question is, are we going to hold it here? And if we do, definitely going to see $3. Or, well, maybe not definitely, but near $3 zones. Okay. What's up, Ghost Pepper? So maybe $3. And if we hit there and we blow past it, you know, I could see $5. It would be like $3.84 first. And then depending on what we form there, you know, but I could see it going all the way to $7. I think $7 or $8 would be the max. That's a long way up to $8. There's no way it's going past $10. $10 is one of those super high psychological zones. It just isn't going to happen. But I think, you know, somewhere between 4 and 7 is realistic, but $5 is going to be a hard one to break. $5 is going to be a hard one to break. It's a psychological zone, just like $10. But we pumped perfectly all the way into Monday with the moon cycle. And so today marks the end of the moon cycle. And we start moving into a waxing gibbous, or is it a waning gibbous? The waning gibbous on the moon cycle is a pullback, and we'll continue to pull back, and we'll get price correction obviously as we go. If we hold support. How did we lose? We lost TikTok. So if you are on TikTok, don't forget astronomy. So we're using astronomy. What's up, random guy on the internet? How's it going? Viewer discretion. So we're not using astrology, we're using astronomy. And I've noticed this trend over the years. No, astronomy and astrology are two different things. So, I've noticed, because I do astronomy as one of my hobbies. I have a Galileo telescope, and I always like to go out and look at the stars with my telescope. I take my Jeep out to the desert and I go take my telescope, right? Well, what I've noticed, because I'm trading, I'm also monitoring the moon cycle, because on a new moon is the best night to go out and view the stars. And so over the years, I've noticed that the moon cycle plays a role, especially with XLM, stellar lumens. You said it was going to 50 cents a month ago? No, that was B. B said it was going to 50 cents. And I do think it will go to 50 cents at some point once this bull run's over. It will go to 50 cents. But last week I told you moon cycle, we were going to pump till Monday. Today's the full moon as of this Monday. And it pumped just as I said it would. Now, I do think there's still potential to break down from here. If we cannot hold support, we're going to break down. It's always going to drop, and then it's going to go up, and then it's going to drop. Okay? The question is the trends. Is it going to continue trending upward, or is this the bull trap before it breaks and drops down here, which would be May 21st? XYO coin. Yeah. Come on over to Twitch and join the chat on Twitch. And I would be more than happy to do that, or become a subscriber on TikTok. As a subscriber, I will look at any of the coins you have that you want me to look at, as well as, I do coaching. So if you're looking for coaching, and I post daily price point videos of what is happening with the markets. Why is XRP going down, not up? It's going down because this is normal price correction. It's got to drop at least to 247 minimum, 248, somewhere along there. This is normal. It goes up and then it comes down, and it goes up and then it comes down, and it goes up and down. It moves in waves. So the question is, now that it's coming down, and you have to take into consideration, there are people like me that we bought all the way back here. I've been buying XRP since 2017, and all these low zones between 20 and 30 cents, I have been buying XRP like crazy. And when it pumps up, I take my profits. Okay? I took my profits here. I exited the market here, and we re-entered the market at about $2. Now, we're moving up again. The reason it's coming down is because all those people who have our moon bags we've been holding, okay? I exited the market, but I still have my moon bag. And from my moon bag, when it gets big pumps like this, I still take profits. And when it drops back down, I put them back in. That's how it works. The head and shoulders pattern is pretty much invalidated now. Not necessarily. That head and shoulders that was forming right here, yes. But it could form a new head and shoulders. It could come here and move here and go down like that. And that would be another shoulder. So it is still possible. The head and shoulders has not officially been invalidated. This original head and shoulders, yes. But as I posted for the head and shoulders, that a trade deal would more than likely influence that in a positive direction. So just because it's forming a head and shoulders doesn't mean that it's actually going to do that. And like I said, Friday, we were going to pump all the way to Monday. And Monday could be it because it's the moon's cycle. So if we're going into a waxing gibbous, we could start seeing a pullback from here on down. So we just got to kind of watch and see. But we're already down to 251. If we can't hold above 250, and I would say 247 to 250 is that support zone right there. We need to hold above that. But we could come all the way down to the blue line here, which would be 246 ish. 246, 245 even. It could wick into it, but I would say the candle close above this line. And I would say that this line is now support and no longer resistance. But we have to watch and see. Being patient. A lot of people were messaging me, hey, it's pumping, it's all the way up to freaking 260. Should I jump in right now? I said, no, just wait. It'll pull back down. If it's going to go again, we'll be able to catch it here. It always moves in waves. You know, don't buy the top and sell the bottom. You know, if it jumps up here like this, no big deal. Just wait. It'll come back down. You'll get another entry point and then ride it back up again. You usually get 2 shots. Okay? You usually get 2 shots at a price. If it's going to go up higher, it'll pump higher the second time. If it's going to go lower, it won't pump as much. Okay? I would say that we're due all the way from 161 all the way to 265, that we're due for some, at least a correction down here to 226. Okay? And then move back up. Let's just say that over, by the way, that the 250 whatever zone that I'm saying, that's if we're just going to continue to like moon candle up, okay? If we're about to catch a moon candle, but we could come all the way down to 231, 230, and that's it. And X marks the spot, okay? So as you can see here in the chart, let me zoom in here so you guys can see it a little better. By the way, if you're watching on TikTok, turn your phone to the side for a better viewing experience. So it doesn't perfectly line up. It's one day off, but on the X, it lined up perfectly. Soon as we crossed over this X on the top side, we pumped up to it, right? We had a little bit of a pullback, and then boom, we pumped again. All right? Right up to the X. Right up to it. Look it. Right on the X, we started pumping. As soon as we got pumped, we came right up to the X. Boom. Okay? And then I noticed the lunar cycle. I said, hey, we're going to pump till Monday. Now, we did get a pullback, Sunday pullback, and that's actually a good sign. The fact that we pulled back on a Sunday finally means that we're moving out of the meme coin trend we've been in. What's up, TikTok treasure? How you doing, fam? How you doing, my boy? By the way, if you're watching on TikTok, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow the show, but don't forget to become a subscriber and get access to those daily price point videos. I'm posting videos daily for subscribers, telling you all this stuff daily, marking it out. You know, I told you guys, hey, this looked like it could possibly be a Head and Shoulders forming, but the news on Monday, if it's positive, could break that trend. And what did it do? We got the news. We got the moon cheese. I'm feeling so much better today. Today is a beautiful day. I've been working my ass off on this studio. It's crazy how much work it is. And getting a construction crew to come in and work on a holiday weekend because it's Mother's Day, impossible. Impossible. Just finding a construction crew that'll work on weekends is nearly impossible. And then getting them to work on a holiday weekend, can't do it. Can't. So I was hoping to have the cameras up today. However, the IT guy came in and we got other things set up, but the cameras will be done soon. Yesterday it went to 248 and went straight back down. Didn't hit the 250. Bro, you are calling it within 3 cents. Bro, you're killing it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we are you know, I wouldn't even say I'm calling it. I'm just looking at the trend lines and pointing out zones of resistance. It's very simple. It's math. It's not hard. All you have to do is read the candles. I don't use any indicators. I don't use any methods or whatever. Sorry, somebody's scamming on TikTok in the chat. So the way it works is the candles don't lie, man. Okay? They show the resistance going back. You find the consolidation in the candles, and then also we can remember past times when we traded in these zones where it got stuck and where, you know, you kind of remember that. You know, remember 220 zone? How long were we stuck in 220 sideways? Months ago. We were there for like weeks. When you're stuck in a zone in consolidation like that, it, you know, that's how you know that when you get into that area, it's going to be fucked up. Like, that is, consolidation zones like that are where once you get into them and you're stuck in that zone, it is very hard to tell whether we're going up or we're going down and where it's going. You know, I mean, it's easy to tell because it's going between, you know, 215 and 220, and that's it. That's all it's going to do. What's hard to tell is which side it's going to break out to. But once you get that breakout, it's very simple. It's very simple. It always follows the trend lines because everybody else, let me tell you, all of the big time traders are doing it this way. Yeah, they're using the indicators and other things, you know, but the real way that they are trading, and when I say the big dogs, I mean these are the firms, the big players that manage other people's money. So they've got clients on top of clients on top of clients, right? And then all their clients have got millions, if not billions of dollars invested, and they cannot mess up. They can't. They have to stick to a method. And this is that method that we're using here. We're using their method. Okay? That's why using the indicators and the wave patterns and all that, they don't play off. I mean, they do, but really the way they do is trends and candles. That's how it's done. It's been done like that since the 20s, I think. But I don't think it was like measured in candles. It's more like graphs. But I guess it's a graph. But that's how it's been done. And you're looking for support and resistance and trends. That's it. It's very simple. But thank you, Big Baller. I appreciate it. However, I feel like what I'm doing is not that simple. But I get it. A lot of people don't understand this. They don't know, or they don't have the time to sit here 20 hours a day like I do and stare at this freaking thing and see the patterns and notice it. And I do know that my brain works a little bit differently. So I get it. For me, it's very simple. So if I don't mean to belittle you if you're struggling or having trouble, but let me tell you, there are a lot of people who have signed on with me and have taken advantage of the coaching. They are trading like expert traders and they are winning. Now, do we always catch every tip of every wick? Every bottom of every candle? No, we don't catch every tip, but we catch some of them. All right, we catch some of them, but we're making consistent trades that are profitable. And I say that my method's probably 80%, but everyone else seems to say it's much higher. But I feel like my method's about 80%. And that's what it takes to make money in this. If you have something 75% or better, you're doing it right. I'm still waiting for it to go below $1 to buy more. I mean, if you are waiting for it to go below, you could get priced out. I have a moon bag. I have a bag that I don't care. I bought it at such a low price, and I've been holding it for all these years that I'm never going to sell all of it. I'm just going to continually take profits from it as it goes up. And sometimes I take from those profits and I reinvest them elsewhere, such as this show. I've spent over $15,000 into building this show with equipment. We literally started as I was the dude doing the live from my Twitch, or not my Twitch, my Nintendo Switch. It wasn't really a Nintendo Switch, but it was a tablet. I had my tablet and my phone pointed at it, and that's how we started this show. And now I've got 3 monitors, lights, cameras. We have a staff here. I have an IT guy. I have journalists that go through the news. I have fact checkers. I have this amazing studio that we built, and you guys can't hear the airplanes anymore. As you all know, I live my part of my property is a landing strip and an airport fueling station in the middle of nowhere. And we have farms out here, and a lot of the planes that crop dust the farms and stuff, they all come in here to land and fuel and whatnot. And so we had to build a special place just to do the show because of the sound. And we have grown so much, and it's all because of you. Brother, what happened with that dip we predicted for XRP? Well, if you're watching the show every day, these dips are subject to change. And as I told everybody last week, that we were going to pump till Monday. And that's what happened. I said, hey, moon cycle, we're going to pump. So if you're not watching the show every day, you're going to miss things. Because this is all subject to change. I am not biased whatsoever. I'm here to make money, and I'm here to help you make money. And that's it. So if you're not watching every day and you just watch one show, you can get misled very quickly. Because I'm not one of these creators where I'm just sticking to it's going to $1 and that's it. No. As the news changes, as the markets change and fluctuate, we adapt with it. And that's why we're successful. And it could still go to those lower zones, just not yet. It takes time. But I think we're due for a price correction. Hey, can you guys hear the plane right now? That was a loud one. That was a big plane. That must have been like a B-52. If you guys didn't hear that plane, that means that the studio is working properly. So we're going to have to wait and see. Are we going to break this downward trend? Okay, Ethereum. I'm hella bullish on Ethereum, especially if we start losing Bitcoin dominance. I think Ethereum's finally going to do what everyone's been waiting for. I think it's coming. I think Ethereum is gearing up. Can't hear it, huh? Awesome. Can literally feel it rumbling below my feet. But you guys can't hear it. That's all we need. The entire building shakes. So I feel like Ethereum, is about to get its comeback. Bitcoin dominance will serve a purpose. Do I think that we're in a regular cycle? No. But do I think a lot of people think we are? Yes. So when Bitcoin dominance drops, I am banking on the fact that Ethereum and altcoins will pump, and utility coins. If you want me to look at other projects, you gotta become a subscriber or come over to Twitch and it's free. That's Ozthecryptogoat. We're live on Twitch as well. If you come into the Twitch chat and put in your requests, I will look at them, no problem, no charge. But I do believe that other people believe that we're in a regular cycle, and because of it, we'll get a pump. I don't think it's going to be as much as people think because the liquidity is more spread out. But we will get something because a lot of people have been waiting for Bitcoin dominance to drop. And Bitcoin's already losing some of its dominance and it's headed back towards 100K. And if you were watching the show a few weeks ago, I told you, hey, everything looks bullish across the board. Weeks ago, I told you this. Everything had pumps in it. And then later this week, I told you we're going to pump till Monday. What about Chainlink? Yeah, let's take a look at Chainlink. I love Link, by the way. One of my tops. Definitely one of my tops. Link could be a flag. It's definitely a bit of a descending channel on the 1 day. Let's go into a shorter time frame and get a little more data. It's definitely price correcting right now. Looks kind of like a double, or I don't know if you'd call that a triple top. I'd call that more of a double top. And if it consolidates here, I'd even call it possibly a head and shoulders. That's possible. However, let me take a look at it here. So we had this upward trend followed by a drop. If this breaks here and starts turning green candles again, I would expect it to come and go into a upward trend from here. And it could see 217 again in the short term. I swear you've been bearish on XRP and it's gone up. You're not watching the show every day. It changes every day. The market changes every day. So it just depends on when you're watching. Did you hear that Coinbase is joining the S&P 500? I heard rumors. I do not know for sure. I will have a fact checker check on that right now. Let me get the fact checker. Hey, can we get a fact check on whether or not Coinbase is being added to the S&P 500? Is XLM done? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at XLM. That's a good question. I definitely know that everything was going to pump till Monday. So here we are, Monday, everything pumped. So now I'm just looking at the charts again on all these other coins. XLM looks like a bit of a flag on the day, possibly. Let's look at the 1 hour. I think everything's due for price correction, but I would say XLM's probably going to double bottom here and come back up to at least 33. Now, XLM didn't quite hit 35. XLM didn't quite hit 35 yet. I think it's still got more in it. Possibly. However, this is an ascending, broadening wedge. Okay? This pattern right here tends to be bearish. So I would imagine that XLM would pump and then come back down. And that would put it right under 35 cents, maybe 34 cents. So I think that this is the pattern it's forming. I think it'll probably double bottom where it's at right now, hit this zone of resistance, come up, and then come back down. And that lines up with middle of May. Middle of May is when we dropped in the last cycle. So we kind of have to wait and see, but I think it's got at least 233 to 234 left in it. I'm not sure it's done. Hopefully you took profits as it went up. I would say 230 and 233 to 235 would be the next spot. Obviously we peaked here, 233. I would say if it pumps again, I'd take profits at 233 and 234. I did sold at 233. Good for you. Good for you. Giddy Marie, I am so proud of you. You are the fastest learner I've had in this whole thing. You have come so far, and I'm so proud of you. And your patience has grown so much. That's another big thing here is patience. Those of you who are waiting for $1, Kirby, thank you for the heart me. The patience is what pays off. If you're waiting for a $1 zone to buy in, be patient. It will come. If you're waiting for, today or tomorrow's trade, it's not going to happen. $1 XRP is not happening tomorrow. But it is going to be available for $1 at some point, I believe. Maybe $2 is the lowest it ever goes. I don't think so. I think at least $1.50 again. So these are all about time frames. If you're looking for things to hit these numbers overnight, then you're doing it wrong. Okay? That's not how this works. We have to be patient. We have to wait. We have to wait for breakouts. We were in this bearish trend here, which could still very well be a bull trap. And we could come right back into this and hit right here. X marks the spot. And this X right here lines up perfectly. This is May 21st, May 22nd. Okay? In our previous cycles, look what happened last time on that date. Big red candle. May 19th, May 20th, May 21st, May 22nd. All the way down here. So we still have to understand that just because things pumped because of some news and the moon cycle does not mean that we've broken out of the trend yet. So I'm sure there's a lot of you that are waiting who didn't get in, that were a little fearful, even though I said we'd probably pump till Monday. There's a lot of people that didn't enter because of this pattern, and I understand. I get it. I get it. However, if you missed it and you believe that it's going to continue once we hit the blue line, 247, 248, even possibly wick down into 244, 245. That would be your entry zone again, because you would have jumped in at that point anyway a few days before. Now we have Yeah, the news was fake news. That's why I'm not buying it yet. Once I see solid news, okay? Once I see a real deal go through, once I see a real dropping of the case, then I will be less reserved. But until that happens, I feel like this is being propped up for some reason, which I believe they are trying to feed people BS to keep the markets from crashing, which means that we could be headed down. Frogs in a pot, people. Yeah, stock market too, everything. Frogs in a pot. The best way to boil a frog is not to boil water and throw the frog in. It will leap right out. But if you slowly turn the temperature up on the frog over time, the frog will enjoy that warm water, think it's taking a bath, and eventually it'll get so hot that the frog will cook. One more pump before it dumps? I don't know. Maybe. But I would say if it does pump and it doesn't get a lot, 255 if it does. But this could be a nasty Head and Shoulders. This could be a nasty Head and Shoulders forming, and that would bring the price all the way back down to 212, 215. And don't forget, guys, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in those gifts if you're on TikTok. And if you are watching on Twitch, don't forget we are supported by donations. If you're on TikTok and you'd like to send donations, let me know and I will give you the place to send donations. That's OZZY 122-33-504 on Venmo and Cash App. You can send donations there to keep the show, because we don't make any money off of TikTok. We don't make any money off of Twitch. What we really make money here is off of our trades and by supporters like you. And like I said, I have a whole staff here. We have fact checking. We have IT support. And speaking of fact checking, who was it that asked about Big Baller? You asked about whether or not Coinbase was going to be on the S&P 500. According to AI, and it says Coinbase Global Incorporated coin will be added to the S&P 500 index, replacing Discover Financial Services DFS before trading on Monday, May 19th. This move marks the first time a crypto company will be included in the benchmark index. And I see 3 articles supporting it. Oz, have you looked into Richard Hart Pulse Chain or not yet? Yes, I have. TikTok Treasure, I posted a video to TikTok and I wrote an article based on it just because of you. I wrote an entire article. Go ahead and check out that video on TikTok if you haven't seen it yet. I'm moving more into the journalism side of this show. I'm realizing that journalism is a big part of this show, not just technical analysis. So I'm now things such as your inquiries into certain things, I will be writing pieces on them. XPF. Okay. Here's my thing about XPF. I did look into XPF. Okay. And I am on the fence. I was going to throw about 10K, maybe 20 at it. Yeah, no problem, TikTok Treasure. I was going to throw some money at it. However, if you guys know who Jimmy E is, Jimmy E is one of the people that bought it on here. He bought it, jumped through all the hoops, added the trust line, bought it through Zaman Wallet, and the way he linked into it was through you call it Telegram. As soon as I heard Telegram, that was a red flag for me. I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to attempt to buy it. I'll just wait till it's actually available. It could be a scam. I could be wrong, but for me, I'm not willing to put more than a couple $100 into it. And I honestly just haven't had time with the doing the show, building the studio, and dealing with Mother's Day and everything. I hadn't really bought into it yet because there's a lot of extra steps that you got to do with it. You got to buy it through your wallet, and then you got to link it to a trust and all these things, and it's a little complicated. CME will launch XRP futures 5/19/25. Yes. And those are short positions. It will pump at first because people will think that that is a ETF. People will think that CME futures is an ETF, and it will pump, and then they will get scammed. Kirby, XLM is an ascending broadening wedge, which is a bearish pattern, but I think it's got one more pump in it up to 233 to 235, maybe even just 234. Kirby White, thank you for the roses. Retail Well, thank you for the 2 roses. Appreciate you. But XLM looks like it's forming a double bottom here. And this is in the 1 hour. So I would imagine the XLM's got another one in it. And it may not go all the way to the top. It may fall short and just pump to 32 cents. But this pattern is that right there, baby. I just tried to describe. Did it go through? It looks like it did. Thank you for subscribing, Kirby. Much appreciated. And don't forget, with a deluxe subscription, you can message me directly and I can help coach you with your trades. Everyone that I know that has deluxe subscribed and takes advantage of the coaching has been doing very well. Very well. Is it in the next few days? For the rest, I want to sell them. Okay, so if we're in the 1 hour chart, it's within the next couple days. I would say probably tomorrow or Wednesday. If we're in the 1 day chart, it's within the next week or so. Zebek. Yeah, let me check out Zebek. Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna leave this XLM up. Zebek's pretty popular right now, huh? Zebek Network USD on Ethereum. No, that's not a good one. Some of these are area Tether. I don't see it on Ethereum here. See here. See it on Tether. Built on Solana. Interesting. Zebek Network. It looks like it's on OKX. Let me try the trading view version. I believe this is by market cap though. Does that sound right at 0.001 price? Man, y'all into them penny stocks, huh? You want the pink sheets? All right. Zebic is a double top and came down, and it could drop. Well, it looks like it did. It dropped to this zone right here, recovered, and if it is a descending channel forming right here, I would say more than likely it's going to pump up, probably drop down again, and then break out upward, and that would put it at about 0.002 cents, and anywhere as low as, yeah, I would say 0.002, 0.0022. Circle, MasterCard. All right, I'm gonna look into it. I'm usually not one. See how this one here, it pumped really hard and then it's just been dropping. I usually won't buy ones like this until it's down here. See this flat line going across here? This is the zone I would buy in, generally. If I was going to make a trade and I was looking to buy into this project, I would buy down here. Because these things are so volatile. They are almost impossible to track. And it can make whatever trend you want. Look at, let me explain to you. Here's a perfect example. All right. This is an indication of this move upward here. However, right here is the exact same indication. And look what happened. It collapsed. It did not follow regular trends. It collapsed. And generally, I don't buy these low market cap coins up here. I want to buy anywhere in these zones. This would be 0.0008 and 0.0007. Do I think it could still possibly? However, based on prior trends and the type of coin it is, I would say that it's probably not going to follow. And this is a double top. And even if it is a double top, it could drop even lower to 0.0004. So it's very risky buying up here and trying to chart this. Could it do this? Yes. But I would say that you are definitely making a risky move. Oh, you want me to do algo? I would love to do algo, but you got to become a subscriber or you got to come over to TikTok, and I would be more than happy to go over those projects for you. It's got a lot of hype though. I know it's very popular right now. I've had a lot of people asking about it this week. And you know, it makes sense. Since end of April and May, it started pumping again. So it's getting hype because it's pumping again. But you're really buying the top right now. By the way, if you are watching on TikTok and you want me to go over one of these projects that you're naming out, I would be more than happy to do that. However, you got to become a subscriber or you got to come over to Twitch and put it in the chat on the Twitch side, because we do get hit with guidelines And so sometimes we are stuck on the Twitch side, so it is our safety net. You've been in for 2 months? Oh, good for you. I'd definitely take profits. Make sure you're taking profits. That would be my advice. That's a free one for you. Take profits. Keep a little moon bag, baby. But if you guys want me to look at a project for you for free, all you got to do is come over and put it in the chat on the Twitch side. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, on Twitch. So come on over, and don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We're at 666 likes. I don't like that number. Start smashing the like button. Let's see if we can get up to 50K likes. We usually average 50 to 100K likes, and those are rookie numbers. Louis Vuitton, thank you for the likes. Keep smashing the like button. Don't stop. Let's get up to 20K. Thanks again for looking into Pulse Chain. That video was awesome. I appreciate you for putting in light for me. We did cover that story, but I didn't deep dive into it like I did for that one. So we covered that there were, what had happened and that he was, being investigated. But the fact of how it actually ended up turning out was incredible. If you guys have not seen that video, go to my TikTok page, and I posted a news article that I wrote about Pulse Chain, the guy that scammed everybody and got away with it. So check out that story. Awesome story. Thank you, TikTok Treasure, for pointing that out to me. And if you guys are on Twitch and you throw something like that by me, I'm gonna look into it for you. And I'm gonna start, doing these news articles, and I want to do journalism. And we're gonna start doing shows where I'm gonna be going out, and I literally have all the equipment. Some of it is still in the mail, but it's getting delivered today. And I am going to be meeting people. Hold on. TikTok wants me to, 2 objects that are the same. TikTok wants me to prove that I'm still here. So I'm going to be doing interviews on the street. I'm going to be meeting people at different places. When I go out to the baseball game, when I go to Vegas, when I go to the grocery store, I'm going to be interviewing people and asking them certain questions that have to do with the content that we're talking about. We're going to be talking about different cryptos and projects people have heard of. We're going to be talking about the news and current events, and the war and the tariffs and the price of gas and groceries. When I stop at the gas station, I'm going to be asking people, hey, do you think gas is going to come down? Do you think it's going to go up? Where do you generally buy your gas from? Is this a place you always go to? Do you buy Chevron? Do you buy this? And try to get an idea of, because some people are disconnected. Some people have more money than other people, and I want to go into different areas. I want to go into rural areas, impoverished areas, richer areas, suburbs, and ask the different people the same questions and see if there's still a consensus. So look at my charts. If you want me to look at any of your projects, you got to become a subscriber or come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, on Twitch, and I will do it for free. All right, let's look at XRP again. As you can see, we are now getting a little bit of a wick, but this candle just opened, so we're going to have to wait and see. Be patient and see what happens. But it looks like we're holding. And this is a good sign, being this far away from the blue line. Now, tomorrow could be when we reach it. But the fact that we're not slamming back into it could indicate that this is a new upward trend to 280. and X marks the spot again right here. So this would be June 17th, which lines up with what I've been telling you. If we do trend along here like this, we could hit this X and blow, I would say, to all-time highs or higher. $4 and beyond, possibly. So we'll have to see. Let's get into some news, though. We got some news today, and that's why we got green candles earlier this morning. Let's see what the news has to say. XRP news today. BlackRock speculation lifts XRP to 7-week high. The XRP surged 5.4%. BlackRock ETFs talk with the SEC signal a major shift in sentiment, fueling optimism across the crypto markets. BlackRock iShares Bitcoin Trust has seen massive inflows, suggesting potential for an XRP ETF demand surge. Now, this is all speculation. Nothing has been confirmed. BlackRock has never mentioned XRP, period. This is 100% moon cheese. So we have no confirmation on this at all. Let's read a little bit more. XRP surged, blah, blah, blah. We read all that. Factors for approving crypto ETPs under Section 6B of the Exchange Act and possible interim framework for ETP issuer activities. SEC sentiment shifts and ETF prospects. Crypto America host and journalist Eleanor Terrett highlighting the shift in the SEC stance on crypto, stating the second meeting with BlackRock today marks the Crypto Task Force 99th meeting with industry participants, nearly 100 meetings since February. What a stark contrast to the last 4 years. BlackRock is investing in Ondo, I believe. Well, I'll look into that. Can you fact check and see if BlackRock is looking into Ondo? If there's a ETF for BlackRock. Despite growing speculation, BlackRock has redeemed silent on the XRP spot ETF plans. Since debunking a fake iShares XRP spot ETF trust filing in November 2023, the event, which triggered a pump and dump rally, likely forced the ETF issuer to delay plans pending the outcome of the SEC versus Ripple case. And I think that is highly likely that BlackRock isn't even going to mention XRP until the case is settled and the injunction is removed. Because as long as the injunction is in place, there's no reason for BlackRock to hold an ETF. Let's see here. I can't. How do I block people? There we go. All right. I have the fact checkers looking into BlackRock and Ondo. But I think a lot of that is speculation, but Ondo may be more set in stone than XRP. XRP and BlackRock ETF is 100% speculation right now. There's nothing. All right. Let's see here. I think that's pretty much it. And this kind of just confirms what I've been saying, but I don't really go off of the EMAs and all of that. I read the candles, and I get it. There is something to take into consideration, and these are all of these little arrows are indications of things that happen. SEC, Gary Gensler, Trump wins, announced re-election, RLUSD approved rumors, RLUSD approved, and Fed rate cut and projection, blah, 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 blah. All of these things. We all know what's been happening. We've been watching. And if you've been watching this show, you are on top of all these things, and we are covering them and getting the truth. And then right here it says SEC drops appeal. What a load of malarkey. That is not true. The indication that they put here, let me zoom in on this. This is some BS. This is why we do this show. It says SEC drops appeal. What a load of crap. Let's see here. I think I gotta zoom out more. SEC drops appeal. SEC didn't drop anything. Brad Garlinghouse said that they were gonna drop it. They didn't drop anything. That was all Brad Garlinghouse. And it was all moon cheese. None of it has been real. Even the U.S. tariffs paused. Right here, there was no pause. There was no pause at all. But because of this fake news, it's continued to go up. And then SEC filed the settlement request, which was a letter that they proposed. Nothing has been official yet. The SEC may have filed a letter saying that they agree, but the judge has not ruled on it yet. And the judge is the one that decides whether or not the injunction can be lifted. The judge may rule on it and say, okay, but if they're paying a $50,000 or $50 million fine, that to me shows admission of guilt, which means they broke the law, which means the injunction may not be removed and institutions cannot buy XRP. No pause, and China left the meeting earlier within 20 minutes. I know. The news is all garbage. It's all garbage, fake news. They want Trump to look good, so they have to let the markets look good. And that's the only way it's going to do it. There's got to be rallies. There's got to be an upward turn from the downward sentiment we've been stuck in. Ondo is tied to BlackRock, though. I do have the fact checker looking on that right now. Let me double check with them and see if they've got that included yet. Sometimes the fact checkings take a little bit because the journalism team does dig through these to make sure and verify that we are putting out the right information. Let's see. Ondo Finance Utilities BlackRock USD Institutional Digital Liquidity Fund as a core component of its tokenized treasury offerings. Ondo's short-term U.S. government treasuries token is backed by a large holder of BlackRock. So OUSG and BUIDL are BlackRock backed. Ondo itself is not backed. This allows OUSG to offer features like instant minting and redemption using stablecoins. Now, because Ondo is tied to it, I think Ondo will pump too. But the two coins that are actually tied to BlackRock are BUIDL and OUSG. And those do operate on Ondo. but the actual tie there are those two projects. So that is the facts. Man, I really like having the fact-checking stuff. It really just brought this whole show. All right, XRP news today. XRP rallies on Trump support amid legal turbulence and $360 million sell-off. XRP finds itself in the spotlight again following an unexpected endorsement from Donald Trump, who recently suggested that Ripple's native coin could serve as a strategic reserve currency. Trump's remarks posted on Truth Social hinted at XRP potentially rivaling the US dollar, a comment that ignited strong reactions across political and cryptocurrency circles. Trump's endorsements, okay, sources close to the endorsement incident says, sources close. Okay, when I hate when they use that term, sources close. Sources close to the endorsement incident say Trump. Okay, when they say sources close, it could be anybody. It could be the homeless guy that he walks by every day and gives him a nickel. Is a close source technically. That's another fact check thing. We don't know who this source is. It's just someone that's close. Okay. I don't know. I'm not, when I see that, immediately that raises red flags of, is this really true or not? Because anybody who could say that they're close could say this because they want to sway something one way or the another, or to have a story to even write. Okay? So keep that in mind. Sources close to endorsement incited say Trump may have been misinformed by advisors or pro-XRP influencers, prompting the token as a government-backed digital asset. This could be an example of how misinformation in the crypto space can sway powerful figures, said one analyst. The move stirred debate not only over XRP's suitability for such a role, but also over the growing influence of digital assets in the political discourse. Okay, so we do know that Trump did post on Truth Social XRP. He did state it. But their source, in quotation, says that it could be misinformation or whatever. I don't know. I don't think so. The horse's mouth told us, but we also have to understand that there's a possibility that the horse's mouth, the Truth Social account, Trump doesn't even manage it. I would say more than likely there's some assistant of an assistant of an assistant that runs that. You know, I literally have assistants that help me with some of my posts, my memes and things like that. And by the way, I am looking to hire somebody that does digital creation, digital design work. I'm looking to make logos and hats and t-shirts and memes and things like that. So if you're interested in filling that position, message me and we can work out something. OG Crypto, thank you for the tiny dino. J Infinity, thank you for the 2 Let 'em Cooks. And OG Crypto, thank you for the money gun. Much appreciated. Trump said the time he said XRP was going to be a reserve, that he was scammed. I believe it. I believe that. And we're going to read more about that. Trump's announcement, XRP added to U.S. strategic reserve shockwaves across the market. 30 million XRP traded in just 1 minute. Trump's announcement adding XRP to the U.S. strategic reserve sends shockwaves through the crypto market. Obviously, we were all there. Even after partial settlement, Trump's support, while potentially bullish for XRP's value, has triggered regulatory concerns and may complicate Ripple's standing with compliance bodies. Despite the endorsement, XRP's price failed to sustain its upward movement or momentum over the weekend. On Sunday, May 11th, XRP dropped 2.7% to 241, underperforming the broader crypto market where Bitcoin and Solana saw notable gains. The XRP BTC ratio also slipped 3%, indicating waning institutional confidence. Or excuse me, indicating waning institutional confidence. XRP isn't going to do anything. I don't know. I think people are being force-fed a lot of moon cheese, and it will do things. It will pump and it will do this and that, but I do not think that it's going to be the end-all be-all like the proposal on the SEC website. That is literally just a proposal written by some random guy that he's proposing to the SEC, and the SEC has not commented on it once or even considered accepting it. It's just something some guy wrote. I could write the same thing and post it and try to get it on there. So nothing solid set in stone indicates anything of any sustenance here. I haven't seen one thing for XRP as far as the news comes out that has been real news. Even the tariff stuff is a 90-day pause. And this green candle right here, this was a 90-day pause that didn't even happen. It was supposed to be 90-day pause for all tariffs for every country. Wasn't true. There were still 10% tariffs on everything. And China still had 145%. Is it a pause from China too? Yes, it is a pause from China too. So I believe China will be paying a 30% tariff and we will be paying a 10% tariff. So that is where we're at. And during the Biden administration, we had like maybe a 7% tariff on them. Or excuse me, there's a 30% on us. And I gotta double check that, dang it. I believe it's in the news that we're about to read. Let me see here. Oh man. Let me see here. Let's see. 30% on China, 10% on the US. And it used to be like 7% on us, and I can't remember what the actual numbers were. I'll clarify that in another, probably in tomorrow's show. We'll clarify where we moved from. But it was only a few... It's only a few percentage different than what it was during the Biden administration. However, the Biden administration did not enforce it at all. So now that we've had this whole back and forth, we're actually enforcing the tariffs on China. So did we really win? No, we're kind of back to where we were during the Biden administration as of right now for this 90-day pause thing. However, they're actually being enforced. So that's the difference, is things are basically back to what they were for 90 days, but they're actually being enforced. But nothing really has changed. Nothing's really changed. Let's take a look at this video. Let's give it a little gander here.
Off the top for the Trump administration, a trade deal has been reached with China after negotiations over the weekend in Geneva. Here's President Trump's trade rep, Jameson Greer, outlining the agreement.
we come to agreement that that our reciprocal tariff rate will go down to 10% on the United States side, so it goes down 115%. We enter into a 90-day pause period for negotiations, which both the Chinese and the United States are very committed to. And the Chinese on their side also go down 115% to 10%, and they remove the countermeasures that they have in place.
And here's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sitting alongside Greer, who took part in the negotiations this weekend in Geneva.
Neither side wants a decoupling. And what had occurred with these very high tariffs, as Ambassador Greer said, was the equivalent of an embargo, and neither side wants that. We do want trade. We want more balanced trade, and I think that both sides are committed to achieving that.
All right. So we got a 90-day pause-ish. Will China uphold their end of the deal? I don't know. During the Biden administration, they did not. So we'll see. I think they know that Trump means business, and they probably don't want to get hit with, a 200% tariff again. So I would say they're somewhat playing ball, but there is no agreement. There is no actual agreement. The U.S. and Canada announced on Monday that tariffs against one another will be reduced for a 90-day period after officials held trade negotiations in Geneva, Switzerland. The tariffs President Donald Trump announced against China on April 2nd are being cut by 24 percentage points for this temporary period, while retaining and remaining aid valorem rate of 10% from that announcement, according to a joint statement. China agreed to the same stipulation, according that it will adopt all necessary administrative measures to suspend or remove the non-tariff countermeasures taken against the United States since April 2nd, the announcement stated. But this is only a 90-day pause for negotiations. But, we'll see. These discussions may be continued alternately in China and the United States on the third country upon the parties as required, blah, blah, blah. None of that matters. The main thing to get from this is it's still moon cheese. Nothing is set in stone. Even the UK agreement. The UK agreement is still nothing. There is no agreement. It's all speculation. So we're gonna have to ride this one out a little bit. What's up, Lexus Mom? Haven't seen you in a while. All right, next news article. Let's see here. Let the ads play. We don't get free news here. No free ads.
Cooled off for now, and the most heated trade war in decades has cooled off for now, and Wall Street loves it, posting big gains today. The U.S. had been slapping fresh 145% tariffs on products coming into the country from China. China responded with 125% tariffs on incoming American items. This morning, we learned for 90 days, those tariffs are on hold as the two sides hammer out new deals. No Illinois industry does more business with China than agriculture. But as Chris Ty found out, today's tariffs trim isn't doing much to calm the concerns of Illinois farmers.
We are nearing the end of what's called planting season here in soybean country, like here in Marengo. And while today's news on the tariffs is having positive effects on Wall Street, around here, not so much.
We have to deal with Mother Nature. We have to deal with the markets. We have plenty of things that are out of our control.
For over 180 years, the Bartman family has navigated that uncertainty, delivering corn and wheat and soybean to the world. But this latest round of uncertainty strikes different.
This is a man-made problem, and this is something that can be fixed. This is bad governmental policy that's affecting farmers.
The effect on farmer John Bartman is a fresh mentality of simply get through the season.
100% of the soybeans that I grow are exported
to
Asia, and a lot of it goes to China. And so that's a major hurdle for us. If we lose that market, we're really going to be hurting.
Are you on the cusp of losing it?
Well, I think we are.
Illinois farmers sell nearly $1.5 billion worth of product to China every year. No other industry comes close, a number that soared in the last decade. But farmers are entering a challenging period as competition from Brazil and Russia intensifies.
Now
so
there's
the
competition.
Fact that the tariffs are coming down. Does that make it
supposedly?
Does that make it more
Supposedly
likely that
coming
you can
down.
remain a player in the game with China?
You'd like to think so.
We hope that the talks continue and that they become fruitful, and that we can continue to sell our products around the world. And
Todd Main represents the Illinois Soybean Association, whose members are watching these talks with their largest trading partner carefully.
And so I think we're going to have to take a wait and see. Yes, we want to be optimistic. Yes, we want to have it be successful. But at the same time, we have to sort of trust but verify.
For
Trust
those that
but
know
verify.
land, trust on this matter
We
is
need
a
to
slow
trust
grow.
but verify.
I'm not optimistic right now at all, honestly. This is a season
We're
you just want
hoping.
to make it through. That's the joys of farming, right?
Nothing
There's
is
always-
set in
The
stone.
joys of farming, there's always next year.
In Marengo, Chris Tye, CBS News, Chicago.
All right.
Looking for when they go downtown.
A lot of the neighborhoods that we grew up in are.
All right. And let's watch this one. So basically the sentiment is, and we all know it, that these are all speculative talks. Okay? They're 90-day pauses. Nothing has been agreed upon. Nothing is set in stone. Let's watch a little bit more here.
CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman has the very latest. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kelly, thanks. Yeah, futures markets quickly priced out a summer Fed rate cut after the U.S. deal with China for a 90-day pause from the most extreme tariffs. Markets pushed ahead the first cut to the fall, now see just 2 cuts this year. Meanwhile, comments from a Fed governor suggest the economy, at least in her opinion, is not completely out of the tariff woods just yet. So the probability of the first cut coming in July has fallen to 42%
No
from
cuts
69% on
coming in
Friday.
July.
September now priced with an 82% probability of that first cut. A second cut now in October, just barely priced in, maybe a little bit towards the 60% weight, with more confidence in December. And the third cut in December is now priced out. Markets clearly bet that the Fed would meet the stagflation threat by ignoring inflation. And
The sentiment for the rate cuts is dropping daily. Every single day that goes by, people are waking up to the idea that rate cuts are not coming. And I've been telling you this. I've been screaming it from the mountaintops. Everyone's been like, no, man, they're going to lower rates in May. No, they're going to do it in July. No, they're going to do it in October. It's not happening in July. I can tell you that right now. Maybe in October, but probably not. There's no reason for the Fed to do it. And with all this tariff uncertainty, inflation is through the roof. There is no indication whatsoever that rate cuts are coming. So keep that in mind as well. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. And don't forget, we are also on Twitch, but make sure you are hitting that like button or sending those gifts. I need some Let 'em Cooks. I need 8 Let 'em Cooks. Help me out. Help me reach my goal here. And also, Remember, if you want me to look at a project for you, all you got to do is come over to Twitch and it's free, or become a subscriber on TikTok, and I will be more than happy to do that for you. And don't forget, as a subscriber, you get access to my daily price point videos. I tell you where the market is going every single day. It changes. Some days it's going up, some days it's going down. It fluctuates, and we have been nailing it to the cent. Within cents, we are there every single day. Every single day. And I give you a broad number, and I always tell you this with my price points. Be conservative. Whatever the number is, drop it a few cents. Okay? Try to catch the middle here. Don't try to catch every tip and every bottom and catch every wick. But when we're catching those middle candles is when we're doing well. What's up, TikTok seller? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. And don't forget, smash that like button, guys. We're only at 2K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. We have been failing at the likes lately. We really need you guys to help out, help keep this show alive by hitting that like button on TikTok. And by those of you who are on Twitch, thank you for your support by coming here. This is our safe space from when we get hit with the guidelines, because you all know that we get hit with the guidelines. TikTok seller, I see you on TikTok, smashing that like button. Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much, my friend. And don't forget, if you want to support the show, send in your donations. Thank you, TikTok seller, for your weekend donation. If you do message me on the weekends, remember I am off on the weekends, but if you need coaching on the weekends or help or answers to questions, I'm still going to help you out, but it's on a donation basis. So TikTok seller, thank you for that donation you sent. I'm much appreciated. I don't mind helping out, but I have to put some kind of a limit so that I can get somewhat of a day off. But if you need that coaching or you need that validation or whatever it is you need on the weekend, I will still answer those questions. But please send a donation if you're going to do so. So that way it allows me to have some free time. I did get many messages on Mother's Day, and I'm trying to do things and have time with my family as well. So, but I do take time out of my life and away from my family. So I do appreciate when you guys donate. It does help support the show. Mind you, we have a staff here. We have an IT guy that does all the technical stuff here, and I could be doing all this. I could be doing it. However, I have so much on my plate. I'm reading the charts like 20 hours a day. I'm going over the charts. I'm going over the news. I'm building in the studio, dealing with the construction crew and the IT guy and management between all these different departments that we have now. So it's a lot for me to take on. So having people here to help support the show makes it a great show, having the fact checkers, having the journalists. And I'm also going to be doing the street interviews soon. We've already begun filming for the street interviews, and that's probably going to be a separate show that's going to be YouTube exclusive. So go find me on YouTube. That's Ozthecryptogoat. And don't forget, all of these lives are recorded and posted to YouTube every single day right after the show. So as soon as they're uploaded, if you missed the show, you can always go back and watch and see what you missed, because I understand other people have different schedules and different things they have to adhere to. So you can't always make the live show, but you can always watch the show after. So those are on YouTube. That's Ozthecryptogoat. And don't forget, those of you that are on TikTok, we are on Twitch as well. And that is our safe space that allows us to mitigate between TikTok, because TikTok has been quite a hassle. Every single live, I'm filling out minimum 9 appeals every live. It's become a headache, and we will be leaving TikTok eventually. My trading view is frozen. No, it's not. It's working. I just we're talking right now. We're taking a little intermission for me to talk, but thank you, Zonkt. I appreciate it. But we're still going here. As you can see, my indicator's moving around here. And if you don't see the motion of the cursor, then please let me know and I will figure out why it's frozen. But I believe it is working. We're just taking a minute. But don't forget, if you missed the show, they're all recorded and available on YouTube at Ozthecryptogoat. The XRP price is at 248. That's where the cursor's at. It should not be frozen. The price should say 248. On my end, it says 248. So, I believe it's good. But thank you for pointing that out to me, Zonk. We have been having some internet issues. The hard lines for the internet have not been run yet to the studio. And I'm hoping to have that done by tomorrow. So we will be connected to Ethernet. We are in a Faraday cage. This studio is a giant Faraday cage. And so the signal can be a much different price from XRP USDT. Yeah, USDT, I do not use USDT. Tether, we stay away from Tether. If you know anything about what's going on with Tether and Bitcoin, you would stay away from the Tether network as well. So do not use Tether. Not financial advice, but I do not use Tether. I stay away from anything that has to do with Tether because there is a scandal going on right now with Tether and Bitcoin. And Tether is through China. And it is linked to massive inflation. There's a whole story about it. If you are a subscriber on TikTok, I do have that information and videos posted so that you can go and read about that and understand what's going on. I'll probably cover that again soon, but we've covered it several times, what's going on with Tether and Bitcoin. And once we get regulation, I guarantee you with regulation will come investigation. Okay, and with investigation will come the fall of Tether and Bitcoin. But for now, Bitcoin reigns king. But I don't think it'll be for long. But thank you, Zonk. I appreciate you very much. And look, we learned something today, didn't we? That's awesome. And I encourage you to go and look into those videos. Okay, I missed that info. Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Definitely go check out those videos. And if you are watching and you don't know what I'm talking about, posted in my videos in TikTok, you're probably gonna have to look for it because it's from about a month or so ago. I did post an article about the scandal, what's going on with Tethercoin. And then on one of the lives, we did a deep dive. So you can go to YouTube and you can look for the past live that aired and watch that video and find out more about that. But I believe we will deep dive that one again because I think that is probably the most important thing that people need to know in crypto right now and understand, because a lot of people are Bitcoin maxis and they're all on Tether network, and one day, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day it is going to be a problem and it will bite you in the butt. It will come back to bite you. So be informed. Watch the show because we fact check and deep dive into all of these issues because we are in the Wild West. Crypto is the Wild West, and there are lots of scams, lots of snake oil out there. So don't get sold a false bill of goods. Watch the Goats show here at the Ledger Lounge with Oz the Crypto Goat, and I will deep dive into all those issues for you. And if there is a question you have and you want me to deep dive into something, go right ahead and let me know, and I will have my fact checker team look into it. And if it's a bigger story, I will write a piece on it. All right, so let's get back to the news here.
Addressing the weaker growth side. The Fed last week threw some cold water on that, saying risks to both higher inflation and unemployment had increased. Well, the risks to both would now seem to be lower, though they have not yet disappeared. Adriana Kugler, Fed governor, said at an event this morning that even at current tariff levels, the economic effects will remain significant from the tariffs. There could be some permanent tariff inflation effects that she's concerned about, but hard to judge the pace of U.S. economic growth because of the impact of front-running of tariffs and the decline in expectations. Policy, she says right now, however, is well positioned to deal with either eventuality. Despite the agreement, some tariff-related price increases will still hit the economy. 30% tariffs on China, still pretty high, and uncertainty now extends 90 days out. But clearly, recession odds have declined. They're lower now, and it would seem the possibility this could be key of lower tariffs on other trading partners have increased. Kelly?
Do you have a feeling, Steve, of how all this now is shaking out in terms of, as we hear from Fed officials and so forth? Is it a coast is clear kind of signal for the economy, or are people still mired in confusion and concern about, what exactly is going to happen on the tariff and trade front?
Before we find out what this guy has to say, what do you guys think? How do you feel? Do you feel like the economy is turning around and things are going to get better and the prices are going to go down? Where do you guys stand in all of this? Because honestly, I don't think anything's going to come down. We had price hikes from COVID, and the economy turned around and changed and got better, and the prices never came down. We literally got one shipment from China since the tariffs have been put into place, and those items are about to hit the shelves. And they will have that new pricing on there. So just because there's a 90-day pause right now does not mean that the prices aren't going to start going up. This is a delayed reaction type thing here. Tell me, does anyone feel like the economy is just about to turn around and get better? Because I don't know. I'm not there yet. TikTok seller says, nope. No, this is just the beginning. What's that noise? That is TikTok Studio being ridiculous. I am not a fan of TikTok. I wish I could use OBS. TikTok has my stream keys locked, so I can't even use OBS. Hi, AV, how are you? I'm bullish on our economy, smoke and mirrors. I think long-term bullish, short-term not so much. I think in the next year or so, things could turn around and get better. But we haven't even felt what's going to happen because of these tariffs yet. We're going to start feeling it in the upcoming weeks and months. It's going to, that sting that Donald Trump was talking about, we haven't even felt it yet. We felt it in the markets, but we have not felt it on the shelves. We have not felt it at the pumps. And that's why I'm getting out into the field, and I'm going to start reporting on this and interviewing people. And I'm going to be doing it throughout the next month or so and watch how the sentiment is going to change. I don't think the economy is as bad as people think. People are still buying at inflated prices. The inflated prices haven't even hit yet, Neo. The inflated goods that just came off the ships from China haven't hit the shelves yet. We're still buying new old stock. So once those new items hit the shelf, that's when things are going to change. That's when the prices are actually going to go up. I think they've only gone up a little bit so that way when those new things hit the shelf, it doesn't seem as crazy. Oh, we keep getting disconnected. Let me get the IT guy. I believe he's here. All right. We've been dropping like crazy. I'm going to see if I can get the IT guy to run a hard line. I don't even know where that equipment is yet. We're still building the studio. Still building the studio, so it's not 100% set up at Ozthecryptogoat S. Are we back? Are you guys here? Can you guys hear me? Can you see me? Do you see the show? All right, Guinea Marie's here. Okay, so we're good on Twitch, but I don't know about TikTok. It says that we're disconnected. So if anyone's watching on TikTok, chime in and let me know that you're seeing the live right now. Somebody let me know. We have been having a lot of issues since we moved into the new studio here. We're not ready for it. However, a lot of this equipment that's being moved in here had to go in, and the fourth wall is being built right now. It's being built into the studio. So once it's in here, it will not be able to leave unless we take the wall down. So we had to do things in backwards kind of operation because the door is much smaller. Hey, do you happen to know where the Ethernet wire is, and can you run a hard line from the router into here? And do we have to change any settings or stuff? Because I keep dropping the live in the middle of the show on both platforms. I think it might be in this drawer. It's a brand new spool. I just came in. I don't know where it is. You might have to look around for it. It's somewhere with like all the, I don't know where it is. Agreed. I think things are worse than they're saying to prevent massive panic. I think you're right. And what they're going to do is they're going to slowly, by the way, mind the audio, the IT guy is working while we're doing the live, so I do apologize. Look around, look in the backpack there with, it should be here in the studio. I don't see why I would have moved it elsewhere. It could be in one of these boxes underneath the desk. So yeah, I think they're incrementally going to change things slowly over time. And it's going to be one of those things. Actually, let me see if it's in here. Things are going to change slowly over time, little bit by little bit. They're going to raise it up just a bit. Sorry, I apologize. I'm a little distracted right now. All right, we're back. We're back. Okay, so like I said, the tariff goods that we've bought that actually have, and that China has sent here and from other countries as well, have not hit the shelves yet. The boats just hit the port on Thursday. I think it was Thursday. The first shipment got here. They have not even made it to the shelves yet. They're sitting in the warehouses right now. They're moving across the country. Okay? Those priced goods haven't even been sold yet. Keep that in mind. If people pay, don't go up, then the prices go up so much. Sooner or later, people will max out credit. I think people are maxing out credit now. I know lots of people are maxing out credit right now. And it's out of control. I'm going to play this video for a moment, and I'm going to give the IT guy a hand real quick. And so let's just watch this. It's a couple minutes, and then we'll be right back, okay? But definitely watch it. What is causing the current inflation that Powell is trying to get under control? That's a good question. Okay, so 3/4 of the inflation in this country comes from the way banks lend money. Okay, so if you put $100 into the bank can now lend out $90 of that $100. Okay, but if you take that money and you take a loan out on it, right? Obviously $100, let's say $100,000. Okay, so $90,000 the bank can lend off that $100,000 that's in the bank, and you take out a loan against that $90,000, or excuse me, $100,000, and then you go and you buy a car, or you buy a this, or you buy that, right? Perfect. Once you buy that, then that person that you bought it from, or company or whatever, takes that money and puts it back in the bank. And so then your $100,000 is in the bank, and then the $90,000 that they loaned to you, you spent with someone else. They put it back into the bank. Now the bank can lend off of 90% of that 190,000, and so on and so forth. And that's compounded over and over and over again by all kinds of different people over and over. That's where the real inflation comes from. 3/4 of the US's inflation comes from that. The other third, or excuse me, 2/3 of the US's inflation. So 2/3 comes that way. The other third comes from the printing of money that we send to Ukraine and Israel and all these other different places. Zizix, thank you for the heart me, and Censored by TikTok, thank you for the 2 let 'em cooks, much appreciated. The result is it's all tumbles down. I mean, not necessarily, but I do think we're going to see higher prices. And I think they're feeding people the moon cheese and helping prop up the markets so that everybody thinks, oh, it's all fine and dandy. The house is on fire, but the people are sitting in the living room watching the TV saying it's okay because it's just the kitchen on fire. Just the kitchen's on fire. I don't need to do anything because I'm in the living room. That's what's happening. I guess we have to wait. People cannot afford to live now, increase prices. So how do they credit? And that's the only difference between now and the Great Depression. We're actually in a worse position as far as like price for things. Make sure the cables ran under the blue portion and it's not pinched into the door. And so, sorry about that. So, during the Great Depression, things were so bad because people had no access to credit. Now people have all the access to credit. They can get into credit debt up to their ears. Done here?
It's done.
Give me a moment. Oh, it's done?
Yeah, it instantly does it. Your stream went off and back on.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Everyone give a round of applause to the IT guy. He just fixed our connectivity issues temporarily. We are hardlined in. Yay. So we shouldn't drop the live anymore. Hopefully. But that's the main issue, is that we are... Isaacs, thank you. Round of applause for our IT guy, Jordan. He does wonders here. He is basically here every day from 5 to 10 p.m. So he is here during the live to make sure in case anything happens. And then an hour after the show to upload everything and check the computers, update things. He once a week dusts and vacuums all the equipment and everything. Really, really great young man. What the hell is XRP doing? It's just a liquidity coin. I agree. It's XRP gets its value from people that hold on to it. They buy it and they hold it. That's where it gets its value. It doesn't get its value from its purpose because liquidity flows through it. It's like trying to fill up a bucket that has no bottom. Yes, they do dump on their holders every month. And that's something we call out. However, what is the price is what someone is willing to pay for it. And people are fed the moon cheese. Do I think XRP will do crazy numbers? $10,000? No. But I think we could see 5 or 10 by 2030. Mr. Zen says, but they have a mad following, borderline cultists. I mean, every coin has their maxis. You know, they have their cult-like following, whether it be XRP or Bitcoin or Shiba Inu or whatever it is. They all have their XRP army, Shiba army. That's just how it goes. And they're, you know, people who believe in what they're holding. And I get it. I believe that XRP is going to have a bright future. I also believe it's not going to be the end all be all to the financial system. I think it's going to be more of an ecosystem, and all these different coins and platforms are going to play its role. Unfortunately, prices won't go down unless the economy crashes. I think you're right. I think you are right. And I mean, I don't think they're going to allow the economy to crash. What they're going to do is normalize the prices. You know, even with gasoline, we've become normalized to paying, you know, $5-6 a gallon here in California. And any other state, people are just like, that's crazy. People are paying $2 a gallon in other states. We're still paying $5 and $6. And that's what happens is people get numb to the idea, and all it has to come down is 10 or 20 cents, and they feel like, oh, it's getting better. And that's what's happening. Frogs in a pot being slowly boiled, cooked. Everyone's getting slowly cooked. If you boil a pot of water and you throw a frog in it, it's going to leap out. But if you put cold water in there and you put the frog in there, you slowly turn up the heat, eventually the frog will get cooked. And that's why every time we're about to get bad news, right before it happens, something crazy comes out. Gavonomics, yeah. I mean, I don't totally hate Gavin Newsom. I think he does a lot of good things here with this state. The only real thing that I have against him is he killed like hundreds of thousands of people. During COVID, they had facilities to send sick people to. They had special facilities, but because they were set up for or by the federal government under Donald Trump, they refused to use it. And he's not the only governor that did this. They refused to use those facilities, and they put sick people in nursing homes and killed people. Unalived them, excuse me. I got to change the subject, though. I don't want to get guidelines. But it's true. Look it up. Look it up. A mass unaliver, all because he didn't want to do and go along with Trump. And I believe Chicago and New York and other state, Wisconsin, I believe, I got to fact check all those, But there were many states that did the exact same thing, and they unalived a lot of people. If you took the jab, you would take. Wait, if you took the jab, you would take elsewhere. No hate for the rainbow community. I don't understand what you mean by that. And I love the rainbow community, by the way. I love everybody. And what you decide to do with your own time, that's all on you. Mr. Zines, thank you for the 200 TikToks. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. What does not make sense? Kitty Marie, what does not make sense? Mr. Zines, what were you saying there? If you took the jab, you would take elsewhere. No hate for the rainbow community. What do you mean by that? There's a bunch of people on Twitch that are wondering what you're talking about. Read between the lines. Don't want to get banned. Got you. Got you. I get what you're saying. I'm not going to say it either. I know what you're saying, but I'm not going to say it either because of guidelines. But yeah, I love the rainbow community. I love everybody. I love everybody. What you do in your free time and who you find attractive, that's up to you. Who am I to say anything about that? That's between you and your creator. Who am I or the government to come in and regulate anything like that? Yeah, we have free will for a reason. You do you, bro. I do not care. And I don't think the government has any place legislating any of that stuff. Guinea Marie, I am on TikTok as well, so we can't talk about that. But however, save that because I will probably cut TikTok a little bit early and we'll do a secondary part of the show for Twitch so that we can talk about whatever we want. I think I'm going to start doing that. We're going to do the show in the last 30 minutes. We're just going to do like back and forth talking on Twitch only so that we can say all the things that we want to say. But traders can't be controlled or canceled. I like you, Mr. Zines. And don't forget, Mr. Zines, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. That goes for everybody, but especially you, Mr. Zines. Become a subscriber, join our community here, and get access to our daily price point videos. You can message me directly, and I can help you and coach you with your trading. Whatever project it may be, I get you're not really into XRP. I look into a vast amount of different cryptos. I focus on XRP, one, because of the moon cheese these people are being fed, and two, I think it stands out. It stands out, and something about it calls to me, and I think it has potential for something. But everything is speculation with it right now. And I think that that's why I cover it so much. It's important that people are not misinformed about this stuff. XRP under 246. So is it just going to keep dropping? I don't know. I think we'll hit the blue line here. Let's take a look. I think we'll hit the blue line, which is at about 247. And if 247, 250 becomes resistance, or excuse me, support, then we're looking good. But we could break all the way down to 235 and still be, I would say 235 is really conservative. 237 to 235-ish. And still be on the top of this trend line here and have the potential to bounce up and go higher. Or we come down here and we consolidate a little bit, and then if we drop, oh, that's a nasty head and shoulders. A nasty head and shoulders. Hold on, it's not letting me draw. If this thing turns into a Head and Shoulders, this is going to be such a nasty drop, and it will trigger a massive sell-off. And it lines up with our X right here. Okay, so let's say we drop down. Oh man, it's really falling. It's really falling. Let's say it drops down here and then it recovers and it pumps back up and all the way to 260 again, or maybe even just 255-ish. That could be a Head and Shoulders. I'm good when it comes to trading, bro. No worries, but I will share your profile with my people. Definitely appreciate you. And that's the best way that you can help the show. Mr. Zines, thank you for the 200 TikToks plus another 94. Thank you very much. No one's expecting that ABC macro correction. I agree. And I don't understand why they don't see it. It's a bull trap. As of right now, it's a bull trap still. But don't forget, share this show with your friends, share it with your community, share it with your family, share it with your coworkers, your friends. That's how this show grows. It's basically word of mouth because the algorithm does not promote this show. They do not like what we say here. Like I said, I fill out about 9 appeals minimum per live. So that's 9 times 5. What's that number? 42? Is Ethereum printing a double bottom? Let's take a look at ETH. Bro, I'm feeling Ethereum, by the way. I think Ethereum has got potential now. Do I think it's going to be as good as what people say? No, but if Bitcoin dominance breaks, oh man, Ethereum is going to do everything that it's been waiting to do. On the 1 hour, first of all, let's look at the 1 day. The 1 day is an inverted Head and Shoulders. Let me redraw that. 1 day here. You got your shoulder, your head, your shoulder. Boom. So that's played out. So we need a little bit more data on the 1 day to really know. But let's look at the hour. And the hour would be an indication over the next couple days. And I would say that there's a potential. There's a potential for a double bottom right here. At about 24,000, 24 and some change, maybe even higher. Maybe it just holds at 2430 and double bottoms. But if it does, the double bottom would be completed at about 2550, 2560. Not really, bro. You're forcing the Head and Shoulders, but descending wedge, yeah. Well, the reason I say that Head and Shoulders, let's go look at that. The reason why I say that, okay, is it's a little bit off, but yeah, I see what you're saying. But look at this. I would call a Head and Shoulders because we had this drop right here into a bear flag. Okay, see this bear flag right here, but we pumped instead and then we consolidated. So I'm allowing it as a Head and Shoulders because of this consolidation, drop, breaking of a bear trend, and a consolidation, and then another pump. So that's why I'm going to call, I wouldn't say it's textbook, but if you look, it resembles XLM. XLM is definitely a Head and Shoulders. Do you see it? And that's why I would say XLM still got more in it. Just when you was about to explain. Oh, I know. So XLM, you know, I don't know what's going on. I may need to move the dish for the Starlink or reboot it. I think that's what needs to happen. I think I need to reboot the Starlink. So I got to remind the IT guy to add that to his list to do that every couple days or so. So Ethereum is kind of a head and shoulders because we have a drop. We have a bit of a consolidation, but a rise and then a fall. We had a bearish pattern break upward into consolidation and then a pump. That's why I'm calling it a head and shoulders. It's not textbook, but it does resemble XLM right now in the same similar time frame. They're not moving in unison, but they're similar. No way you're using Starlink. Oh, I am. Actually, I have multiple Starlinks out here. I have an airport in the middle of nowhere. And so we had to build a special studio for the show just to keep the sound of the airplanes. Everyone who used to watch the show, it was just like airplanes taking off. And so like we had to build this studio. I've never analyzed XLM, but wow. Yeah, XLM's got a little bit more. Everything's kind of moving in unison. The only one that doesn't look similar to anything else is XRP. That's why I watch it and cover it so much, because it is like the only patterns that look different. But even XRP now, I would say, kind of did a head and shoulders, but man, it has way more consolidation through it. This is possibly, and that would send it to $3. If this is a head and shoulders, I wouldn't really, I don't know. This is possibly an inverted head and shoulders, but it's definitely not textbook. Yeah, XRP does its own thing. And that's why I cover it in the show, and it's our main focus, because it's probably the hardest one to call out of all of them. And so I guess maybe I'm flexing my skills a little bit by doing XRP, but I think XRP is going to double bottom right here. And XRP would, if Ethereum is about to double bottom on the 1 hour, it looks kind of similar. We have Ethereum, we have XRP. Ethereum, XRP. Let me zoom into XRP a little bit more. Show you. They look pretty similar to me. But the question with Ethereum is this a double top and it's about to come crashing down? Or is this a double bottom and it's hitting consolidation? It's the most difficult asset to trade, Bo. Let's be real. Definitely. Let's see here. XRP is dropping now. Oh shoot. I've been chatting with Mr. Zine so much on TikTok. I've been missing out on the chat on Twitch. I do apologize. It is hard to read both of them at the same time. XRP is dropping now. Oh, you guys are just messing with each other. They're talking to each other here. I don't think it's going to be a double bottom. I think it wants to blow past it. I think it's a double top. And if it lands here at 23, it could head and shoulders. This could be a head and shoulders possibly. I don't know. That's not textbook, that's for sure. But that's a double top. I think it's more like, this is more macro and this is more micro. I would say it's more likely that this double top plays out than this double bottom. Even Brad said, don't trade it, hold it. I know. It's blasting through trend lines. Bullish pennant flag on what? Ethereum? I don't think so. There's not enough data yet. I'd say the bottom lines have a bit of a trend here. But the top, I'd say it's more of a broadening wedge on a downward trend, which would indicate an upward movement. So it would come down here, do something like that. I could see that. Ignore the wicks. Nah, bro, we catch wicks over here. We catch wicks by doing the wicks, yo. I've been accurate to the cent. I know they're liquidity grabs. However, I predicted XRP to drop to 161, and we adjusted that to 163 to make sure that it hit. But 3 months ago, I called this, and a lot of the people that watch the show caught this wick because of the way I trade. So we are the most accurate within the cent, and so we're putting in limit orders for our trades, so they're hitting. Do you have a chain link price target? Yeah, if you want to do chain link, go ahead and become a subscriber, or you can jump on over to Twitch and put it in the Twitch chat, and I'll do it for free. So that's Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch, or just become a subscriber, and I'd be more than happy to do link for you. But we did do link a little bit ago. Matt Hendricks says XRP, please. What would you like to know about XRP? What it's going to do? I think we're amidst a price correction, and I think I'm seeing a similar trend here. This is an ascending, broadening wedge, which would indicate a drop down. Where do I think it's heading? Short term, long term, what time frame? 1 hour or 1 day chart. The 1 hour chart would indicate in the next couple days. The 1 day chart would indicate in the next couple weeks. Short term? Short term, so it would be the 1 hour. That is a good question. Let's plot it out here. I'm going to remove the wicks for Mr. Zine, just to humor him. So that is a descending wedge, which is generally bearish. However, this is a difficult one. It's so difficult with XRP. I think it's going to come back up to the blue line here, or it's going to touch down to this blue line here. I'd say probably 237 in the next couple days, or it's done dropping and it's going to consolidate at 247. Let's see. Do you have Chainlink price target? I don't have Twitch. First time I've ever seen you. Just want to answer how do if I want to sub. Just click on the, I want to say it's the top. It's like a star with a circle around it to become a subscriber. But we do get hit with guidelines a lot because we tell the truth on this show. So we're on Twitch, so that way we can mitigate getting hit with the guidelines. because sometimes I can't stream for like a week. So come over to Twitch, so just in case, so you can get on the show. That's why I offer it for free for anyone that comes over to Twitch, so that way you don't miss. But if you want to subscribe, there is a star with like a little circle around it. I want to say it's either the top left or bottom left little star icon. Let me see. I think I can highlight it here. I think what you can do is also click the follow goal at the top. That may take you to it as well. All right, Matt Hendricks. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked there. A lot of. If you want me to look at Suey, you got to become a subscriber or come on over to Twitch and I'll do it for free. That's Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch, or subscribe. I got stuck with ads for the next 2 minutes, so I can't hear if you replied to this last message. No, I didn't. I did not answer it yet, so I'll do it now. Perfect, because I got caught up answering other questions. Mr. Goat, how are you, friend? Juan, how are you doing, brother? Hold on, I'm getting a lot of... Bear with me, Matt. All right, Matt is back. All right. So, Matt, short term, it's going to be somewhere between these two blue lines. Long term, it is hard to say right now. We are at a pivotal point where we could follow this blue line trend and break upward to $3, and from there much higher, anywhere as high as like $8 or $10 is possible, but unlikely. I would say probably around $4 or $5 if we break into this and hold this over the next 2 months. But X marks the spot. Okay, this right here is Wednesday, May 21st. Okay, if we break down here and follow this trend, or fall back into this box, or break into this box, or break below here, then we're looking at a hard crash all the way down to, I'd say, anywhere from 155 to 125. Very unlikely. If it hits $5, it will dump so fast you'll lose your hairline. Yeah, I think you're right. I think 480 would probably be its max. I think even $3. I'm thinking if it does, it's going to have a hard time breaking $3. It's just another one of those psychological. Even the all-time high of 340 is going to be just really hard to break. There's a lot of people that bought at 340 and they're like, you know what? If I can just get out up there, I'll be happy. So XRP, if you, Matt Hendricks, I would say definitely keep watching the show. However, I would say this is your trend line right here. And what this is the same thing that XLM is doing. Okay? I think it's got, just like XLM, they move together in unison. I think it's got another pump up and then down, or it's already done. Look at XLM's already breaking out of this structure. This could be more. XLM could be done already. Giddy Marie, if you're watching this, XRP or XLM may have broken support and could be on its way down. I hope you're watching right now, because we've been wanting to watch this. I know you are, buddy, and I appreciate you. You've been watching for a while. You're one of my, I wouldn't say my first, but you're definitely in the group of the first people. You've been around for a while. But I think XRP is kind of showing something similar to XLM. And if XLM breaks downward here and doesn't recover back above this blue line, I would definitely say that XRP is in for the X right here. So X marks the spot, right? I would say by the end of the day, we could be all the way down here to 240, maybe even lower. So we'll have to watch it. There's just not enough data yet. All this pumping and what we're getting is a price correction. And mind you, we're getting a price correction from this pump here all the way to down here. All right. So the price correction goes all the way back down to 205-ish to 210-ish. And usually in a price correction, you lose about 50%. That would put it at about 230-ish, 233. However, mind you, we've been pumping from 161 up to 264 without any price correction, really. We had a little bit. And if we were to get 50%, that would put us back down to 210, which would drop us below this line, and that would indicate moving back downward. Mr. Zines, thank you for the live likes. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Mr. Zines, thank you for... Wow. Mr. Zines... There's 327 TikToks from Mr. Zines. Thank you very much. Matt Hendricks says, I gotta get going to bed. I'll catch it later. I appreciate you. Hey, Matt Hendricks, don't forget, I record all the lives and they are posted to YouTube. So you can find me on YouTube. That's Ozthecryptogoat. And you can watch all of these lives if you miss them. And don't forget to, hit the like button. Become a subscriber on YouTube as well. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. And you'll get the notifications for all those videos and watch them. Let's see here. Let's go over the news. We got some more news to cover. It's only about 7:30 though. We got a little sidetracked. But Fed rate cuts hammered by U.S.-China tariff truce. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell said last week he needed further clarity on tariffs before moving on interest rates. The Federal Reserve might have found the time it needs to determine the impact of President Donald Trump's tariff strategy on the world's biggest economy following a pulse in reciprocal levies between the U.S. and China that could settle global trade tensions. Traders are now betting that the Fed won't lower its benchmark lending rate, pegging at 4.375% until at least September of the weekend agreement between Washington and Beijing tariff cuts on China-made goods to around 30% and levies on the U.S. exports to 10%. So the Fed is not going to cut rates. I'll subscribe to you just out of love, bro. I like your energy and your honesty. I'm not here to lie to you. I'm not here to give you any moon cheese. Gnarl Kill, thank you for the rose. Much appreciated. Thank you for the rose. And, you know, I'm not here to lie to you. I'm not here to spoon feed you some moon cheese and tell you that everything's going to be okay. Just go back to sleep and everything will be fine. I'm here to give it to you straight. I'm here to fact check this stuff. We are basically here. We have fact checkers on site. We have a whole staff. And I have journalists that are going through the news, and I'm also going to be doing street interviews soon. That'll all be on YouTube. What's the greatest investment due to tariffs lifted? I mean, that's hard to say. The greatest investment. Opinion on Pengu? Become a subscriber and I will do a technical analysis for you on Pengu, or you can come on over to Twitch and write it in the chat and I'll do it for free. We do get hit with guidelines a lot here because we tell the truth. So we have Twitch as our backup space because we get removed sometimes weeks at a time. So if you come on over to Twitch, then you will get it for free. And make sure when you sign up on Twitch, you enable notifications so that way you know when I go live, because TikTok will not tell you. TikTok will only do what the algorithm thinks you want. And that's why we also, for those of you who are subscribers and you want access to those daily price point videos, I'm posting the prices of the where I think things are headed every day. I'm telling you what the patterns are forming for XRP daily, and you're getting that information. However, a lot of people are not receiving those notifications from TikTok in time. So we have the email alert system that you can sign up for, the email alert system, and you will get an email every time I post something to TikTok. You'll get an email, and sometimes you get the email before it gets posted to TikTok because TikTok sometimes puts it under review. And so it works faster. And a lot of times people are missing these trades. They're missing this information, and it's too late by the time they hear it 2-3 days later, and it's no longer relevant. So this allows you to know when I post something so that you can go take a look, because sometimes this stuff happens at 1-2 in the morning. And when you have the email, you can set your alerts more customized with your own separate ring for them or whatever, so that way you're catching these trades every single day. If you're trying to day trade, this is definitely for you. If you're trying to weekly trade, it's definitely for you. But if you're just a long-term holder, it's probably not, relevant for you. However, if the markets are crashing, you're going to want to know. If the markets are pumping hard, you're going to want to know. And in the area we are with XRP right now, you're going to want to know what's going on, because it can go either direction right now. It can go either way. And if you are looking to trade, you want to be on top of that. Don't lose your 401k because you didn't want to sign up for an email list. Host, let's do TA on Pengu. I will. All right, Mr. Zines, I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for Mr. Zines. Even though you're not a subscriber, I do appreciate you. So, and you already said you were going to subscribe, so I'm just going to do it on good faith. All right, let's do Pengu. I think we did Pengu earlier. Penguin coin. Is this it? Pengu? Let me see here. Pengu, penguins, pudgy penguins, US dollar. There it is. Ooh. That I didn't even hear about before one of your subscribers mentioned it. Yeah, a few people have been, and by the way, TikTok seller just posted. We are on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat. Come on over to Twitch. Thank you, TikTok seller. Much appreciated. TikTok seller's been here since day one, before we had a studio, when I was just a dude with a tablet pointed at a screen trying to shake people awake and say, hey, you're going to lose your 401k. Wake up. And we were months early. I've been screaming that we were going to be crashing since January. And now I'm like, okay, I'm impartial. It could go either way. We will see. Pengu, let me tell you, on the day chart, it could be this bull flag. Possibly a bull flag. However, if it doesn't hold, and because it's a low market cap coin, okay, because it's a low market cap coin, when they pump like this, you get a pump, a consolidation, and a pump, it's more likely to fall and consolidate and then crash, which would be a head and shoulders. Okay. However, I generally don't do technical analysis on these coins like these low market caps, because they never pan out the way they should. But let's look at the 1 hour. I don't know. That's a hard one to call, man. See, this is a clear bull flag. That's a bull flag and a pump. But look, this was another flag right here. This was a nice pennant, and it freaking broke downward. And it looks like it's forming a spinning top right now. So it could go either way. I would say it's probably more likely that it's going to break down, just to be honest with you, because it's a meme coin, right? So being a meme coin, I don't know. You really can't do technical analysis on these ones. I would say that it looks bullish, but it's probably not. These are just too hard. God chooses who he blesses. You can trade all you want, but the Most High knows how to distribute wealth. I agree with that. Write the trends and let's analyze together. All right, let's see here. Here's my trends right here. This is a flat bottom, and it broke down, and that would indicate that this pattern already moves. And I'd say that this is, I know it looks like a pennant, but it's not, because the bottom is a straight line. If you want to do algo, you got to become a subscriber. Yeah, this kind of breaks it. We need more data to really know. If you'd asked me a couple hours ago, I would have said, oh yeah, it's going to break down, and I would have told you it's probably somewhere around 1 cent, and that's kind of where it landed. Yeah, the pattern's void now, so there's not enough data. And that's kind of where everything's at right now. Not enough data to know. If you want to do algo, don't forget to become a subscriber, or come on over to Twitch. All you got to do is write it in the chat on the Twitch side, and I will do it for free. We can't say the G word on here. You're gonna get me hit with guidelines. Please don't say the G word again. I'll have to remove you. Yeah, I can't. We have to be very careful because we are already like walking an edge with TikTok. I'm gonna have to. I file at least 9 appeals after every live with TikTok. That's why we are moving to Twitch, and eventually TikTok will be gone altogether. So it's a problem. I can't even say the B word. I have to say guidelines, because if I say the B word, then they start flagging it, and it's bad. So yeah, don't even write it in the chat, the word. There's just certain things we can't say on here. It's so ridiculous, and that's why I'm fed up with TikTok. And we will be moving to Twitch. And that's why I offer the services to look at any other project on Twitch for free, because we will be leaving this platform. And most of the people on Twitch, they end up liking the show better. Oh, what's going on here? Sorry. So we got a couple people watching on Twitch. Not too many right now. It's a bit of a slow day. Markets are pumping. TikTok is booming though. We got people watching on TikTok, which is awesome. But don't forget, we will be leaving TikTok. So come on over to Twitch. What's the Twitch? It's Ozthecryptogoat. Same as TikTok. Same on YouTube. Once TikTok shuts down, conversations are better on Twitch. I agree. And the thing is we're in a 90-day thing with TikTok. TikTok could get removed again in the United States at any given moment. And so we've created this space on Twitch to mitigate that. Because any day TikTok could be gone, and then you'll never be able to find me. So if you do like the show and you're enjoying it, or you're just sitting there, add me on Twitch, because there will come a day where I won't be here, or TikTok itself won't be here. So that's why we have the Twitch as a place to go. And don't forget, we're always on YouTube as well. All of these sessions are recorded and posted to YouTube, and I will be having other channels as well. And we're going to have multiple different style shows. And so keep that in mind. TikTok won't be around forever. Yes, Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. And you'll find me on Twitch. And it looks just the same as the one on TikTok, except for it's a different picture of like a little white goat instead. There's a lot of people waiting for you to give us the username. Yeah, it's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. Here, I'll type it in for you. Oh, caps lock is on. Dang it. So yeah, just go Ozthecryptogoat, just like my name is on TikTok, same on Twitch, same on YouTube. Candy Chief says hi from TikTok. And who are you on TikTok? So that way I know what your name is and know who you are. Mind you, if you do come over to Twitch from TikTok, make sure you shout out what your name is on TikTok. It'll take me a little bit of time to remember and learn you, but as you keep chatting, I'll remember who you are. So Candy Chief, my TikTok, my username is Flacco. What is up, Flacco? How you doing? And I believe, Flacco, you had a request to look at a project. What was your request? Remember, if you come over to TikTok, it is free for requests. There are ads, though. Okay? So if you have to watch the ads, subscribe, broski. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Randomly found you, so I'm a new viewer. Glad to have you. And I do apologize for the ads on Twitch, but there's nothing I can do about it. The only way to get rid of the ads is to become a subscriber or just watch them, and I'll answer your questions after you deal with the ads. Just message me, hey, I had to watch ads, and then we'll get to your questions. So let's get back to the news. We got some more news. So basically, Fed's not going to cut rates, and this is from TradingView and Reuters. So I like Reuters. Okay, I didn't pull up Reuters' official site because it is just full of spam. But TradingView is probably one of the best places to get news from. It's not for technical analysis, okay? Some of the technical analysis they put out there is way outlandish. Like, people are predicting like $100 XRP. I don't listen to a lot of those. That's a lot of crazy talk. However, the news, the actual news on TradingView is solid. I don't know. I'm in XRP long position. So let's watch the news. Definitely. And the news is what is moving the markets. That's why this is also investigative journalism. We are not only reading the news, but we're fact checking it, and we're finding out what the truth is in the news, because if you're reading headlines, you're going to be misled. And how many people here, obviously you've been watching the show, but how many of you newcomers think that the SEC case with Ripple is over? So many people think that it's over. The injunction is still in place. What's up, Mother of Dragons? Yeah, nothing but fake news. It's crazy. But the SEC case is not over. It's got a long way to go. And institutions will not be able to buy XRP until the injunction is removed. And the only way it can be removed is with a judge banging the gavel. I've been saying this for months. Glad to see you back, Mother of Dragons. It's been a while. Glad to see you so much. All right. Market prepare bets on Fed rate cuts following U.S.-China tariff delay. It's a delay. It's a pause. Oh, you see me on Twitch? Oh, I don't know what your name is on Twitch. I'm glad to see you on Twitch. Texas Bear, hey, just came over from TikTok. New follower, also new to crypto. Awesome. Texas Bear, much appreciated. What is your name on TikTok? Yeah, tariff pause is not a trade deal. Also, the UK has not signed a trade deal as well. Yeah, if you guys move over from TikTok, send me a message and let me know who you are on TikTok when you're on Twitch, so that way I know who you are. Because a lot of TikTok seller 444 is easy because he's got the exact same name as on TikTok as on Twitch. And where's the earth-shattering G news for all Americans? You talking about what Trump said? That there was going to be shattering news? You want to know what the shattering news was from Trump? They're going to raise the prices of medicine in all other countries and sign an executive order that we have to pay the same. So instead, everyone notice how our healthcare goods and medicines cost more than other countries? That's because we pay extra for them for basically the testing and things that go into making the medicine, and the other countries get it at a discount, and we pay those extra costs. Well, now what they're going to do is they're going to raise the prices of all pharmaceuticals in every country, and the US will have to pay a little bit less. So the cost is going to go up for everywhere around the world, and the price will go down in the US just a little bit. We're going to share the cost of pharmaceuticals. What's up, Ivorez? You're not a subscriber anymore. What happened to you, bro? I miss you, bro. Get rid of Starmer. Trump said tonight pharmaceutical prices will be cut by 59%. Yes, that was the earth-shattering news. My TikTok is Jay the Bear 81. Glad to have you on Twitch. Shaz, what's up? Oh, Kayleen G is Mother of Dragons. All right. Glad to have you on Twitch. Candy Chief says XRP is going up right now. XRP is not going up. Is it? Refresh it. I don't know. It's below the blue line now. We're down to 245. We hit all the way to 243. We could go up, but I think it's coming down. I think we're coming down. We'll have to watch and see. I like to watch the day chart. It gives us a clearer picture of what's going on. There's just not enough data in the 1 hour to even, and I don't want to look at any other chart really, because it's just gonna get you hyped up. I always tell everybody, Ivorez knows this, get off the 1 minute chart. Get off the 1 minute chart. Start watching the 1 hour and the 1 day. Okay, the 1 hour will show you what's going to happen within the next day or so, and the 1 day will show you what's going to happen in the next week or so. Ivorez says, not the 1 minute chart. Yeah. Dang, Mr. Zine. With so many gifts. Another, what is that? Another 80 TikToks. Much appreciated. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in those gifts. We have 6 out of 10 Let 'em Cooks. Let's see if we can reach this goal for the Let 'em Cooks. Help me reach the Let 'em Cooks goal. We have 6 out of 10. I've been trying to reach that goal for like a month now. It's a great medication, will be cheaper for Americans. I think medications will be cheaper for Americans, but for other countries, they will be more expensive. So if you don't live in the United States, the cost of your pharmaceuticals are probably going to go up another 50%. However, most other countries have free healthcare. So your governments are going to be paying for it. I think there'll probably be some costs out of pocket to you, but the thing is we've been paying extra, and other countries have been reaping the benefits. We're pretty lucky in Australia. You know, I've noticed there's a lot of you in Australia watching the show. A lot of people from Australia, which is awesome. You know, my name's Aussie. I'm an Aussie. Yeah, it's your daytime, which is great. And that's why I do the show when I do it, because I can get multiple countries in at the time that I do the show than just on the US side. And that's why we, do global news and not just the US news. All right. Speaking of news, we need to read this. This is important. Markets prepare bets on Fed rate cuts following US-China tariff delay. Investors trim bets on Federal Reserve rate cuts following the announcement of delay of the most punitive tariff imposed in the Trump administration trade battle with China, with an additional rate reduction now not seen until September, only half a point reduction seen by the year's end. And we're not going to read, I guess we can read more of this. With U.S. bond yields rising and stock futures pointing to higher equity prices, contracts tied to the Fed's benchmark interest rate reflected a lower of concerns about U.S. growth and the Fed need to bolster it with rate cuts sooner rather than later. A dollar rising after the announcement that tariffs would be lowered for now would also, all things equal, help temper inflation. Markets have been expecting a quarter-point cut at the Fed's upcoming June meeting and 2 more over the course of the year, according to data from the CME Group FedWatch tool. Those expectations shifted out after the U.S. and Chinese negotiations said they would limit initial tariff increases for 90 days while discussing more comprehensive deal. The U.S. lowered and we know what they already lowered it to. So some people are saying that rate cuts are coming. Some people say that they're not. I don't think they're coming yet, because our real inflation comes from the banking system. The banking system, 2/3 of inflation comes from the way the banks lend out money. It has nothing to do with all these things. 1/3 of the inflation is due to this. The problem with inflation right now is everyone is living off of credit cards, credit card debt. They're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. And that is the problem. All right, let's get rid of this. We're done with these. Let's move on to the news with Russia and Ukraine. And I know this is a crypto show, but golly, the war and what's going on affects the markets. And this is important. This is also a news show. Yes, we do technical analysis. Yes, we do trading. We do day trading. We do long-term trading. We do everything. But it's also a news show because being well informed is how we predict the sentiment of which direction the market is headed in the long term. So being informed is what helps us to be informed in the market as well. Neo with the Let 'em Cooks We got 8 Let 'em Cooks from Neo and 2 from Censored by TikTok. Thank you so much. We have 6 out of 10. All right. Ukraine says Russia launches barrage of drones amid calls for truce talks. Ukraine authorities says ceasefire proposals are being ignored as new drone attacks damage civilian infrastructure. Now, this picture, I don't see anything except for trash in the road. I do not see a drone. I do not see anything. Who knows? But this is what Ukraine is saying. Ukraine says Russia has fired more than 100 drones overnight despite attempts from Kiev allies to get Moscow to begin a 30-day ceasefire and the prospect of direct talks proposed by Russia this week in Turkey's Istanbul. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Monday welcomed the possibility of the United States President Donald Trump's participation in talks with Russia and Turkey on Thursday and said he hoped Russian leader Vladimir Putin would not evade the meeting. He added that Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan can indeed host the highest level meeting. In his nightly address, Zelensky said Moscow has remained silent all day regarding the proposal for direct meeting, a very strange silence. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha said earlier that Russia is completely ignoring a 30-day ceasefire proposed by Ukraine and European powers that was to have begun on Monday. That's today. Ukrainian air defenses destroyed 55 of 108 drones that Russia had launched since 11 p.m. on Sunday, the Air Force said in a statement on Monday, the day the ceasefire proposed by Kiev and its European allies, Russia, was to begin. The attacks also included 30 similar drones that were lost along the way without hitting anything. The Air Force said drones were shot down in the east, north, south, and central parts of Ukraine. It added, one person was wounded. The buildings were damaged in the southern region of Odessa. Its military administration said the attacks also damaged railway infrastructure and wounded a train driver in the eastern region of Donetsk. Ukrainian National Railway operator said ceasefire proposals are being ignored and the enemy continues to attack on railway infrastructure. Ceasefire calls proposal of direct talks. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said on Monday that Putin was serious about trying to find peace and direct talks with Ukraine that he has proposed with Turkey, but could say no more about the talks about Kiev, demanded Putin himself attend. Shiba, speaking in London at a meeting with several of his European counterparts, said Russia continues to reject the full and lasting ceasefire proposed to begin on Monday. He insisted Moscow is intent on prolonging the war instead of seeking peace. Let's see here. There was more to this, or maybe it's a different. I think we got a little video though. Let's take a look. No free ads. Let's read the chat while we're waiting. You got all 10 of the Let 'em Cooks and they registered. They're not registered on your goal. I know. I don't understand what's going on with TikTok. They are really just trying to hurt me. TikTok is not being friendly to me. It's a little disheartening what TikTok's been doing.
Russian President Vladimir. Hello, welcome to the program. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is ready to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin face-to-face in Turkey on Thursday. But Zelensky says he's waiting for Russia to agree to a full ceasefire starting on Monday before the talks take place. That's after a series of diplomatic exchanges between key players to end the 3-year Ukraine war. On Saturday, Ukraine and European leaders called for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire at a meeting in Kyiv. Let's go now to Zain Basravi, who joins us now live from Kyiv. Zain, I wonder if you could clarify exactly what Zelensky has been saying in his latest statement. Is he now saying he will meet with President Putin on Thursday, regardless of that 30-day ceasefire, which he has been insisting on until now?
This is really an interesting political chess game that Zelensky is playing. And it has to be said that this really feels like the moment that the Ukrainian president has been working towards for some weeks now. He's been calling for more pressure on the Russian government, backed by sanctions, calling on international leaders to put more pressure and the threat of sanctions on Moscow to bring them to the table. And that seems to be playing out now. We had this high-profile visit on Saturday by EU leaders backing that plan, and the White House of U.S. President Donald Trump on board with the idea of a 30-day ceasefire. And now we see Zelensky over the last few days pressing the idea of a ceasefire backed by the threat of sanctions. And now we see this statement. Let's look at the latest thing that he said. He has said, taking to social media, we await a full and lasting ceasefire starting from tomorrow. That's Monday, May 12th. And he goes on to say to provide the necessary basis for diplomacy. There is no point in prolonging the killings, and I will be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday. Personally, I hope that this time the Russians will not look for excuses. Keir Starmer, the British leader, said something very interesting when he was here. He said that together the world was calling Putin out. And in this sense, we hear it directly from Zelensky himself. He seems to be doing the same thing. So to answer your question, what we know are two things now. That Ukraine will indeed be represented at those talks in Turkey. They will be going. And the main man himself, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, will be going to Turkey to try and take part in those talks. Now, what we are hearing from several observers and analysts and experts on these political matters is that this is an expert move by Zelensky because he wins either way. He goes and shows that he is leading from the front, that he is willing to participate in talks to end this war, serious talks, not just a ceasefire that lasts for a few days. And if Putin does not show up, it works in his favor. It illustrates what Ukraine has said all along, that Russia is not serious about stopping the war. If Russia does come to the table, then it illustrates that they are willing to negotiate with Zelensky, whose role they have tried to downplay since the beginning of this conflict. So it will be interesting to see what happens in coming days. It is about 9 p.m. local time here. We are expecting this ceasefire to take effect from midnight into tomorrow, but people are bracing for what they expect will be more air raid sirens and possibly more Russian attacks. They are not expecting Russia to honor the ceasefire.
Okay, this is going to be very interesting to see what happens in the next few.
You know, people like weeks ago were like, oh, there's going to be a ceasefire and they're doing all this and it's going to be fine and the war is going to be over. And I'm like, wake up, guys. This is not over. And it's far from over. Honestly, I think it's just getting started. I think the tariffs is the beginning of a hot war, possibly, and it's showing where allegiance lie. We're finding out who our real allies are, because I think we could be headed into World War III. I really do. I think when we look back on history, they're going to say that this was the second Cold War or this was World War III. And I firmly believe that. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Even if there is a ceasefire, it doesn't mean that there's an agreement that this is all over and it's going to be done. So, you know, keep that in mind. And don't forget, if you do want to help support the show, the best way to help and support is to send donations directly to the Cash App or Venmo, or if you're watching on TikTok, you can click the Stream Elements link right there, and it will take you to send through PayPal. When you send through TikTok, TikTok takes most of the money, and Twitch, I don't even receive enough there. I don't really get any of it. I maybe make $1 a live from doing TikTok. So the best way to help support the show is by sending your donations directly to me. I get to keep 100% of it, and I use that to pay the staff and I've been building the studio, and your support has been keeping this thing going. That's why we're able to have an IT guy here and take care of things. That's why we're able to have the fact checker on site to double check and make sure that we're getting the facts out properly and deep diving into all these things. That's how we're able to have the team of journalists to go through the news and with a fine-tooth comb, and then I go through and double check it, because I can't do it all. I'm making memes. I'm, running this show. I'm doing 4 or 5 hours, 5 days a week. I'm watching the charts like 20 hours a day. I'm doing the technical analysis, and I'm going through the news. It's a lot of work. And so you guys, when you give to the show, you help support and pay for all those things. We're basically PBS. Without you, this show doesn't continue. And I've had to cut back on staff some, but we've been receiving some donations, so I'm able to bring people back on. But basically everything you give goes to employ all these other people, and we're building something here. We're creating jobs. We built this magnificent studio. I've probably made a couple $100 off of TikTok, and I've invested over $15,000 into building this studio, and I'm paying the staff on top of it. So everything that you send, it's not going to line my pocket so I can buy more XRP. It's going to building this show and keeping it going, because we're not making any money. The TikTok, we don't get nothing. The Twitch, we don't get nothing. YouTube, we don't get nothing. It's still new. And until we get to a point where we're actually making money, then it's great. When we first started this show, I was making, a couple $100 a week, which was like, all right, we're actually making some money. But now TikTok, the reason we get hit with the guidelines so often is they're scamming us. They take, when we get hit with a guideline and they strike us, then they take the money for the subscriptions. They take the money for the live, and we don't earn anything. But because we tell the truth, we keep getting hit with nonsense. But if we don't come together as a community and keep this thing going, it will die. And the truth won't prevail. But I believe that the truth always prevails. I believe that if we continue and we come together as a community, we can build something that will grow into a point where you won't have to support it. These platforms will support us. So we have to come together as a community. And remember, if you can't afford to give, you can always hit the like button. You can always share the show with your friends. You can always follow. But when you subscribe, it also helps the algorithm. When you send in donations, it helps me pay the staff. All these things happen. And we built this magnificent show because of you. This isn't because of me. This is because of you, because there are people listening. You guys want the truth. And I want to find the truth with you. And that's what we're about here. We are here to find the truth, and we're here to also become wealthy, because I believe that the only way to fight this system is going to be this war will not be fought like any other war. It will be fought in the minds of everyday people. It will be fought with pen and paper. It will be fought with your pocketbook. And they want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs. And I'm here to help you find a way to secure your family's financial freedom, so that way you do not have to live in the pod. You do not have to eat the bugs. I want you to be able to grow generational wealth so that you can live a life that's truly free. I'm a free man here. All I do is this show now, and I spend time with my family. I retired from my job as an audio engineer in LA. You've probably seen my work on TV for all of you who are new here. And I did that for 17 years. I'm 36 years old, and I'm retired, and I've done it off of crypto, and I've done it through trading. And you can get there too. And I'm here to help you make those smart moves, because you can't get rich by buying the top and holding. It doesn't work like that. XRP is not going to $10,000. I'm sorry. I hate to burst your bubble, but it's not going to happen. So if you're looking to trade and you're looking to make money, become a subscriber, because that is going to help you. As a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly and I can help coach you. And as a basic subscriber, you get access to my daily price point videos. I'm literally telling you where the market is going every single day. We have been so accurate to the cent nearly every single day. So not only that, if you're here to find the truth, this is the place to be. And thank you all of you who donate and you support this show, and you're here day in and day out, and you're my loyal following. I love and appreciate you all very much. I do this every day for you guys. I sometimes overdo it and I stress myself out. I'm a bit of a workaholic. I retired from being a workaholic, and I don't know how to not work now. And so I found a way to channel all of that into something positive where we can grow and produce something of value, and not just a monetary value, but a value of truth. A way to find the truth, because right now it is so hard to find the truth. I can't tell you how much work goes into digging to find the truth. Not going to 10K, he said it's going to 20. Yeah, who, Calvin told you it was going to 20? Those of you who are new, we have a little joke about Calvin Hill, because me and him got into it on his live one time. Calvin Hill said XRP would be worth $9,000, or was it $7,000 or $9,000 by April 9th. Calvin Hill said XRP would be worth $7,000 by April 9th. Bro as flipped his gourd. All right, let's finish this video here.
Our Zain Basravi there for us in Kyiv. Well, let's take a few steps back, because Volodymyr Zelensky's statement followed shortly after a post on Truth Social by Donald Trump. The US president said the following: President Putin of Russia doesn't want to have a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine, but rather wants to meet on Thursday in Turkey to negotiate a possible end to the bloodbath. Ukraine should agree to this immediately. I'm starting to doubt that Ukraine will make a deal with Putin, who's too busy celebrating the victory of World War II, which could not have been won, not even close, without the United States of America. Have the meeting now.
Ain't that the truth?
Let's cross to Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C.
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
From
send
Donald
in
Trump
those gifts or
speaks
send
for
a
itself.
donation. Help support the
just talk
show.
us through the details of it, if there are any more details, and what sort of reaction there's been to it.
Well, in reading out the statement, you provided all the details completely. But it is interesting in the timing of Zelensky's confirmation that he will be going to Turkey for that meeting, because before that he was insisting on a ceasefire as a preemptive step before going to the meeting. However, then we had the social media post by Donald Trump in which he urged Zelensky to go to the meeting regardless because, says Donald Trump, we, by which he means European leaders and Ukraine, will know where Russia stands finally and will act appropriately. So Donald Trump's social message apparently goaded Zelensky to agree to take this meeting without Russia accepting the ceasefire, which previously had been his absolute insistence. So now you do have a situation where President Trump has intervened and would appear to have persuaded the Ukrainian president to attend that meeting in Turkey. What comes out of that? Well, Donald Trump appears to be rather pessimistic, saying that, as we heard in the statement there, that Putin of Russia doesn't want to have a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. But the point that President Trump is making is that the meeting should go ahead regardless, because then it will be very clear where Russia stands, whether or not it is prepared to enter real negotiations, whether it is just stalling, in which case, says President Trump, we, the European leaders and Ukraine, will take appropriate action. Most significant about the social media statement is that President Trump is coming down on the side of the European leaders and Ukraine, despite sometimes in previous weeks where he appears to be having the maximum pressure on Zelensky and less on the Russian president. That appears to have shifted now if this social media post is to be accepted.
Okay, thank you for that. Mike Hanna there for us in Washington, D.C. Let's speak to the analyst Michael Bosicue. He's a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. He joins me now from Victoria in Canada. Many thanks for your time. So, Michael, what is your sense of where we are at right now? Is, in terms of how our correspondent put it, is this a political chess game that President Zelensky is winning right now?
Yes, well, we couldn't ask for a better, more dramatic chess game, geopolitical chess game than this one. And it looks like President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine had just checkmated Mr. Putin by saying, OK, I'm going to show up in Turkey on Thursday, and I expect to see you there. I believe Mr. Putin was expecting to send lower-level officials to Istanbul to meet with lower-level Ukrainian officials and to do what he always does, is to drag things out as long as possible while gaining more territory and while continuing to pulverize Ukrainian cities. The other thing we know about Mr. Putin, he does not react well to ultimatums, and that's what was given to him by Western leaders in Kyiv yesterday. And we could see that he was rattled at that press conference yesterday. He didn't take any questions from the media, but he was reading very, very closely from prepared notes and looking very tired. So things could go either way right now, but it would be, I think in the long run, fantastic if they both met face to face. Very, very bold move by Mr. Zelensky, and that's being reflected on social media in Ukraine right now, too.
So what, I mean, you have so much experience on the two countries. You spent lots of time in Ukraine. What is your sense of what is going to happen next? Because President Zelensky essentially is insisting that ceasefire begin in a few hours from now. Is that what we're going to see or not?
Well, the only way we will see Russia adhere to that ceasefire is if real teeth are put in place by not only the Europeans but also the Americans in terms of sanctions. But it needs a broad-based, across the globe approach. And what I mean by that is they have to get their friends in the UAE, in Turkey, in Thailand, to really threaten to put the noose around Mr. Putin and his circle of oligarchs. And say, okay, no more luxury property buying in Dubai, no more parking your yachts in Thailand, no more, tourism even to Turkey. cut that flow off, and then Mr. Putin will really feel the pain. Just quickly on this one, I mean, we saw the huge disruption the Ukrainians caused to Russian tourism and aviation when they sent drones over the course of 3 days, interrupting operations at 13 airports. That really brings the war home to Russia, to ordinary people.
What's your question, Mr. Zines? You want me to replay it? Go back a little bit. Bro definitely got hella use in his goose. Oh, GCSE. All right, I misread that.
And that's what needs to be done now if they don't adhere to a ceasefire.
Trump has threatened to walk away from the peace process if there isn't some kind of settlement or agreement on a ceasefire soon. It does feel like we're coming to a head here. Do you think he might walk away? And what is that going to look like?
Yes, I do. I mean, it really, I don't mean to sound too cynical, but it really does feel like the rules-based international order is in a free fall right now because of Mr. Trump wanting to walk away from big problems. I mean, I think that's why the India-Pakistan conflict went as far as it did, because no one sees red lines anymore, and the U.S. is not intimately involved. Same thing here. Autocrats like Mr. Putin, when they don't see solid red lines enforced by the United States, they go further and further. All they see is gray lines to be exploited. So it's crucial that the United States put its full force behind this and threaten, along with Europe, those biting sanctions and more weaponry to Ukraine. That would really push Mr. Putin in the corner, I think.
Okay, thank you so much for your time and thoughts today. Michael Bosicue, senior.
All right, that's it for the news today. We're going to wrap it up with a little technical analysis. We got about 30 minutes left. Does anyone have any questions or any projects you want me to go over and check out? If you're on TikTok and you want me to look at a project for you, all you got to do is come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. And you can get that for free, or you can become a subscriber on TikTok, and I will go over those that technical analysis for you. But remember, TikTok will not be here forever. TikTok will more than likely go away in the United States. Either way, the censorship is ridiculous. So come over to Twitch. It's our safety net, because we get hit with guidelines all the time because we tell the truth here. Because we tell the truth, more than likely we will get hit with those guidelines. And this is our way of doing things so that when it does go away, which it will, it may not be today or tomorrow, but you're going to need a way to find me and still be able to see the show and find the truth, be a part of what we're doing. Bro, you're going to make me download Twitch. You should, because one day, and I'm thinking by the end of the month, I'm not going to be on TikTok anymore. Just by choice, just because I can't handle hiring someone just to deal with legal issues. I'm to a point where I'm gonna have to hire somebody just to deal with appeals. Harley Dan, I just found you. What's going on? Danny Gibson, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I can't afford to go live on TikTok and make $1 or $2 off of TikTok and then have to hire somebody just to deal with appeals. Yeah, it's been a long day. And look, we're coming down hard. So let's talk about this. I want you guys to see this. I think we should have Head and Shoulders right here. We shouldn't have got this green candle. However, the news drives things. And because of AI trading bots, it's very easy to find the patterns because the bots give it away. Because they tend to just do the same patterns over and over and over, and then they'll switch to a different pattern and it'll be over and over and over. But things will change in the market because of the news. So we got this pump here. We should have head and shoulders right here. We should have pumped up here, had this shoulder, pumped up again, made another shoulder right here up to the blue line, and then came back down. That's what should have happened, but the news broke that pattern. However, because of it, it's forming an even nastier head and shoulders. And I believe that we could drop down here and that would bring us up. We would pump up again and we'd just touch this blue line and not break through it because we don't have the news to break it out. We've already broken that support. We've already broken through and we're coming down even more at 243 right now. And if we consolidate up this blue line right here, we would fall and this would be an even bigger head and shoulders, bringing us back down to 212, 210, and even as low as like 208, 205. So if we don't get back above this blue line and see more of a trend like this, but even then, this is a broadening, ascending wedge. Wedge. This is a broadening, ascending wedge, which is also bearish, which means we could drop down here to the X, pump back up one more time, and then fall. And that lines up with this X. Remember, X marks the spot. We got one here, and we got one here. Double X'd right here. We got a double X indication of a drop down. So yo, big dog, I got shit to do now, but want to leave respect and may the Most High give you what you deserve. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your support today, and glad to see you here. Don't forget to follow the show. Don't forget to subscribe or come on over to Twitch so that you can catch the show from now on. And don't miss out. Much love, Mr. Zines. Much love. So, I think that's kind of where we're at right now. Is either way, I'm not seeing anything indicating a higher push upward. If we had stayed above this and you know, opened this other candle green and started going up, I would say, okay, we're headed towards $3. But there's a potential of hitting 270. I doubt it though. But we could pump again. But more than likely, it's going to play out a head and shoulders pattern here and break down. But if it changes, obviously I'm going to post that. Yep, we got that pump. Let's go down. Exactly. It's been pumping since 163. It pumped, it consolidated, it pumped, it consolidated, it pumped. And if it continues to consolidate up this line here, then I would say that's an indication of going upward. But if it starts breaking down hard like it is, it would indicate not only that it needs to break down 50% like it is right now. See, it broke up and it dropped about 50%, and then it broke up and now it's dropped about 50%. If it can't hold that and it continues to consolidate and then drops, it's a head and shoulders. Either way, from 161 all the way to 265, there hasn't really been a price correction. It's due for it. It's due for a price down to $2. So it has to show us that it's firmly breaking above this before I'm going to be a believer. And believe me, I will be the first one to say, hey, we're turning around, but I'm not here to lie to you. I'm going to tell you what it is. I think we could potentially have another pump up to 270. But it would take news to break through this line. It would take news. Now that we're below it, it's no longer support, it's resistance. We're going to need a firm deal with the UK, a firm deal with China, or we're going to need the war, a ceasefire to happen. Something's got to happen. Crypto summit, news, something we're not expecting, ETF, regulation, the case actually being solved, which I don't see it happening that soon. It needs more time for the case. And I see these 2x indications right here. Everything is pointing towards downward movement. And let me tell you, if we break below this line right here at $2, because it'll probably move sideways. If we break below $2, best believe we're going to see at least $1.50. Well, I'd say more like $1.60. But more than likely, it'll break even further because the panic selling will happen. A lot of people bought right here. People were calling me, messaging me today when we hit like 260, 265-ish. Were messaging me, should I get in right now? Though, think of all the people that don't have me to message me and they just FOMO'd in and got in right here. They're going to hold all the way down till about $2, and then once it breaks $2, they're going to jump out. They're going to get scared, and the panic sell-off will bring us all the way back down to this blue line. And look at how nasty this is, okay? And mind you, this blue line is getting extended now. It doesn't fall straight down. It works its way down, which means it could end up somewhere around $1 by middle of June. Middle of June, beginning of July, we could be down to $1. If it breaks down, but every indication is a bearish trend. We have this bearish trend line here. We have this bearish trend line here. We have this bearish formation of this ascending wedge. We have this bearish formation of an ascending broadening wedge. Every indication going down from macro to semi-macro to minor to the most minimal indication, everything says bearish. Everything does. I don't think we're out of the woods yet. If it breaks upward past 270, and I would say if we start hitting 280, we could potentially see, if we can break 280, we're going to see $3. But I just don't see it yet. There's no pattern whatsoever indicating that that's what's going to happen. How's Ethereum doing? That's a good question. Let's look at Ethereum. Also look at XLM. And hopefully you guys were watching the show last week, and I told you the moon cycle that we were going to pump until Monday. And here we are. Pumped until Monday. Hopefully you guys listened, heeded the advice, and you made some money. And we're doing well. So glad I took profits when I did. I'm glad you did too. Ethereum, there's just not enough data. There's not enough data. If Bitcoin crashes, I would say Ethereum's got a real shot at getting its alt season. However, let's look at a shorter time frame. Ethereum is this ascending channel. I'd say it's kind of more like a widening wedge, just like everything else. And it's breaking downward. The question for Ethereum is, and we'll have to watch, is it going to double bottom here and move up? I'd say possibly. It's probably a double bottom because look at the candles. The candles will tell you everything. Everything you need to know. Okay. This is a bit of a spinning top. I wouldn't quite call this a hammer. But look at this long wick right here. Look at these long wicks on the way down. Look at this wick here. It seems like it's bottomed out here at 24.10, 24.18, somewhere like that. And it probably wants to double bottom there, which would send the price up to 25.50, 25.60 ish. And if it goes from there back up and breaks through the blue line, then I would see it's probably going to shoot up. But more than likely, it'll hit that blue line, which is right at that resistance. And it'll probably fall short and it'll break down from there. And then I would say that it's in consolidation. Can I have a look at render? Of course, buddy. Let's look at render. What was render's tag? Just REN or REND? Here we go. Render US dollar. Render is kind of a head and shoulders inverted. It could potentially see $6 or 6 cents? Yeah, $6. Wenderman, if you want me to do Sui, you got to become a subscriber or come over to Twitch and write it in the chat on Twitch and I'll do it for free. So all you got to do is go to Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch because we are leaving this platform. So hold on, Morgan, on this because this is a very wonky head and shoulders. It's not very textbook. I want to look at it a little deeper before I really call that. I would say that this in the short term is a descending channel which would indicate a movement of at least back up to where it was at 546. But it could double top there and start coming back down. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. I would definitely take profits at $246. Double bottom means that, see this is a double bottom right here. So double bottom means that it hits here, it pumps up, it drops down, and it hits here, and it's at like the same spot. When it drops in like this and it double bottoms like that, it shoots up right after. And I would say that this is probably more of a double bottom than anything, and it's played out. But there is a possibility, because of this formation, it's going to shoot up again because it's like a descending channel. And look, it's kind of double bottomed on the 1 hour as well. It looks just like Ethereum. It's probably going to double bottom right here and then shoot back up. But there's just not enough data to tell if it's going to do more. So we'll just have to keep an eye on the chart. So keep an eye out. If it starts moving up here like this, I would say double bottom, and it'll, you know, at least reach 541 on render. But you gotta just watch and see what it forms. So Morgan, if you want coaching or on-demand technical analysis for render, all you got to do is become a deluxe subscriber, and you can message me because I would say that it would be Tuesday, Wednesday when we finally have enough, maybe even Thursday, enough information to be able to call this what direction it's going. Everything's kind of in a limbo right now. Everything looks like it's got a little bit more in it. It's going to try one more time because it pumped so hard and it's price correcting, and people are going to be, you know, trying to get it going again. But I think we just pumped so hard for a while. Look at renders pumped all the way since 249 all the way up to 552. It is due for a nice price correction of 50%, which would be about $4 minimum. It's due. So it's going to take news. If anything's going to continue upward moving, it's going to take news. The only reason we didn't drop today is because of the trade deal. So I say the news. Mr. Zines with 50, 60, 78 TikToks. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to call it a couple minutes early for the show. Thank you all for tuning in, and have a great night. I'm going to get some rest, much needed rest. Yeah, it looks perfect for to correct the market. I agree. I think it's due. It had a nice another little bullish pump. It's just due. The only thing that's going to turn this around is news. So keep an ear to the news and look for that speculative pump. HD Malicious, no problem. Much appreciated. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. Y'all have a good night. I decided not to buy any XPF because it seemed a little bit sketch. You have to go through Telegram to sign up to their trust fund thing to get in. I'm just gonna wait for it to hit the market. It's too risky. I might throw a couple bucks at it, but I can't in good conscience recommend it to anyone because I don't know if it's a scam yet. By the way, the cameras are coming soon. Very soon you'll be able to see my face. I'd say any day now. I'm gonna have to get a haircut. I hate getting haircuts because nobody can cut my hair right. And it's really not hard to cut. Hairstylist now. I expect perfection. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat. And hate to say it, but I told you so. I told you so. Here we are. Knew this was gonna happen, man. Sell in May, go away. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We are going to get started here. This I was going to take today off, but with what is going on in the market right now, I didn't feel like it was a good idea to be doing that today. So here we are. And we got some news to cover for the reason why all of this is happening. So we'll get into it and understand. What's up, big baller? How you doing? Start smashing that like button, guys. Kodak, thank you for liking. Start smashing that like button. We're gonna get into it in just a few minutes here. What's up, Armando? How you doing, buddy? I'm at the airport and I see red candles. Yep. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? Hey, I thought you weren't coming on tonight. I know, but look at what's happening. I had to throw a red shirt on for today. That's how bad it is. With what is going on, I felt obligated to come in here. But I'm not feeling too good. I'm having a bit of a adverse reaction to procedure, so I was trying to just rest. So I'm gonna do a quick little live just to fill you in on what's going on, and so we're all on the same page. But I mean, I just pulled up like a couple articles and stuff. When should I sell ZBCN? It's going crazy. Psychological zones, I'm thinking 007. You know, it's crazy how it's cracking off while the rest of the market's just like tanking. But 007's going to be one of those, you know, because 007, James Bond, right? You know, like those psychological zone numbers, 333, 444, 007, stuff like that. Those are psychological zones. There will always get a pullback. Doesn't mean it won't continue, but like that's where you take your profits because everyone else is. Look at ZBCN. This can't be the right one. Let's look at Zebic. Oh my God, look at it passed the rocket where I said, look at, I put the rocket right at 007. Look at the rocket's pointed right at 007. And it did it. It did it, baby. That's crazy. Look at that. 007 on the dot. I hadn't even looked at the chart yet. I didn't even know. I just knew because I've been watching the charts for days. I knew that 007 was the spot. If go on YouTube and watch the recording from like the last couple days, and I told y'all 007 would be the next resistance zone. And there's no data. There's no data to tell where the next resistance is going to be. The only resistance is psychological numbers. Yeah, 007, baby. Any psychological zone is going to be a point of resistance. And it's not because there's actual resistance there, but because if enough people agree with the sentiment, then so be it. I feel like I should move the moon up here. I got the moon on 10 cents, or on 1 cent, excuse me. But I feel like 1.5. 0.155, baby. That's where the moon's at. All right. That's where I think we top out. I'm going to let it go. I only put 5K into it. Yeah, might as well. It won't go forever, but it'll definitely go. Ride it. That's where I'm at with like SXT, man. Like SXT is not doing so great, whatever, you know. But we got it in at the low, so it's just above where I bought in at. Not too bad. You know, so, and look, it hit that zone and just like recovered hard. Like 10 cents is going to be the floor on this one. Yeah, it's going to touch into other zones. I put a limit order at 9.5 on this one and it didn't hit, but it could potentially still hit. So we'll keep an eye on this one. I'm just going to DCA this one all the way to its bottom. This is my baby right now. Today I risked and bought more. Why not? I hope it will be a successful project. I trust Crypto Rap. Here's the thing is I trust Crypto Rap. I don't trust the people in the trenches. That's where I'm at with it. But I'm going to find the bottom on that one and I'm going to put some money into it just to support his cause because I appreciate what he's doing and his sentiment behind it, you know. I'm going to put some money in there and I'm just going to forget about it. I'm never going to take it out. That's basically where I'm at with it. I put in a buy at 9 cents. Let's go. Yeah, good for you, bro. I'm going for like 9.5. But yeah, 9 cents. Why not? I have buy orders on this one. As it comes down, I'll keep adjusting. But this is nice. This is good. This is opportunity. So my next plan is to buy SXT and ZBCN. Here's my thing about ZBCN, man. It's basically done. It'll keep pumping, but once it loses its steam, it's toast. Yes, I see your comments, Skinny Marie. Oh, on Twitch, right? Let me see what's going on with that. Sorry. Last minute live here. I was gonna take. It says you should be if. I thought no live. You should be if you're sick. I know. Should be scooping up all the coins, right? I'm on TikTok as well too. Yeah, that's kind of where Zebik could continue going. Okay, Zebik could continue going up, but once the hype is over with social media, it's all downhill from there. It's gonna find its top, and then it's gonna be done, and it's gonna be a rug. Bro, search dollar coin insane narrative. Just do it, please. Become a subscriber. Become a subscriber, and I'll do whatever coin you want. Yesterday, I thought you said it was a scam. It kind of is. The gas fees fluctuate with it, and so like when everyone's trying to sell out of it, your fees could be like $500. So that's the thing is, no, you didn't subscribe, bro. You got to become a subscriber, not a follower. Yeah, the fees are adjustable. That's why I'm like, this one will die out. It's just got social media hype behind it. It's got utility too, but it will be a rug. It'll pump up hard and then it'll crash back down. And then you'll have another opportunity to buy it. Yeah, the gas fees on it is fluctuating. So depending on the traffic and people trying to utilize it, the amount of the fees go up. So when it starts coming back down, it costs a lot of money to take your money out of it. It costs less to put into it when it's going up, but it costs more when it comes down. Zebik doing the same thing, Oxycoin, same thing, then dump. Exactly. Exactly. Let me tell you what's going on. Bitcoin and all the altcoins, everything's crashing right now. And so everybody's jumping into hype projects to basically, you know, recover their losses. Yo, M of the meme. What is up, brother? Thank you for subscribing, brother. I appreciate that. Hey, man, just so you know, with that subscription, I post daily price point videos on XRP and SXT or certain projects we're looking at. But as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly for TA anytime, and I can give you my technical analysis on any project you like. So, and also send me your email, and I will get you on the email alert system. So when things are happening in the market, you'll get alerted. I didn't put out an email because I'm trying to drive everybody into the show right now, because we've been struggling a little bit. All right, what was that coin you wanted to see? Dollar coin? DC, huh? Let me see. Dollar coin. What's the ticker on that one? The dollar coin one. It's just DC. It's a meme coin that is trying to decentralize the dollar. Really? DC. All right, let me look DC because I'm seeing a DC right here. but it says Doge chain. What? Emma the meme. What is the God? My brain's not braining right now. Where is it at? It's on Tether. It's on Phoenix. Where's it at? The fact that it's not on here, is it this one, DCRUSD? Is it this one? Does this look right? This can't be it. Oh, it's on Solana. Got you. Let me see. DC Sol. Let me find it for you, bro. I'm gonna find it. I got you. DC. The fact that it's not coming up on here is a red flag to me already. Let me try Googling it. DC Sol. And dollar coin. Dollar coin. Does this look right? $241,000 market cap. Dollarcoin.meme. Got you. Dollarcoin.meme. Dollar coin, the people's dollar, the meme that turned into a movement, a rebellion. What? This is being called the biggest narrative in crypto ever. Let's get into why. Launched on Pump Fund. Wait, okay, so Pump Fund. Launched on Pump Fund with no marketing, no roadmap, no expectations. Dollar coin began as just another meme coin, but what happened next was unprecedented. It evolved into a full-scale movement, a decentralized community fueled rebellion against one of the most broken systems of our time, fiat money. From the very start, dollar coin was different. The original DEV who minted it left early, walked away from what appeared to be just a fleeting meme. But what the dev didn't realize is that he had accidentally launched a spark. The community, real people from across the world took over, and they did more than hold. They built belief, they built narrative, and Solana noticed. At just a $70,000 market cap, Solana publicly shilled dollar coin live during a demonstration of Carbon. What? Let's watch this. What is this?
Tooling, and specifically tooling for indexing that we've been building. Just for a bit of background, we are a dev shop on Solana, and so for the last 2 years, a lot of our day-to-day has been building and shipping indexers for our clients. And so we realized that when you look at the three main components...
I don't know, that's a little bit... Oh, go to 616. Got you, bro.
Good morning, Accelerate. Today I'm going to be talking about developer tooling and specifically decoding happening. Okay, so this is a pump token. We're going to go on Explorer. As you can see, it has a bit less than 1 billion supply and 6 decimals. And here we can see on our GraphQL server that everything
Sold
has
it
been
for a
properly
price.
indexed. We have the same supply, same decimals. We can see also that token accounts have been indexed if we run this query. And now let's look at what has happened over 1 minute and 30 seconds. And we can see that we have not fallen behind.
Yeah, I'm going to read the website. Yeah. Let's see here. Dollar coin isn't about price, it's about purpose. It mocks the system, the exposure, the decay. Most are too distracted to notice. Since 1913, the US dollar has lost over 96% of its purchasing power. What cost $1 would now cost over $10 for bread, more than $4 for a gallon of milk, $5 to $7 for eggs. And let's not forget gasoline, healthcare, housing, everything climbing while your paycheck stagnates. Dollar coin is the meme that holds up the mirror, not just to inflation, but how long we've been accepting loss. And the response, it's been a short, sort of historic. The CTO community sort of community takeover did just meme this into existence. They produced a full documentary. What? Titled Dollar Coin, the People's Dollar, explaining philosophy, the economic drop, and cultural resistance that DC represents. But here's the documentary. It's right here on YouTube. Chat, check this out. We're going to watch it. How long is it? It's 10 minutes long? Bruh. I'll tell you though, right now, chat, this chat right here, everybody knows this. Guinea Marie, thank you for the 6 roses. Chat knows about what's going on with the dollar. You see here.
A year they don't teach enough in schools. A year where the few decided for the many. Behind closed doors, the Federal Reserve was born. Not voted
This
for.
is Dollar Coin
Not demanded by
DC,
the
People's
people.
Dollar.
Just
the meme that became a movement.
Enacted.
What's up, Harley Dan?
They said it would bring stability, predictability, order, but the reality would prove far different. But since that day,
You like I put the
US
ghost in the
dollar
dead
has
area. Yeah, the
lost
ghost has
over
been here a while. So is the
96%
magnet.
of its purchasing power. That's
I'm
not
wondering if this is
stability.
the bear trap
That's
or if this
quiet
was the
robbery.
bull trap.
They told us to work hard, save dollars, and trust the
Oh
system.
yeah, XRP is going
But
way
while
down.
we saved, they spent.
We'll see
The
160-ish
system
again,
printed
maybe lower,
trillions.
120.
Not for the people, but for the powerful. To fund wars, prop up banks.
See the
and
red
rescue
lights on? I
elite
got the
from
red
their own
shirt on,
mistakes.
red hat.
You weren't
We're
consulted.
going red.
You were billed.
This week, it could be a month or two
Gap
of
between the
downward
haves
movement,
and
nothing but
have-nots
down.
widened. All under the watch of a system
No, not tonight.
designed
This
to
takes time.
stabilize. But now, a new chapter is unfolding.
Listen
One
to
that
the
might just
song, huh? Do you see why not went to the convention? I didn't see that. Honestly, I've been in bed. I shouldn't even be doing the live. I'm doing a short live, maybe like an hour. Here's the music anthem.
They say it's just a meme. They don't see the fire that started in the trenches. From the ground up, we built this. We minted this.
Straight out of pump fun, from the bottom with belief. Click mint in the dark, now we're flooding the feed. It's not a coin, it's a torch in a blackout. And now the whole system's getting called out. They printed the problem, lied to your face. Dollar coin rose like a glitch in the base. This ain't Doge, ain't Pepe, ain't some tweet.
Who's
It's a
the
rebellion
rapper?
with rhythm, and it's marching in the street. Fed made money, killed the trust. They robbed the people, then told us to adjust. While eggs tripled, your wage stayed flat. But dollar coin said, we're done with that. We are the movement, we are the rise. We are the people they tried to deny. Dollar coin, the people's dollar, the one that speaks from the
Yeah, I'll tell you why everything's dumping in just a minute. Let's watch this video real quick. This is cool, man. Hey, thank you for putting me on game to this one. This is awesome. Yeah, I got some news articles. We're going to read why the markets are tanking.
It ain't just crypto, it's correction on chain. The dollar collapsed and we built through the pain. From 1913, 96% lost.
A very popular crypto guy said XRP will hit 212 before June ends. I think it could go lower, bro. I got it right down here at $2. But I think I'm gonna move it down. 160. Yeah, I'm live. Markets are tanking. I had to.
This isn't a tribute.
This is cool, man. I like stuff like this, you know?
And they can't stop what's already been minted. This is the meme that turned to a flame. This is the dollar that changed the game. This is the voice that broke the mold. This is a movement, this is bold. Dollar coins, DC, we don't beg
Hey,
to
who's the
belong.
rapper on this one? Who's the artist?
Dropped it in song, the people's dollar, from trench to sky. We're not the next meme with a reason why.
If XRP hits 126, I'm buying a cigarette boat. Yeah, it had a good ring to it, man. It's kind of cool. Hey, thank you for putting me onto that, and thank you for subscribing. M of the meme. Hey, bro, you got to be a part of what we're doing here, bro, because we are calling the markets every day to the cent. I told you all, did I not tell you if we broke 222 that it was cooked? We are cooked, baby. I told y'all. We hit 223, got a little bounce back up, and then came back down. Bro, it was over. We're going down. I think we're going down for the next month, 2 months. There'll be some correction, but look at this is playing out right here. Look at this. This is a head and shoulders forming. XRP's going back down to the low around 163-ish. It's going down for a while. Do you follow Benjamin Cohen? He was telling that BTC dominance headed to 75%. No, I don't follow him at all. I don't think any of that matters, man, because this is the unicycle. All right? We are riding the unicycle, the simul cycle. Everything is pumping in unison with Bitcoin, except for the memes. Can we talk about coins and buy-in prices? Yeah, let me tell you right now. First of all, you got to understand, I understand y'all want to make some money and everything, but you got to be patient and wait for the bottom. You got to be patient because we're going to be going down for the next couple months. I change my mind all the time. My mind doesn't change. The market changes. If the market's going to go up, I'm going to tell you it's going to go up. If it's going to go down, I'm going to tell you it's going to go down. I told you all if we broke 222, it's done. It's cooked. So happy that you got me out of XRP at 250. You're welcome. You're welcome. My mind changes because the market changes. One day it's going up, the next day it's going down. It's short term. Okay, but this is a long-term goal down here to 160 or even lower to like $1 or $1.20, $1.30. That will take months to happen. It will drop and it will price correct and it will drop again, but it will eventually head to that point. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. SXT is it hit the bottom again. Didn't quite get to 10. You're giving me goosebumps right now. I know, right? We're going to get a good buy opportunity because we're not, stuck on the FOMO. Yeah, it's just an opportunity to grab some more. I got a limit order set at 9.5. And then if it feels like it's dropping hard still over the next couple days, I'll adjust that to like 8. But I'm thinking 7 cents could end up being a bottom on it. Probably not. That seems a little drastic. I think 10 cents is pretty much the floor on this one. We need the timelines. Okay, let me tell you this, okay? When we're looking at the day chart, that means it will take weeks for it to happen. When we're looking at the hour chart, it means it will take days to happen. All right? But we got the 1 week here. This is what will happen in the next couple months. And this is a head and shoulders. So in a month or two, I'd say July, mid-July. I say mid-July is when you're going to want to be buying. And this is why I tell you guys, take profits. But the 1 day right here, and even though this is in the 1 day, we're just using it for extra data. This is basically what we're looking in the 1 week. This is going to be a massive head and shoulders, which means that we're going to come down right here. We'll probably pump up again. And it'll probably come down to this blue line around $2, pump up and come up to like 215, 220, maybe 225, and then come back down. So what's crazy to me is this, and this is, I knew it. I freaking knew it. I told you guys, I said, this is bullish right here. Look at this. This is a descending wedge right here. This is hella bullish. We should pump out of this real hard. And I was like, but selling may go away. It's the end of the month. Ripple's about to dump XRP. All of crypto's dumping. Everything's dumping. Markets are dumping. Selling may go away. I've been telling you all this for weeks now. You know? I've been telling you since we were here at 266. And look at 266. That's right where we were when we were at like 260 before. And I said, hey, short the market. And it dropped all the way down. Y'all made a ton of money. I want XRP under $1.50. It's very expensive now. I agree. I want XRP at $1. XRP at $1, okay, I'll buy that. 75 cents, I'll buy that. But it's at the top right now. It's stuck in this $2 to, it's stuck like between 260 and 160. That's where it's at. So I'll wait for it to come down into that zone and I'll buy some up. Guinea Marie, thank you for the 6 roses. Droid Lazarus, thank you for the 8 roses. Much appreciated. Daytona says, believe me. Believe what? Oh, you think it's going up to $3? No. No way. No way. Guinea, you were asking about Pepe, right? Look at ZBCN though. Damn. I think ZBCN's going up because of the fee issue. Pepe. Look at that. When did we call Pepe? We bought in right here, didn't we? Or was it right here? We got in at 244. What a beautiful, beautiful entry that was, huh? You're welcome. You are welcome. I love Pepe and it's cheap now. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit up here. I think Pepe is coming back down though. It's not really chartable right now. Let me go into the hour. It's basically in consolidation, Guinea Marie. But I would assume that it's going to go down. It's going down to 450 minimum, and probably lower. Here, this is what I'm going to do. Oh, it's market cap. I'm looking at market cap. My bad. Pepe. Yeah, Pepe is going down to damn, that's a lot of fucking zeros. Was that 1, 2, 3, 401? Pepe is going to 401. You can put my $700 in Pepe go to this year. I'm not saying that it's not going to pump later. That everybody gets me wrong. Like, just because the markets are going to go down doesn't mean that we're not going to bull run up again. You know, things go up and they go down. That's why every day it's a different sentiment. Why do you think I got a red light and I got a green light and I got a white light? Okay, white is consolidation. Red is we're going down. Green is we're about to pump. But I'm going to tell you what it's going to do, not what it's doing right now. It's going to keep dipping. Okay? That's why it's red. Yesterday, if you watched, go on YouTube. Yesterday's was white because I was like, I don't know, because the chart says we're going to pump, but selling may go away. So I'm kind of neutral with it. We got to wait and see what it does. And I said if XRP drops below 222, it's cooked. And it's cooked. All right. Let's all understand why this is happening, okay? This is what we were going to cover yesterday. Court says Trump doesn't have the authority to set tariffs. A federal court on Wednesday ruled President Trump does not have the authority under economic emergency legislation to impose sweeping global tariffs, right? Trump tariffs creates a perfect storm for scams. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. And then this came out today. Appeals court pauses ruling that blocked Trump's tariffs. So everyone was speculating that the tariffs were going to be done and that he can't do that anymore. And so we all got on this, everything's going to pump train. I didn't buy it. And here we go. A federal appeals court has paused Wednesday night ruling from the Court of International Trade that blocked President Donald Trump's tariffs. The United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit ruling restores Trump's ability to levy tariffs using the emergency powers he declared earlier this year. The appeals court also ordered that both sides provide written arguments on the question of blocking of Trump's tariffs to be filed by early next month. So this is why the markets are tanking. Everyone thought, court said he can't do nothing. No more tariffs. It ain't going to be a problem. We're going to the moon. And then here you go. Okay? There's your answer. That's why. That's why. Tariffs are back in effect. Look at how much XRP moved the first time we got hit with tariffs. We went from 315, 313, all the way down to 178. All right. And it's kind of lost its steam each time. Look, it happened here. 247 to 160. So it's getting less extreme, but we're lower down here on the bracket. 222 down to 160 ain't that far. And that's a beautiful head and shoulders. Neil, thank you for the heart me and for the 50 goats. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Send in those heart me's, guys. What took us down? The tariffs. So, you know, I was thinking that people were getting desensitized to tariffs, and that could still be a possibility. But I think more or less the sentiment was the court was about to rule that Trump didn't have the power to do that, and the appeals court ruled that he does. And now we're dumping. So that's what we're getting. And it's selling May go away. I've been telling y'all this. Like, I am not holding anything except for SXT and just a little bit that I bought here at the low. And it didn't dump any lower than where I bought it from. It's actually up from where I bought it. I got it at 10.5. It's at 10.7, 10.8. Walmart prices are so bad. Yeah, expect everything to dip, man. Like, this is what happens. Look, I'm going to pull it up for y'all again. Chat, listen. I've been trying to tell you. Look, it's the top search today on Google. Sell in May, go away is a well-known stock market average based on the historical tendency for stocks to underperform during the 6-month period from May to October compared to the November to April timeframe. I've been telling you all this, guys. Like, I know everybody wants to believe in the moon cheese, all right? And if you want to believe in the moon cheese, come on over to Zebic, all right? Zebic has got plenty of moon cheese for you. Everybody's going to FOMO like crazy on this one, and it's going to keep shooting up. I think it's got a lot more it'll do. 007 is the resistance zone. When it pulls back here, whatever, you know, this will keep doing it until it doesn't anymore. And then it'll just be another rug, all right? So if you are an addict and you need to FOMO and you need to get that dopamine hit, go buy some Zebic and lose your bag, all right? But we're smart money traders. I don't want to buy none of this. This could potentially rug at any moment. Yeah. What y'all need to do is hold some stable coins and be patient. Wait for things to bottom out. Look, we were patient on SXT. Everybody wanted to get in for the pre-sale, and you would have bought the top at 14, 15, 16. No, we waited for it to drop. We let it rug. We found the bottom. We bought the bottom. Boom. So even with the drop today, we're still up. If you bought in at 10.5, like I told you, you're up. While everything else is down, you're still up because you're buying the bottom. We are looking for bottoms to buy here, people. We're looking for bottoms. If you're looking to FOMO into something, go buy some Zebic and don't watch the show because you're not going to like what you hear. You're not going to like it. There's plenty of moon cheese for you here. Let's get a big old thing of cheese up here for you guys. Big old cheese. All right. Go get the cheese. All right. I know you want it. Go get your dopamine hit right there. There's a big old slice of cheese for you. Just waiting. Go get it. I'm up 50% on Zebic today. Good for you, bro. You better get some profits. Make sure you take some profits. That's all I got to say. Take profits on all those psychological zones. Yeah. Sure, you can make money on this, but if you're buying Zebic right now, you lost the plot. You're going to get rugged so hard. You're not going to the moon. You're going to straight up Uranus, bro. That's where you're going. Neil, thank you for the 50 goats, man. Appreciate it. I'm up 420% on Zebic in the past 30 days. Good for you, man. But if you bought 30 days ago, you're looking good. Yeah, but if you're buying today, you're not going to the moon. The rocket's going to Uranus, bro. Believe that. We got to go on to we got to go make our meme coin. We got to go into the trenches, and I got to make Uranus coin. We got to make some Uranus coin, because let me tell you right now, more people are going up Uranus and instead of the moon. All right. More people are getting a rocket ship up to Uranus than going to the moon. So think about that. Put the dots together. All right. For every win story I've heard, he says, all Diddy. For every win story I've heard about a meme coin, people making money, there's 100 other stories about the people that got rugged. And I think the one story that is people saying that they made money is them trying to hype the coin because they got rugged too. Would you buy Sol right now? I wouldn't buy anything right now. You know what I'd buy right now? Stable coins. USDC. That's what I would buy. I'd wait for the bottom, wait for recovery, buy in, and then I'll ride it back up. Just buy DC, bro. Trust me on this one. You know, I'll go look at it. I'll see about it. But I don't do meme coins. I don't do that. I'm looking for things like Algo, Ondo, RWAs, man. Zebic is supposed to be an RWA, so that's why we're watching it. And it's hypey right now. I get it. There's a big bite of cheese there for you. Go get some moon cheese if that's what you're looking for. But if you're looking for moon cheese, you don't want to watch the show because I'll wake your ass up. Yeah, he says, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I probably wouldn't touch a meme coin with a 10-foot pole with a condom on it. All right. Hey, TikTok seller, thank you for posting the Twitch. Don't forget, guys, TikTok might be getting shut down on the 19th. So come find me on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. And that way you can continue to watch the live. Renee, thank you for the follow. And don't forget to subscribe, guys. If you subscribe, it's going to pay for itself. Every chat, help me out. Let them know that the deluxe subscription, my coaching, how much it's helped you. I don't tell anyone what platform I use. Security reasons, and I don't recommend any because what happened with FTX. So there comes risk with all that, and I'm not going to take on that legal hardship. But I'll tell you right now, if you're FOMOing or you're worried or you're having a hard time or you just don't know what to do right now, become a deluxe subscriber and message me directly, and I'll be able to help coach you. And you'll start making smart money decisions. What's up, Seamont? We felt bad earlier. Yeah, I think we're going to continue falling. Tariffs are in full effect. Everyone thought tariffs were done, and they're back. Everybody's over on Twitch. The Twitch chat is rocking right now. What's up? TikTok sellers on Twitch. Everybody's on Twitch. How long have you been in the crypto sphere, Oz? That's a good question. I've been in since 2016. I bought XRP in 2016. That's why I'm not in it. Why would I buy XRP right now when I bought it in 2016 I took my profits up here at 340-ish. I think it was like 336. I took my first profits and I exited the market at 315. How much XRP in 2016? I bought $20,000 worth. I got hit by a drunk driver. I got a settlement from my BMW and I got 20K and I put it all in XRP. Yeah, I'm 36, or I just turned 37. I'm 37 and I'm retired. I got lucky, okay? I was working with someone. I used to work at Crypto Arena as an audio video engineer. And everyone was kind of buzzing about what crypto was. And a buddy of mine, he was in a panel for Ripple when they were first getting started and talking and doing stuff. And he comes up to me, he says, "Hey man, you got to buy some of this XRP stuff." He's like, by the time, he's like, within like 5-10 years, bro, you're going to be rich. And I listened to him. You never sold any of your XRP or BTC. You better. It ain't real if it's just on paper. You better take some profits and look for re-entry zones, because all this stuff, it peaks up and it comes back down. Everybody thinks that this is the new paradigm, and that's the top of the cycle, okay? Everyone thinks that it's all happening right now, okay? This is a global financial shift takes years to happen. This ain't happening this time. You're going to have more opportunity to get in at lower price zones. All right. You're going to have more opportunity to accumulate. I learned my lesson. I didn't take profits the first time this stuff mooned, because why? I thought, oh, it's happening now. I'm going to be rich. It's over. I'm going to be a billionaire. And it came back down. Big Baller says, you better take profits on Bitcoin. I know, right? I took profits a while ago and took everything out of Bitcoin. I think it's crashing really low. I think you might be right. So I will find you at Caesar's Palace by the fountain at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, June 2nd. June 2nd in Caesar's Palace. We're doing the meet and greet in Vegas, June 2nd. 5 p.m. You'll find me there. HD Malicious. Who are you on TikTok? I forget. You're HD Malicious, right? Yeah, same on TikTok. I don't think we've actually talked too much in chat, or like in we talk on chat, but not in DMs. That's cool, man. I'm glad you're gonna be there. Yeah, Henry's gonna be there. Big Baller was supposed to be there, but he's gonna go to China. Big Baller doesn't want to hang out with us. There may be some others possibly too from the conference. So, and that's one thing I want to do, is kind of see who we run into out there. Because let me tell you this right now. Even though the conference is over, a lot of people are going to want to stay in Vegas and party, because they all took profits in the middle of Bitcoin conference, and they're going to go play in Vegas. Giddy Marie says, Big Baller, have fun in China. I'm jealous. I know, right? I'm not really too jealous to go to China. I mean, I'd like to go to China. Hey, Big Baller, I want those chopsticks, bro. Bring me some chopsticks. Big Baller says, I bought 1.2 million and I just hold it to see where it takes me. Yeah, on Zebic. Yeah, I know. You told me about that. Hey, bro, I mean, get your cheese, bro. Yeah, I want to go to Thailand. It's too hot there, though. I think right now it's a good time to go. I like to go to cold places. I want to go to Iceland. That's where I'm from. I want to go to Iceland. I want to go to I want to go scuba dive the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. Yeah, I'm actually considering moving to Iceland or like buying some land or something out there. I'm working out the logistics because I do want to have somewhere that I could go to live if I don't like it here anymore. Iceland is my favorite place on earth. I believe it. But I mean, I'm not gonna hold it against you guys. If you guys are out here chasing some moon cheese, go for it. You know, like I'm just saying, like personally, my personal experience, I want to buy bottoms. You know, I want to make smart money trades. The men think they're Viking dudes. I like to think I'm a Viking dude. I got the Viking look. I feel like I'd fit in there. I feel like I would do all right there. Go to Cartagena, Colombia. Trust me. Cartagena. Interesting. You know, I'm looking for different countries that I can own something or like do like 100-year lease or something like that. Lots of lamb in Cartagena, huh? We'll see. I want to go, like, I want to own a place in Mexico just because it's close. So that way, because like I could walk to Mexico, you know? So I want to have somewhere that, I want like some bug out spots, you know? Guinea Marie says, big baller, ZBCN, take out your money soon to make money for retirement. Yeah, big baller just bought though, so he's like barely in the green. I would ride it out, man. I'd ride it out and wait for the top. I think it'll go to a penny because everybody is like FOMOing on that penny price. I mean, they're saying $1. That's the same thing when they were saying that XRP is going to 11D. All right. It ain't going to $1, but I could see it hit a cent. Why not? Zebic could easily go to a cent by the end of this week. How do I get the deluxe package? I like your intellectual knowledge and listen well. So all you got to do is click the star with the little circle around it where it says subscribe. And it's like a star with a circle. You click that, get the deluxe subscription, and then send me a DM with your email, and I'll sign you up for the email alert system. I'm offering it next month for free for a trial for y'all to try it out because when I post my daily price point videos, TikTok doesn't really put it out to people. So sometimes I post these at like 3 in the morning. So you can set your alerts for your email more directly how you want them to go. So you'll make sure that it dings and you get that notification. Bro, every platform is hyping Zebic right now. Oh, I know. I feel you, bro. Let's make the moon bigger. Yeah, Zebic is all hype. And that's why it'll keep going. Guinea Marie says, I want to FOMO in. If it goes to $1, scrap the cigarette boat. I'm looking to buy a house on a private river woods golf course. Bro, just make sure you got a house for me on there. Yeah, a few $100, whatever. But I'm telling you, be careful. Be careful. I've already heard horror stories. People calling me, they're like, man, I fucked up, bro. I should have listened to you. I'm like, told you. And he's like, yeah, he's like, I gotta reel it in, man. I got a problem. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, but you'll be all right. Like, we'll get it back. But a lot of people are just desperate to make money, to retire. You know? Be careful, guys. I'm financially okay, so I won't take a hit. Exactly. Same here. Like, I can just throw stuff at, like, SXT, for instance. I believe in SXT and what it can do and its utility or whatever. I found the bottom. I don't care. I can throw money at it, and if it goes down, no big deal. But I believe in it. And I believe that SXT will do the numbers that XRP, that everybody wants it to do. So that's why I'm into SXT. Did I tell you, or did I tell you what you should have bought in earlier? No, what? TikTok's at $11 bazillion. Hey, who was it that wanted to subscribe? I didn't see your subscription come in yet. Become a subscriber, bro. I'll take good care of you, man. I'll help you out. Let them know. Everybody on Twitch. Twitch is where all the major supporters are. But everybody on Twitch, go on to TikTok and cheer my boy on. Let him know that he's in good hands, that he should subscribe. Vegas conference may give it a pump. I think it already got that. I think Vegas conference gave everything a pump. And then what happened is Vegas conference, everybody's in Vegas. They're all in the markets. They're degenerate gamblers. They all took losses in the casinos and pulled out profits so that they can fly home. That's what happened. Is it too late to get in Zebic? I don't know if it's necessarily too late, but I would say 007 is a psychological zone, and that's where it could potentially get its pullback, where you could get that entry zone. Is it too late to get in Zebic? There is no way to know. All right. But let me tell you what it's not too late to get into. SXT will be bigger. Dat dude, thank you for deluxe subscribing. Much appreciated. Let me tell you right now, SXT will be everything that you're trying to get from ZBCN. You just got to be patient for it. And your buy point is between 10 and 11 cents. Yes, SXT is space and time. The utility on this is incredible. This is off-chain, yeah, it hit 10 like a minute ago, exactly. And it's already back up. Like 10 was the bottom. I told you guys where the bottom is on this one. This one's in a buy zone right now. You're looking for one that's in a buy zone? Here you go. Would you rather buy something that's bottomed out right now? Buy something that's topping out? Come on. I mean, is it really that hard? Like, I told you I got that too from you, bro. Good. Thanks, man. Yeah, this one's going to be massive. I set a limit at 9.5. Me too. That's where I have another buy order at 9.5. So we bought at 10.5. I'll buy another at 9.5 if it comes down. If it doesn't and it shows like it's coming back up and it shows that 10 is a firm support, I'll just set a limit at 10.5 again. No big deal. I'll catch it again. It's in consolidation. Like, I know it looks volatile, but really it's flat. It's flat. And look, it came down and look, it's just recovering nicely. I'm good on this. Yeah, this one's going to be everything you're trying to get from ZBCN, you're going to get from this project right here. You just got to be patient and accumulate between 10 and 11. 10 cents and 11 cents is your buy point. If it breaks lower, DCA on it. That's how you're going to get rich on this one, okay? Accumulate between 10 and 11. If it goes lower, put in at those lower zones. Buy the dip. Because it's flat in consolidation. If you're trying to buy the dip on something like ZBCN, okay, it'll start coming down. You'll buy the dip all the way to the bottom and it'll never fucking moon again. Go to the weekly on what? SXT? There is no weekly. This project has only been out since May 8th. Mega Crypto just bought SXT today. Yes, bro. Welcome to the club, buddy. Your entry points on SXT are going to be between 10 and 11 cents. SXT is on all major exchanges. You can get it on Coinbase. If it's on Coinbase, it's probably going to be something big because Coinbase doesn't just accept everybody. What's the projected value? I think this one will go to, I mean, this bull run or like all time, I would say this bull run, 50 cents to $1 minimum, like low end. 2030, I could see it being worth, I don't know, $2 to $5. This is like buying, it's basically the same projection as XRP. Yeah, 5x ain't bad at all. This is going to give you all the returns everyone's looking to get out of XRP to go to like $10 or whatever. This one is like buying XRP at 10 cents and it's going to go to like $2 or $3. You know, same thing. You're going to get all, it's like getting to do it twice. Because y'all know me, I bought XRP down here, and I've been buying down here for years. It ran up, I got out of it. Now I'm looking for something that's in the same boat. And look at how it recovered. Okay, everything is still on its way down. SXT instantly hit 10 cents and came back up. You wish you bought XRP at 10 cents? Don't worry, you just bought Space and Time at 10 cents. So you're there. You're there, man. Like, you just had to get off of the moon cheese, bro. Hey, we're gonna be rich, bro. Hey, are you in Cali right now, bro? I'm on both moons. Nice. I'm sitting on Uranus right now. What's the future of SXT? That's cool, man. Thank you for doing that, Mega. That means a lot to me. I know I keep saying this to you, but it means a lot to me. You have no idea. A lot of my brothers lost their homes out there. So you doing that means a lot. Let's see here. Love me some moon cheese, though. I know, right? And you know, everybody can get something out of it. But here, let me put you on game. I don't have the fact checker in today. I was actually not going to go live at all. And I'll tell you what, if she is in the chat right now, she's probably going to quit. She does not want me using ChatGPT. We're gonna tell you what SXT is about right now. ChatGPT, what is SXT's utility?
SXTZ is the ticker symbol for Tezos, a blockchain platform that supports smart contracts and decentralized applications.
No.
Its utility in
ChatGPT, what is SXT Space and Time's utility?
SXT Pace is a platform for creating and managing decentralized applications, dApps, on blockchain networks.
No, that's not it either.
It
Man,
provides
this is
tools
why
for
I don't like
developers to build
ChatGPT.
and
This is
deploy
why I gotta
smart
have a
contracts.
human fact checker in the building. I'm just gonna Google it because I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. The query SXT Space and Time Utility refers to the Space and Time SXT platform and its associated SXT token. Here's a breakdown of what the space and time and what it aims to achieve. Decentralized data warehouse. Space and Time is a decentralized platform that provides a verifiable and tamper-proof data warehouse for both on-chain and off-chain data. Verifiable compute layer that allows developers to execute SQL queries on the data and generate zero-knowledge proofs, ensuring the integrity of the query results. This technology is called proof of SQL. Bringing on-chain and off-chain data aims to bridge the gap between on-chain blockchain data and off-chain data sources, enabling more complex and data-driven applications. Proof of SQL is the core innovation that allows users to cryptographically verify that SQL queries were executed correctly against the data in the warehouse. SXT is the native token of the space and time ecosystem. It is used for staking, query payments, incentivizing data providers, and governance. Analyze DeFi analytics, analyzing on-chain and off-chain data for risks assessment, portfolio management, and other financial applications. This thing is directly connected to Chainlink and Microsoft. Okay? This is what is going to... It's off-chain data storage. Mega, thank you for the heart, me. Appreciate you, buddy. Off-chain data storage. Okay? This solves the quantum computer problem. Do you guys understand that, like, there's a big problem with quantum computers hacking Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies? So if the data is stored off-chain and can be verified off-chain with this, it means that a quantum computer cannot access it. Oh yeah, this is going to be massive. This is going to be everything. This solves the problem for everything with quantum computers. Not only that, it has military application because it can store data that is for like intelligence data for the military, stuff like that, banking data that like bank accounts, wallets, things like that. Anything that needs to be verified, it can be kept off chain in the data warehouse. This is massive. This is huge, and it's partnered with Microsoft and Chainlink. What more do you need to know? What more do you need to know? Like that's everything. This is the future of crypto. This solves the problems that crypto has right now. And there's nothing else that really does it like SXT does. There are a few other competitors, but nothing is partnered with Microsoft and with Chainlink. And they don't really serve the same purpose or provide that decentralized off-chain data storage. Like, this is it, man. This is the future. Like, you want to get ground floor on something that's going to be 100% necessary for crypto, no matter what chain or what they use, this is going to be it. This is what I believe Ethereum's true role is going to play. It's going to be a blockchain for data storage, because there's not enough electricity in the world to power Ethereum on a global scale. But you know what? It's enough to store data. This is going to be massive. This is everything. Everything. And I've been telling you all this for a while. It's not going to be an end all be all. Like, you know how all these XRP maxis, Bitcoin maxis, they're all like, oh, XRP is going to be the this and that, and it'll be the one world currency and all that. And it won't be that. It will be an ecosystem of different decentralized use case things. And I'm over buying currencies. Okay. If you're looking for a currency to hold in crypto, it's stablecoins, CBDCs. Okay. That's why do you think they're passing that legislation right now? And that's what they're focused on. And they do not care whether, cryptos are securities or commodities, because it doesn't matter. That is irrelevant. What's relevant is they are going to use stable coins as their digital currency, period. All these others are basically gas fees for certain types of things, but SXT facilitates that ecosystem for that proof of what was it? I forget what here. Proof of SQL. All right. But everything is going to have to be verified that needs to be secured, will have to be verified off chain through this and utilize this token. No, not ZBCN, SXT. What's going to drive the price of SXT? Demand. Every blockchain data storage. And we have no idea what the burn rate is or anything. This is so new, guys. It's been out since May 8th. So we don't know. But let me tell you, what we know is we know what it's partnered with. We know what its use case is. And you're getting in on something that's early. Even if they don't use it, eventually this is going to get out and it's going to catch on and it's going to pump, just like everyone's talking about ZBCN. How long did it take for ZBCN to catch on? April of 2024, okay, is how long ZBCN's been along here. For a long time, okay? SXT has been out since May 8th, 2025. It's only been out for a few months. No one really knows about it yet. Yeah, it's on Coinbase wallet. Exactly. It's brand new. You're getting in on ground floor on something. And look, it had its pre-launch, it had its pump, okay? It had its dump, and we found the ground on it at 10 cents, and now we can accumulate. We know where to accumulate. There's enough data now to show us. And look at this. Look at this. After it dropped in one day, it pumped like this. This is going to do this again. It's just waiting. What we're doing right now is all the people that FOMO'd in on the release that bought it at between 15 and 17 cents are trying to jump out of it. Once all those orders are filled, this one's going to the moon. ZBCN is a meme, right? SXT is a real world asset. I'm in now for 10 cents. Okay. ZBCN supposedly has utility as far as an RWA. Supposedly, I guess so. So it is, let me tell you right now, if you're looking to get in tokenization right now, RWA is where it's at. RWAs all the way. I want everything RWA. So I'll buy some ZBCN, but I'm going to wait for it to come back down. I'm going to wait for that major price correction. So what? I missed this pump. So what? It'll come back down. I'll buy it in the buy zone bottom here, and it'll pump again. If I got to wait 4 years for it to pump again, so what? I don't care. I'm patient. Henry says Ondo. Exactly. Ondo. Way to spend USDC in real life. Is that what Zebic is? It's a way to spend USDC in real life? I don't believe that's true. Hope you're feeling better. Vegas is off the hook. Hell yeah, bro. I wish I was there. I had to have my procedure done, but I should be better. I'll be out there in a couple days. I think like tomorrow I'm going to be heading out there. They're using their card you load with USDC. Is that what Zebic is? I didn't buy Ondo because you said buy it at 50 cents. Is Ondo going up? Things coming down. Man, I really wish I had the fact checker in right now. I'll tell you what, we'll verify that in the next show, but I'm not going to be going live until Vegas, I think. I'll go live tomorrow. So come in tomorrow's live, and I'll see if I can have the fact checker in. I wasn't going to go live today, but the markets were tanking, and I was like, all right, I feel obligated. What was I doing right now? I'm on some pretty heavy medication right now, so. Ondo, that's right. Ondo. Ondo. Yep, Ondo's coming back down. Everything's coming back down. Yeah, you could potentially get Ondo at 50, but it could, 80 could be it. 70, somewhere between 80 and 50 could be the bottom. We're going to have to just let it play out. It just depends on how dramatic the market reacts to the sell in May go away, the tariff stuff. If this continues, I would expect it to drop until mid-July. What time tomorrow? We're live Monday through Friday, 5 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You don't have to buy at the low. I have to buy at the low, so that way I can sleep at night. But yeah, these will be big ones. And look at it's trending upward here. This is a red flag to me right here, okay? When I see this, that's an ascending, broadening wedge. And it could potentially pump up one more time, I'd say in October, November, but then it's going to come crashing down. You have a limit on Ondo for 70? Yeah, that's cool. That's a good little spot. I would say, yeah, 70 is all right. That's a nice, safe. And if it does drop, just exit and then re-enter on the way down. SXT, it's SXT, not XST. It's space and time. Space and time. But look at it's bottomed out. It's at the lowest it's been. Now it could potentially drop lower. That's why I got my limit set at 9.5 because we already bought it at 10.5. And it pumped here the very next day. I told you I'll buy it at between 10 and 11. And then the very next day we caught this moon candle. Nice little run up. We got a little bit of profit out of here. We throw it back in down here. Boom, done. We just keep doing that until it runs. Until it runs. You know that basically between 10 and 15 cents it's going to fluctuate. So you're going to buy it at 10, you're going to sell it at 15, you're going to buy it at 10, obviously with some cents in there to fluctuate, and we'll watch it, But you just keep buying it at 10, selling it at 15, buying it at 10, selling it at 15. You can do this forever until it moons. Take your profits, leave it in there, leave some in there for the moon bag, and just 10 to 15. And wait for it to go. XRP is cooked for sure, bro. I mean, it's kind of come back into what's going on here. Let's see here. Here's the problem with XRP, man. This is the problem. Okay, people want to believe in the moon cheese. All right? People want to, yes, and this is a descending wedge. And even though this could possibly be the bull trap, and people will still think this is the bear trap. And this could potentially pump up. And what I would think is that a whale would either get out because of tariffs right now, and that's what's dropping it a bit, or retail's doing that. And the whales want it to run up and then come out. They want you to think it's going to $3 and pull out at $2.70, $2.60, and then drop the price from there. It is bullish, but it broke 222. I told you guys yesterday, if it broke 222, it was going to be cooked and come back down. And I would imagine that that's this crown, somewhat of a head and shoulders. But listen to me. I told you all this. Okay? This pattern. Let me show you something. Pay attention. In the words of Calvin Hill, pay attention. This is going to make or break you in XRP. You see this pattern right here? Do you see it? Okay? Pay attention. That pattern is this. Do you see it? This little pattern right here emulates the whole cycle. And I've been trying to tell you this, the smaller time frames will give away what the macro is about to do. So if this smaller time frame ran up and worked its way all the way back down to exactly where it started, but then recovered somewhat, this will do the same. This will run up just like it did, and it'll come back down to about anywhere between $1 and 75, 60 cents, maybe 50 cents. This is your indication of what this will do. They are identical to each other. And this is, you're seeing this because of AI. All right. I bet you if we go into an even lower time frame, let's go to 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I bet you we can see the same pattern again. Maybe we need to go into the minutes. Maybe not so much. But the lower time frame will tell you what the macro time frame is going to do. So if you're seeing it happen in the 1 hour, okay, we're seeing this play out in the 1 hour. And in this crucial zone, see this X, these boxes that are all connected right here in this crucial zone? That's another indication that that's where it's at. Look at the X is right in the middle of this entire thing. Right in the middle of this whole pattern. When we go into the 1 day, we have the same pattern, the same thing, which is the entire cycle, which would indicate that we're coming down to 75 cents to $1. This will tell you the future. This right here will tell you the future. Can you tell me about Casper? What do you want to know about Casper? I'll tell you what right now. The ghost is still up. I told you guys for weeks, I was like, until that ghost goes away, we're potentially going to drop. And it's still here. And don't forget donations. Donations, I know y'all are losing some money, but 50% of all donations till the end of the month go to the Save a Warrior Foundation. We are giving to Save a Warrior Foundation. We've raised, I think, $125. So 50% of that is going to go. I want to do bigger than we raised $75 last month. I want to bump those numbers up. I want to raise $1,000. ZBCN will send you to the full moon. It'll send it right up your anus. All right, I'm going to call it a night. This was just a short little live to show you what's going on because XRP's in this pivotal role, and I'm going to make a post and put it out, but I figured a live would be better because I'm sure y'all had a lot of questions, so I figured it was better to just come on the live and do it instead of having to be keyboard warrioring it all night with everybody, because the FOMO is real. I must have, within the last hour or two, I got like 100 messages, and so I'm like, okay, I gotta go live. But I'm still not, it's not that I'm sick or anything. I'm just, my body's trying to recover. It's nothing crazy, but it's just like, I just been working too hard. Yeah, so send me a direct message, bro. I got you. That dude, I got you, bro. Send me a DM. Send me your email addresses, guys. I'll add you to the email alert system. So you can message me there, and I can help you with coaching, any questions you got. Also, on the weekends are my time off, okay? So if you want to message me on the weekends, I get it. These markets are open 24 hours a day. You can message me on the weekend, but here's the deal. You got to send a donation, okay? And right now to the end of the month, so this weekend, if you're messaging me, 50% of those donations are going to the Save a Warrior Foundation. So shoot me a couple bucks. You know, some people are more generous than others. I get it. It is what it is. But, you know, like, I basically never get a day off. My day off, I'm spending working, doing other stuff. Like, I haven't had a day off since I started this show. Man, we got good viewership right now, too. I really don't want to get off. Hey, by the way, that dude, everybody in the chat on TikTok, make sure you come over to Twitch. I'll stay for a little bit. Make sure you all sign up for Twitch because we will be leaving this platform at some point. June 19th, TikTok's supposed to get shut down. So make sure you come over to Twitch and get signed up there. If you paid for a subscription on TikTok and it gets shut down, don't worry. I will honor all of that. We will figure it out. Okay? What is he saying about XRP? GameStop's buying? GameStop's buying Bitcoin. I think you would be more successful with shorter shows. I don't know. The thing is, we have a lot of news to cover. So because of that, the thing is what's hypey right now is everybody wants me to just do a quick TA. They don't want to care about the news, but we're a media outlet. Yeah, I like the long shows. I like it being a podcast. This was the original intention of the show, was to be a podcast. I just used y'all. I just used crypto to rope y'all in. That's all. This was originally meant to be a news show, but I realized that the only way to get y'all to watch was to teach y'all how to trade too at the same time. Man, you talk about a lot of good material and other fun combos. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Have you been watching often, that dude? Yeah, I've been trading crypto forever, and like I've tried to do these news shows and stuff before, and they never got any traction. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do some TA, and then I'll just slip the news in there, right? And I'll slip the news in there, and because it's all relevant, you know what I mean? But I'm following the news because I'm using the news to make my trades, and I was like, why don't I just combine them together the same way I'm doing my trades and pass it along to you guys? You missed the rabbit hole last night. You know, we didn't even quite get into it. I just wasn't feeling well and I was really tired. I just have not been doing too well. I need to rest because I'm going to be in Vegas and I gotta rest up. So I wasn't even going to go live today. BlackRock's still buying hella BTC. I know, right? Yet it's going down. You ever think that maybe that those are just rumors to get you to buy at times when the market's about to crash, and that it's just moon cheese? I'm on board, bro, all the way to the volunteer work. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, come out to the meet and greet. We'll be in Vegas on Tuesday, June 2nd. And we can hang out. Bartcoin is at 114. Goodbye. Really? Yeah, everything is just tweets. Just let me tell you something, okay? You think these people are dumb or you think they're smart? Jesus, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Why do you think they scheduled the Bitcoin conference this week? Do you think that that was a coincidence? No, it was to get you hyped in to buy right before the markets normally drop. You think it's all just random or by design? B, surgery went good. You're at home. Glad you're doing well. I actually just went in for a procedure. Was it yesterday or day before yesterday? So I'm in recovery right now too. Can't make it, man. Work. I'm in Birmingham, Alabama. I'll catch up with you though. Hey, we're gonna have other meet and greets. We'll probably wait a while. I'll probably do the next one next year. Buy the rumors, sell the news. Exactly. I agree with that. But the news is that Trump's tariffs are still viable. So that's the news you should be selling right now. And tariffs in the past have been very detrimental. You're liking Zebic? Yeah, I mean, it looks good, but I'm not going to buy the top on this one. I'm not going to FOMO, but here's a big piece of moon cheese for you. B, go take a bite if that's what you fancy. Am I bullish? Hell no. I'm bearish for now. For now. Okay? I'll be bullish one day, I'll be bearish the next because the market fluctuates. You bought down low. Good for you, man. But I think this is why you're seeing coins like ZBCN continuing to pump, because other projects are taking a hit and everyone's FOMOing into the FOMO project to try to get it to raise up, to get everybody to get back in it to recover their losses. Yeah, I'm bullish later this year. I think like August, September, October, November, you know. You got back in SXT at 10.48. Good for you, bro. Should you hold? Bro, this is a long-term one, bro. Whenever it does moon, it'll moon. But between 10 and 15 is where you're gonna you're gonna buy around 10-ish, 10, 11, and then you're going to sell at 14, 15. And you're gonna keep playing that move back and forth, however long, and you're gonna keep a little moon bag in there as you're doing it. And one day it'll break 20 cents. And when it does, it's going to go to 50 cents and then $1. Who knows? The idea is to accumulate and grow that bag on the SXT. It's so new. It could potentially see 5 cents. Keep that in mind. So if it does break and go lower, you're just going to DCA it. You know? DCA on it because it's flatlined. Okay? It's we found a bottom here around 10 cents. Okay, if it breaks 10 cents, buy a little more. It'll run back up. And if it hits 10 and that's it, okay, maybe it finds a new bottom at 5 cents, between 5 and 10, and we keep doing it there. Yeah, this is good. It's just so early, bro. It's only been out since May 8th. It hasn't, everyone's too FOMO'd on ZBCN, okay? ZBCN's been out since April 2024, and it's finally getting its big break, all right? SXT could be the same thing. It could not moon until the end of this cycle next year, 4 years from now, 2030. You know, keep that in mind. This is one that we admire the utility, and we found a ground floor on it, and we have time to accumulate it. So when it does pump, it turns us into freaking billionaires. Simon says, good viewership, man. Everybody is eating the moon cheese. I know, right? It's crazy, but we're not getting any gifts. We're not getting any heart me's. We're not getting much engagement because nobody's really making any money in the market. It's all going down. Price prediction for V-Chain. That's a good question. That's a good question. V-Chain's one that I like. V-Chain. V-Chain's coming down. V-Chain's coming down. Your accumulation zone is between 17 and 20, maybe 21. There we go with the heart me's. There we go. Thank you, guys. Jesus with the cap, thank you very much. Nate with the heart me, Simon with the heart me, B with the heart me. Appreciate you guys. We're almost there. Oh, we made it. We made it. Let's see here. Here's what we want. Can we get these? These are the gifts that we need. These are going to boost the show like crazy. White Rock. Oh, yeah. White Rock's killing right now. There was some news on that. I didn't quite pull it up because the news on it, because this was kind of unprepared. White Rock. That ain't it. What's the ticker on White Rock? White Net. Yeah, it's just white, right? It's Tether, right? Is this it right here? That can't be right. Is that right? Am I looking at the right chart right now? This can't be right. That's on Ethereum. That's what I thought. Is it at? White Rock on Ethereum. Uniswap? That can't be it either. White Rock. Where are you, White Rock? White USDT. I pulled that one up. It didn't come up right. White Rock Finance. That's it right there. Here it is. This is it. This is it. Do I got the right one? What up, B? Man, I gotta get contacts, bro. The freaking glasses with the headphones hurts my head so bad. But I can't do the show without them. Let me see. Maybe that'll help. Looks funky. All right, let's do a little TA on White. Walter White coin. I'd buy that. I'm sure it exists. Walter White. There's just not enough data. It kind of looks like a flag in the 30-minute. Let me go to 15. I'd say this is a double top. So I would imagine White Rock's coming back down. And quickly. Soon. Let's go to the 1 minute. See, it double topped here, but it didn't quite react like it should. But this is... It could triple top and then come back down. So you might have another stab at getting out of it. Or it's like this. That would be bullish. That would be bullish. So as long as it doesn't triple top up here and come down, this is a bullish If this was flat on the bottom, it would be bearish. It's flat on the top. So White Rock could pump. They're currently having a fair token launch, so that's why I'm pretty sure it's up big. Yeah, I heard about that. I have a news article on it, but I don't have it pulled up or anything. That's why you use contacts. I know I got to get contacts. I literally, it's in the works right now. I got to get some ordered. I got to get my prescription and, yeah, because I cannot do the headphones with the thing. It's too much. Zell Shop, thank you for the heart me. We keep losing internet. Hey, chat on TikTok. Does the TikTok live keep dropping? Is it cutting out for you guys? If you guys are having issues with TikTok, let me tell you right now, TikTok Studio has been having major issues. Make sure you come over to watch on Twitch, because everybody watching on Twitch is not having any of those issues. So come over to Twitch, Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces, because we will be leaving TikTok eventually. So if you want to continue to watch this show, you're going to have to do that eventually. Yeah, B says, no issues here. This is why I like Twitch. OBS doesn't have the problems that TikTok Studio does. And it's just a better program. It's a better platform. You're not going to have all those issues that TikTok has. Yes, Morgan. Told you, bro. It's so much better on the Twitch side. I'm pretty sure I messed up and got myself into a pre-sale on another ticker that probably was a scam. Oh, no. I don't buy pre-sales, man. I let them come out because they pump, they dump, and then I'll buy the bottom. SXT is a good example of that. Okay, this one came out on pre-sale. It came out, boom, it jumped up, and then boom, it instantly dropped, and it worked its way up a little bit, but then it found its bottom, and we bought it here, and then the next day it ran up hard. SXT is going to be big, you know? But why buy it at 15 cents when you can get it at 10 cents? You know what I mean? Like, why buy the pre-sale on anything? You're just going to get hosed on it. Everybody thinks, oh, if I get it on pre-sale, I'll get it at a better price. Nah. How's BlackRock going? Is BlackRock different than White Rock? Because this is White Rock. Hey, everybody. Chat, you guys got to come over to Twitch. Everybody on TikTok, come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat. All lower cases, no spaces. Because TikTok is the platform. It needs work. The live studio, it needs work. It has a lot of glitches, so you're gonna get just a much better viewing experience. So White Rock could potentially pump or triple top and come down, but I would imagine it should have double topped and came down, but because it didn't and it's doing this, oh, look at White Rock just ticked hard in the 1 minute. Look at that. Yeah, this one's gonna pump. Look at that. It wants to. It wants to. It wants to do it. Kill Switch, who are you on TikTok so we know who you are, buddy? Transition from TikTok. Finally, glad to have you. We will be leaving TikTok June 19th. TikTok could possibly be gone forever. Ethereum's trying to pump a little. Is everything trying to recover right now? What is XRP doing? XRP's trying to recover. It's at 222. Everything's trying to recover right now. Interesting. Was it all just a bear trap? Does that mean ZBCN's about to come down? People might start jumping out of ZBCN if other things start recovering. Keep that in mind. How low will Dogecoin go? Man, if I was you, I wouldn't even be in Dogecoin. I'm over dog coins. That was like 2020, bro. Can't believe people are still holding on to Dogecoin. That's just crazy to me. Dogecoin is dropping. That's the only thing that's cool about Dogecoin is the little dog that pops up. I never got into Doge. I know, right? Everyone started FOMOing into Doge, and I was like, all right, I'm going to pick a different dog coin because why would I buy the top on Doge? And I picked Shiba Inu, and it made me a lot of freaking money. I caught that Shiba Inu back in. I bought Shiba Inu in May of 2020. You sold Doge at one of its heights. Good for you. Doge is never going to do what it did. And let me tell you, everybody was all about Elon Musk. A lot of people, there's not that sentiment anymore. Doge, XRP, or possibly XLM. What do you mean? Dogecoin doesn't have old energy. I think it does. I think there's just a community of people. Look at same thing I told you with XRP, right? See how this one right here will show you what this is going to do? Same thing on Doge, okay? Look at, what does this look like? What does this look like? There's your answer. What is Doge going to do? It's going to emulate this. It's the same thing. Doge is coming down to the low price of 17. XRP is doing the same thing. Look at this is emulating this pattern. They're the same patterns. Sold my Doge at one of its heights. Doge will always have a presence because it's a top 10 crypto. I agree with that for now, but I believe in the next several years, a lot of cryptos are going to be dying. A lot of people instinctively buy it just because of that. Uneducated first-time buyers are victims. Exactly. That's why I'm not really into it. I'll just stay away from it. But yeah, people will always buy into this because they're like cult-like followers of Elon Musk. I'm not looking for stuff like that. I'm looking for new projects, low market cap, low coin supply that serve massive potential for utility. And that's what we got right here. That's where we're at with this one. Mother of Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Z, thank you for the heart me. But yeah, this is Doge is a perfect example to show you what XRP is doing. Same thing here. Same pattern. The micro will tell you what the macro is going to do, and it'll wick down in here to $1, maybe 75 cents, and it'll recover quickly. because of this. Unless we close another red candle tomorrow. Evermode and Zanahu? No, I don't know anything about those. Enlighten me. ZBCN acts like it still wants to go. But the rest of the market recovered back quickly, and so ZBCN dropped. And then it's going back up, possibly. But how long can this sustain this? And I'll tell you. You want to know? Oh, Zaman Wallet. Yeah, I know about Zaman Wallet. Okay, that's interesting. That's XRPL. That's interesting. I don't have the fact checker in today, so we'll cover that maybe tomorrow. Doge is going down, bro. I just told you. Doge is going down to 19 cents and even as low as 17. It could, mind you, this is in the day, so it could take weeks for it to get down there. It could get a green candle tomorrow. This is where everybody always says that I'm wrong, okay? This is in the one day, okay? So that means in the next several weeks, it'll get down to that point. Okay, it doesn't mean it's happening tomorrow. All right, TikTok. If you want me to go over a project for you, you got to become a subscriber. Got to become a subscriber. But yeah, this isn't happening tomorrow. It could get a green candle tomorrow. But in the next couple weeks, this is coming down. And if you come over to Twitch, guys, you can get that TA for free. Okay, so if you want to be a subscriber, or if you don't want to pay for a subscription for me to look at your SUI or Zaman wallet stuff or whatever, all you got to come do is come over and put it in the chat on Twitch, and I'll do it for free, no problem. Can you check Algo? Yeah, I did it earlier, but I'll show you. It's going down. I'll tell you what, though. I can't wait for Algo to hit its bottom. I'm going to buy all of it. I'm going to throw everything I have at it. Algo and Ondo are going to get my full bag. So when you see that massive God candle, you know I bought. So this is Algo. Algo's been in this ascending channel. And I told you guys, I've been telling you this for weeks, that if it hugged the bottom here, it would break down. And what did it do? It's breaking down. And it's coming down to, 17 to 15 cents. Maybe lower. Yeah, the Bitcoin party dumped it. Everybody pulled out money to go party in Vegas. They all lost big. They're all in the market, so you all know they're degenerate gamblers. And they lost big and pulled out profits so that they could go back to the tables and try to win it back. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. I expected that. I expected it to pump until midway through the week in Vegas because people are like, oh shit, I gotta get home. B, thank you for the subs, man. B gifted 5 subs. We need to get 5 more subs, guys, on Twitch. Who's got me with 5 more subs on Twitch? Let's look at Polygon. They've made some announcement lately. I got you. Thank you, B, so much. Who else has got 5 more subs to gift out right now? Big Baller, you got this one? Somebody's got another 5 subs. Let's pump this hype train. Let me see here. I do this. Oh, I think we got to get 5 more. We got to get 5 more subs for that unlocks. Thank you, B, for the subs. Appreciate it. What was I going to look at? It was from, who was that for? Tail Switch, or was it Algo? Polygon, that's right. Polygon. Here we go. Yeah, Polygon looks exactly the same as Algo, Ondo, all the same. We have... Oh, it's interesting. This looks like a cup and handle. This would be a bear flag. So Poly's on a bear flag and it's breaking down too. And I would even argue that this is a Head and Shoulders. So Polygon's coming down to the low price of 19, maybe 16 cents. Price prediction for the top of the bull run, for what coin? I wonder if the guy that stole the beer gator went to Bitcoin Vegas. Price for prediction for Ondo at the top of the bull run. That's kind of hard to say, but let's look at it. You know, you never can just know the top, okay? What you do is, as it goes up, you take your profits. I'll tell you where to take profits at. There's no way to know how high it could go. Yeah, they all look exactly the same. I know, right? Ondo. I would say the top could be around 150 to 160. All right. So let's say Ondo does something like this. Comes down a bit and pumps up, and then it falls short. Or it continues what it's doing, and then it pumps up to like 260. I think that could be the highest it does, maybe $3. But if it, that's only if it like continues up from here. But if not, it would crash down and it would come up lower around like 160. You've earned a hype chest. What? Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Everybody on Twitch start spamming the chat so we can help our stats with all the chats coming in. We got to bump up our stats on Twitch. Otherwise, Twitch is going to die for us. We need more engagement on Twitch. So those of you that are on Twitch, I know a lot of you are just watching, you're at work or whatever, but we got to be spamming the chat. We need to be sending in bits. You need to be sending in, you know, just like on TikTok, you know, we're sending the gifts. We can send bits. That's that little like diamond on the bottom. It looks like an Ethereum symbol. We need to build up Twitch. Otherwise, we're like, what's the point, right? What's the point of having Twitch if it's not going to grow? You know what I mean? So we got to start engaging on Twitch more. When we're on Twitch, like, we got to go hard with it. Because the money is whatever. Like, I'm not really getting any money from this. We get a little bit. I'm in bed trying not to lay on my suction tube. Got you, buddy. Do your thing, man. You're good, bro. I shouldn't even be out of bed. I'm not even. I'm literally gotten yelled at because I'm doing live. I got the dude face. I shouldn't be doing this. None of the staff is in here. I should be in bed. But engagement's up, so I'm like, ah, fuck it. I figure once we drop down to like 20 viewers on TikTok, I'll cut it. But we've got everybody on Twitch watching, and then we've got everybody on TikTok. Like, viewership is up right now. What was I supposed to look at? I forget. Oh, Zebik. Zebik's got more in it. Zebik's going up again. Yeah, Zebik's not done. This is in the 1 minute, obviously. Let's look at the hour. Yeah, Zebik's got more. More in the tank, baby. It wants to. It's just gonna... I'll tell you what, though. This is concerning. Look at all these long wicks right here at 007, and then it's flatlined here at 007-1. It could have met its top. I would be cautious with Zebik. It's due for retracement, man. Like, it's ridiculous. But this is concerning. This is an indication that it may have reached its top. 125 max for Zebik? Hell no. It'll be lucky to reach 1 cent. Oh, you got it at a good price, B. Good for you, man. Bro on TikTok says that Zebik's going to 125. You hold on to that moon cheese, bro. Jacob, thank you for the bits, man. Is that 100 bits? Thank you. Appreciate it, man. This is concerning. Zebik has hit that 007 mark, and we got heavy wicks right here, a little bit of FOMO, and then a heavy pullback. It could be at its top. Yeah, the hopium is what's driving this. Think of everybody at that Bitcoin conference is probably buying and trading this right now. Bunch of degenerate gamblers. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. You, thank you for the heart me. Dang, there's a whole bunch. Mother Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Jose, thank you for the heart me. Jesus, thank you for the popular vote. Jesus, thank you for the 30 swords. You, thank you for the 2 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are awesome. And Jacob Andrew, thank you for the 100 bits, man. Appreciate you, brother. Giddy Marie with 100 bits. Thank you, Giddy Marie. Yes. Big goal met. What? We're actually finally doing something on Twitch. It's cool. It's cool to finally see stuff coming in. Ricardo, thank you for the money gun. Giovanni, thank you for the heart me. TikTok seller, thank you for the confetti. But in the 1 hour, it would go up, pull back, then go up more, then pull back, then repeat. Yeah. But look it had these heavy wicks. It had a hard wick and a complete retracement all the way back to the bottom of these wicks. This is an indication that it's running out of steam. Let me see if I can find it where it's done that before. It's never even done that really before. I think it's toast. Zebic is heavy downward pressure right now. A lot of it. Giovanni, thank you for the 6 TikTok or TGIFs. Thank you so much. I think it's Thursday though, but thank you for the TGIF. Maybe it's Friday where you're at. Where is what, Road King? Look at the 1 day. The 1 day tells all, okay? Look at 2 candles with a lot of wick. A lot of wick up here. It'll probably retrace back, and then it could continue more. Don't forget my name. I got in at 00078. I got 10K on this year. If it hit a $1.25 in the next couple days, that ain't gonna happen. There's no way it's gonna hit $1.25, bro. But if it does, you can come back in the chat and roast me, bro. Zebic. This is Zebic. Four minutes, then thank God it's Friday. Jinx. Haha. It's 4 minutes to Friday. Got you. It ain't Friday here yet. I can't believe how late it is. It's really that late? Dang, it's 9 o'clock. All right. I'm ending the live. I had fun with y'all. I guess if we meet this goal on TikTok, I'll stay on. But if not, I'm going to get off. So we got to get 20 of the hearts. Okay. Thanks. Keep my fingers crossed. What you say about dog? The hat? Dog the hat? What? I don't know what you're talking about. You talking about my hat? I got a Corvette hat on because I drive a Corvette. Look up Evan Ace. All you got to do is come over to Twitch, man, and put it in the chat, and I got you. Otherwise, become a subscriber. Dog with the hat coin. Same with you, hit it up. All you got to do is come over to Twitch, put it in the chat. Go to Twitch, type in Ozthecryptogoat in the search bar, pull me up, put it in the chat, and it's free, or become a subscriber on TikTok. That's all you got to do. Giovanni with the hearts, thank you very much. How is Sui? It's a good question. Oh, look. Look at White Rock. Look at White Rock. It's pumped up out. White Rock about to pump. What I tell you, man, I'm good at this. Man, I'm good at this. I'm going to leave that one up. Let's look at Sui. As soon as it's 9 o'clock, okay, it's 9 o'clock right now. So from here on out, if anybody wants to do a project, you got to send in a gift. Otherwise, I'm going to call it a night. TikTok seller, thank you for the hearts. Appreciate you, brother. Rumor is Elon quit Doge and is going to concentrate on his business, start accepting Dogecoin. I heard that rumor. There's no confirmation on that. I think he's not getting what he thought he was going to get out of doing what he's doing. Him taking a political stance has been pretty bad. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. Yeah, everybody on TikTok, you can now send heart me's again. It is a new day. 'Tis a new day. All right, Sui. Interesting. I mean, this kind of is bullish. I'd say that's bullish. Possibly. If this is not a head and shoulders, it could, short term, this would pump it up like that, but then it could drop and this would be a head and shoulders. So yeah, it'll probably pump up to like right here, like $4, maybe the top, 380, 375-ish, maybe. I'd say probably more like 375 to 380 and then come back down. Level 22, bro. Neo, thank you for the confetti. TikTok seller, thank you for the greeting hearts. The 3 popular votes. Neo, thank you for the popular vote. TikTok seller with the heart me. Thank you guys. Man, now I got to keep going because you guys keep sending in gifts. What is the institutional for White Rock? Never heard of it. Black Rock. The initial, you mean initial? It's BlackRock just dropped a new coin or whatever, and that's what's making White Rock go. It's connected to BlackRock. But look, it's already kind of pulling its way back in. But it could pump. Yeah. There is a possibility that Doge could be used for X payments, could be used for payments with there's different projects. The ticker for White Rock is white. WHITE. You know, this looks like a diamond bottom it made right here, kind of. I wonder if this is not really, but this is right here. This is a cup and handle. Man, I'm in a lot of pain. When will XRP go to $1 billion and make me a millionaire? Never. Never, ever, ever. All right. We've got 5 minutes to meet this goal on TikTok with the hearts. Otherwise, I'm going to bed. I'm tired and in a lot of pain. So if you guys want me to keep doing the TA, I'll keep going for you guys because I appreciate the support. Otherwise, I'm going to call it a night. Who's got me with some hearts? Who's got me with some hearts? Because I kind of want to stay, but... Neo, thank you for the gifts. TikTok seller, thank you for the gifts. You guys are awesome. Well, I guess that's it for tonight then. And don't forget, if you are watching on TikTok, come on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. Because we will be leaving TikTok. And be careful with White Rock because it could be a bull trap. It's under the line right now. But if it was bullish, right now would be your buy point. All right, y'all have a good night. And yeah, take care. What's going on, everybody? How we doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz, the Crypto Goat, and we got some pretty crazy news going on right now. And I bet you've been getting the fake news. So we're gonna give you the truth, because the truth is stranger than fiction, ladies and gentlemen. We've all been lied to us. We've all been lied to. The TV lied to us. It lied. Anybody watch that show, Solar Opposites? Solar Opposites, the creators of Rick and Morty. Awesome show. It's a little outlandish. They don't lie. Yeah, right. Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and also sign up for the technical analysis classes. If you haven't already, the class is almost full. It is almost full. There's just a couple spots left. I'm keeping it limited. And that's so that we can have a more direct one-on-one, and we can teach you and get you out of the class and moved on and make room for new people. The idea is not to bring you into the class and milk you and let it drag on and on and on. The idea is to get you learn, profitable, and on your way. Don't forget to send in those daily heart me's, followed by 2 popular votes. That helps the algorithm. We got some new music, guys. So I own the rights to all the music that we use, because we do go live on YouTube and Twitch, and we cannot break copyright infringement. So because of that, we have our own music here. So I got us some new music. How's everybody doing today? TikTok seller, thank you for the 18 roses, the heart me, and the 2 popular votes. Appreciate you, brother. I haven't seen you live, man. I've been meaning to come in and throw some love your way, man. I've also been really busy. I've been so busy, man. Got food in my teeth. So Jesse is here. However, the air conditioning unit in the mission control area over here went out today. I don't know why. It was working fine, and it went kapoots. So I told them if they want to go home, they can go home, and I'll get a new air conditioner put in, hopefully by tomorrow. But they are here. Jesse and the IT guy are here right now. They are baking in the oven. They are a couple of cinnamon rolls. I'd say they're well done. They're cooked well done. Big Baller, thank you for the heart. Me appreciate you. Going live tonight with the ice maker. Just got it. Amazon Prime is a scam. They were late. Oh, dude, I have the ice maker, so I'll come rep for the channel, bro. I will be there. I'll see if I can get Jesse on there too. Hi, Getting Marie. How you doing? How's everybody doing today? Did you buy the dip? Let me tell you what. We've got a massive fair market value gap. On the low side of this thing at like 206, 205. So it's probably going to come back down there for sure. I think it's going to come down lower. Fake news and speculation is what's fueling this pump right now. Because as you all know, Donald Trump cannot be made a fool of. So he has to control the narrative. And that's why we factor in the moon cheese. Looks like we just hit shy of 190. I think that there's still more room to come down, but I don't want to be biased, okay? The white light is still on. It is possible that we just don't hit that 175 mark, but I'm not convinced yet. I'm not convinced. All it takes is one attack, and I'm not even going to say where, because it could happen anywhere. Everyone seems to think that the whole World War III thing is squashed. Far from it, okay? Far, far from it, okay? Gosh, I don't know how people believe that everything is just over like that. Things just don't work that way. And, you know, I've been telling you guys, with a global economic shift, these things happen. Yeah, let me kill the music. No more music. I'm guessing it's going to go low at the end of the day. 190 is still too high. I think you're right. I think, so we're opening up a new candle though today, and I think it continues upward just a little bit. I think it reaches 220 before it comes back down, because the hopium is real. The hopium is real, but 220 is a strong rejection point. 215 to 220. All right. That once you get under 220, it is very difficult for it to move up above it, or it just kind of swings in between here. And that's cool too, because we can buy in at around like 210, 215, sell at 220, buy back in at 215, 220. And we can do that over and over and over. It's like printing money, and it works, but I want big bucks. Someone at work bought up Lockheed Martin. Nice. What's up, Sebastian? How you doing, brother? MVP, thank you for the heart me and the community crown. Appreciate you so much. MVP is our agent management. She's doing a wonderful job too, by the way. All my concerns. We now have our stream keys. So that's amazing, because no more No more camera pointed at the screen. Thank God. Yes, happy Monday to you. And Sebastian, glad you're doing well. I'm doing well myself. I can't say the same for the staff. They are stuck in an oven right now. The air conditioner broke. So I got to buy a new AC unit. I don't know. Maybe it was faulty with the installation. We're going to have to figure it out. So this whole studio is brand new. Like, I don't understand why it's not working, but things happen. It could just be something simple. It could be something massive. Who knows? But the thing is it happened right when the show was starting. So as soon as it gets too hot, I'm sending him home. I said, go home. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. They're cooking right now. It's not too hot today, but it is warm. The room I'm in has a separate air conditioning unit and is completely well insulated. So I'm ice cold. You know, I'm freezing actually. My feet are cold right now. I got flip-flops on and it is really cold. It's 100 outside in Ohio. I think it's well over 100 where I'm at right now. But inside the studio, it's a cool 61 degrees. 47 degrees in Quebec. Is that Celsius? I would imagine you're saying that is 47 degrees Celsius. What temperature is that, Jesse, in Fahrenheit? 47 degrees Celsius is what in Fahrenheit? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the breakdown is. Jesse, say hi to everybody. I'm going to mic you up here, and you can tell everybody how toasty to the mosty you are right now. So I'm going to bring your mic up. Hopefully you're ready. Say hello to your fans. Everybody loves Jesse.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi guys, I am melting like the Wicked Witch in Wizard of Oz, but that's 116 degrees Fahrenheit here, so we're about 100 degrees here too, so we're just in a beautiful sauna, and it's gross, and sweat is gross.
I am so sorry. I do apologize for the air conditioning. We will get that fixed ASAP. My plan is to have it fixed by tomorrow, if possible. But thank you, Jesse. She will be here until she's not. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I told them to stay as long as you feel comfortable with staying. Don't stick around. The IT guy gets to come in here after the show and do all IT stuff that he does. So he'll be in the AC. But Jesse, go home if you want to. I really don't care. I'm sure the fans love to have you here, but and I do appreciate you staying until you can't stand it anymore. You don't have to do that. We got a pump. Let's fix